तो आप लोग आज अपन देखने वाले हैं ग्रुप ग्रीन ऑफ पीएमजीसी का डे 1 फॉर विच आई होप यू गाइस आर रेडी। आई नो 1 मिनट मैंने लेट किया स्ट्रीम स्टार्ट करना बिकॉज मैं 1M डायनेस्टी का वीडियो बना रहा था या बीजेएमआई ई स्पोर्ट्स का भी सीरीज स्टार्ट कर रहा हूँ मैं आज से, तो उसी चक्कर में थोड़ा लेट हुआ बट आ गया मैं। मैच स्टार्ट हुआ गया भाई, होपफुली मैच स्टार्ट ना हो, वी आई डोंट वांट टू मिस एनीथिंग। आज ग्रुप ग्रीन का डे 1 है, सो या अरे स्टार्ट हो गया भाई, स्टार्ट हो गया स्टार्ट हो गया। सब क्या सब लाइक करो स्ट्रीम को, तो लेट्स बिगिन।
It's a funny one considering now there is a ton of pressure.
अरे मेरा स्ट्रीम अटक ना जाए आज, सब कुछ सही है ना?
An obligation to you the viewers at home is that for Navi team spirit, I still think the 77 out of those
लेट हो गया, अरे 1 मिनट लेट हुआ यार, चलता है यार चलता है, तुम लोग के लिए और एक वीडियो बना रहा था मैं, और एक वीडियो बना रहा था मैं, ठीक है? आज से 2-2 वीडियो आएंगे मेरे चैनल पे,
to have a
समझ रहे?
MEA team on top, but like we're saying, it's a lot of pressure now. Two teams have made it in at that top spot. It's down to Bruce.
Ready with popcorn, bro? I am, bro, but no popcorn, bro.
Teams inside the lobby.
No popcorn.
For instance, Team Liquid, really good teams. 4MV also.
लाइक कर दिया, एक नंबर। जो भी लाइक नहीं किया वो
and a couple of the squads here that we might be seeing blasting off.
वो वही है।
You have a fair few squads here.
ST का क्रीटा नॉक फिनिश।
Real explosive potential inside this lobby.
Stalwart trying to cross up on the north side, getting slowed down.
देखो इस बार थोड़े नए टीम्स भी है इसके अंदर, तो समझ रहे हो, मुझे नहीं पता ये टीम्स कैसे खेलते हैं। सांचिर एसटी का तो भाई डेंजर प्लेयर है वो। टॉप 3 प्रेडिक्शंस करना बहुत मुश्किल है, डे 1 में ऑब्जर्व करूंगा उसके बाद ही प्रेडिक्ट करूंगा, बट वी हैव सम रियली स्ट्रॉन्ग टीम्स इन दिस ग्रुप। 4MV, DRS, TT तो चाइना का टीम है जिनको भी नहीं पता। टीम लिक्विड इज आल्सो ए गुड टीम। और कौन है और कौन है और कौन है? कैग ओसाका डी प्लेस किया भाई, ये ग्रुप भी अच्छा खासा है। Fearless knock, most likely finish. डॉग भी दे रहा है, किल फीड में आया अभी। डॉग will dominate. We'll see brother, we'll see. मेरे को भी लग रहा है करेंगे 4MV डोमिनेट, बट बाकी लोग भी हलवा नहीं है, ये बता रहा हूँ मैं तुम लोग को। पोटैटो नॉक फिनिश फ्रॉम मिथिक। एसटी के 2 बंदे गए। यूडू अलायंस कहाँ है? यूडू अलायंस यहाँ भी नहीं है क्या? यूडू अलायंस इस बार नहीं है, दे couldn't qualify it looks like. यूडू अलायंस couldn't qualify this time for the grand finals. Sorry, not the grand finals. अरे ये हुआ था भाई, आराम से ब्रिज क्रॉस कर रहा था। डी प्लेस किया, टॉप ऑफ द टेबल रहेगा माय प्रेडिक्शन। ओके ओके। Do you guys remember what happened last time in D-Plus किया, right? In EWC, Day 1 मचाए थे वो, Day 1 मचाए थे, टेबल टॉप थे, फिर Day 2 Day 3 क्या हुआ मुझे मत पूछना। Guys, this technique कितने लोग को पता है यार? पानी से गाड़ी लेके जा सकते हैं। बहुत सही, brute force, बहुत सही रोटेशन। Cole is Judo Alliance. अच्छा हाँ दिख रहा है, इन कोलैबोरेशन है क्या वो?
Seemingly quite a difficult approach, but it's going to work out.
That is not Cole, yeah, that's CDAL.
All 4 of their players
CDAL.
across, but they're not safe yet. The Chief is ready. He wants to take these shots, but they're across the headland.
Judo Alliance is a CD Alliance क्या?
The Force have made the mad dash.
Okay.
A quick maneuver, very quick maneuver from Brute Force. One that was somewhat unexpected as well.
Love you, Spy Barrel. Love you too, bro.
Likely, you would usually go for that Western Bridge crossing. They must have.
जो भी Cole लिख रहे हैं वो Cole नहीं है, वो CDAL है.
You know what? It is wise for us to take that crossing. We're going to head over towards the shallow.
TL is X loops. Yeah, पता है.
Some might say that's maybe a little bit more dangerous, but again, they've made it through.
What do you think? Falcons better than 4MV? Yes or not?
It is. Happy days.
I don't like comparing such strong teams, bro. They both are good.
Really solid.
They both are good.
On the east
I cannot pick. I cannot say which team is better. मुझे भी नहीं पता कौन सा टीम बेटर है।
One team sat
दोनों अच्छे हैं।
and that is Thunder Talk Gaming, right? The team that has the 2-time champion.
I enjoy watching both the teams.
They are right now at the top of the mountain.
RCB
RRQ
be
trying
like
to make the push on
इस साला
in,
कप
but
नम दे
there is stiff resistance. They'll
ये
win it
RCB
one
का
in a row
IGL
up.
अच्छा है
Looks like
Silas
they're going to have to divert.
You guys
It goes
remember,
away
right,
from
the
Northwest Island on the ship.
S2G
This is
Silas?
Great news for CAG
It's the
Osaka,
same player.
as well as RCB over on that south side near the ruins.
CAG Osaka is a big opportunity. Now, I don't want to see this throw us away.
Guys, सबके सब hit that like button जितने भी लोग stream देख रहे हैं. Let's go. Both teams are pretty well. No comparison. Exactly, bro.
Right?
Comparison is the thief of joy.
Not done too much, but I don't think
Don't
we'll
do
see
it too
CAG
much.
Osaka actually go for a more passive approach here. I think they'll try and take control. They already headed over towards.
Is it first time
that little
TT is in
beachhead over
PMGC?
on that north
Yeah, I
side,
think so.
The slopes. They head down that way, which gives
Not
you
that
a
I
lot
know of.
advantageous positioning.
इतना मैंने देखा, this is the first time.
Camp Alpha.
Underdog Gaming is in
And they retreat
PMGC.
over to the pontoons. God damn it.
Or in any global. I don't know.
They're all the way backed up there. I mean, everybody is going to crunch. These crossings are really difficult. Brute Force are moving
INF
so
top 3
fast
में
in this
रहेगा.
lobby. They are making
INF,
incredible
okay.
headway on these rotates and actually finding these little openings, which I'm unsure right now as to whether they are fully scouted. That
गलत
seemed like it was just a reaction rotate.
अरे बच गया
but
बे
still,
रेव
well
दे
done
दो
to
रेव
find
दे दो
that
बच
little
गया
slice on the north side of that southwest island. Shots from RCB, they are
मेरा
defending
editor क्या
ruins
कर रहा है यार?
from RRQ right now, who have taken up the middle area. The res can come through, so they will play on as 3 for RRQ.
RCB a weird team, very weird team. I think they have very strong players on side, but as we saw in PMSL EMEA, they had these moments of greatness, which really did outshine practically everyone inside the lobby, but then massive portions of downtime from the squad. I don't really know how you fix that, because that feels like just a day-to-day, are we feeling the game type of thing. So yeah, they're very up and down, but when they're up, they do look like the kings of the mountain. But when they're down, they're sand squalor. So we'll see what RCB can do
500
this lobby. I'd really quite like to see some more insane plays coming through from Loxy as well as Silas, but will I be treated to it? That's another story entirely.
500
Only one player left for Stalwart now. A lot of teams getting shredded, and this cross from the Northwest Island is really unfortunate, forcing all the teams that made some fairly intelligent rotates, like Team Liquid, to now contest for the river crossings down on the south side. A wide rotation coming through from Team Secret out on that west edge as well, Blank, that is yet to make landfall.
Spy by Crypto DC. अरे क्रिप्टो से बात हुई थी मेरे 1 सेकंड इंस्टाग्राम पे चेक कर रहा हूँ.
Towards Tambang on that west side.
क्रिप्टो से मेरी बात हुई
एंट्री
थी.
अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
Currently Thunder Talker on the other side of the hill from Zeta, which means that in general they're not going to have that quick peek over towards him. He's still on that northwest island though, and I think that as split as they are, it's
4MV
and
D plus किया.
Secret to try and make landfall.
देखो
here.
सबका फेवरेट चॉइस तो वही. अरे ये मार खाने वाले अभी.
And not go for that position down towards the south. Maybe it's just a read in, say we've got a better chance at bridge crossing than finding an unoccupied position on the west near Tambang, and an immediate spray down may have changed their minds. A triple coming on through.
अबे
That's
क्या
a
यार.
beautiful little hold there by Razor. Only one player now left for Team Secret.
रुको 1 सेकंड जैक, मैंने एक चोक किया है वो फिक्स करने के लिए बोल रहा हूँ. एडिटर 500. चलो ठीक है, बस इतना ही है.
And I just don't see a lot of teams make it happen. I would have actually much preferred to see them try and push through Camp Alpha and then play off the back of Thunder Talk. So yeah, it's annoying to see them go for this one. In the meantime, there is a lot of action popping off right now. And I'm more curious to see what's happening on the bottom right of our screen.
Things
last player getting
a live streamer has to do.
But damn.
It's 4MV going for a scrap as well with Celcom Digi Alliance over on the east side. 4MV
Legend Leon DZ knock finish क्या?
Entry from actually the last player of Stalwart over on the east side. 4MV, they've lost one player, but they should be able to get the res. They've managed to get 4
4MV 2 man है.
eliminations. Goodness me, what a pop-off on the northwest side of Painan. We only got a little picture of it.
D plus Kia has left the team. Spike by.
Pips going on right
What?
now, which is nice to see.
K has
in
left the
terms
team.
of
Okay,
there
okay.
being too much action, or even our observers to contend with, which is fair enough. It has been extremely aggressive. Though I think the most interesting rotation for me so far, in terms of movement happening on the map, has been brute force. It was a pretty stellar rotate they made across from boot camp to the western side, and then somehow teleported over towards the northern side.
देखो
of
reject
the
का नाम
south
रोशन
circle.
क्या
It's
गोसा
a
खाई कर
super,
सकता है।
super good rotate from them. And to be honest with you,
ये
a
क्या
team
push
that
कर
was
रहा है?
in cow being further into the match
लग
than a
गई।
team like Team Secret, super
भाई,
good stuff from them. In the
1v2
meantime,
कर दी ना
Zexter
इसने?
going crazy, taking down King
नहीं,
as
पीछे से cover आया
well.
था।
Almost an insane push there, but
Razak.
mostly done off the back of Razor with some crazy knocks on
ये
his
कहाँ की
side.
टीम है बे ये? VD?
Double two-shot pump action 1v2.
इंडोनेशिया?
Not pump action, sorry, DBS.
या इंडोनेशिया टीम
Solid
है।
hold there. Razor.
बहुत प्यारा
I mean,
मारा,
they're just
bro.
Still picking up these
मार
players.
लेगा।
from
Oh,
Secret.
nice free
One
fire.
player to contend with.
डब्बा।
Actually might be a little bit harder than that. They're out in the blue zone as well, so do need to be worried. That might be Razor just going down. Team Secret, are they going to get the res here? Are they going to get the med off? They do. It is stage 3, which
After
makes it possible.
ages, we are seeing
Goes to
Team
the blood,
Secret
steps out to the
in
rock.
global.
Break.
After
I mean, he has
ages.
about 30 seconds to get this res in stage 3. Could enact it.
किंग रेव हो जाएगा ना?
I do think no matter what happens, it's going to be very difficult getting across this bridge, regardless. For any of these teams on the north, you've got Influence Rage as well as
रिजेक्ट को क्या हुआ स्पाइक भाई? कुछ
Zayt
नहीं
is
भाई।
likely to go down. Thunder Talk is desperately
कुछ नहीं हुआ।
living for as much time as possible. I think for VO, it's not a bad situation for them, considering they're able to get 5 eliminations, which a lot of times on Sandhawk, not a horrible result.
टीटी मारेगा
The
इसको।
crazy thing about this
ओए,
is we have
अच्छा
15
reflex।
teams still remaining, 43 players, a lot of solos.
DRS का बहुत प्यारा zone है,
That's
bro।
all about to change.
DRS का बहुत
Circle
प्यारा
down
zone
towards
है।
the south side, which is
टीटी
going
कौन सी
to
है?
create
कौन सी टीम है?
such chaos
टीटी
in the
थंडरडॉग
north.
गेमिंग है।
Yeah,
चाइना का टीम है।
DRS right now in that middle position in that compound, looking to try and hold it out. They have only got 3 players though.
4MV
In their compound
Reefus knock.
towards the west side, just around Tambang. We're looking at RRQ making a dash out of ruins as well, trying to cut their path towards this circle and actually doing so fairly successfully. A lot of teams trying to push in towards the middle, and RRQ actually stopping 77.
RRQ 3-man
Getting
strong, 2
eliminated
finishes.
all the way out. An unfortunate push, attempting to go past the ruins with the remnants of the players that they had. A bit of a mad dash, actually, for 77. But RRQ were just a little bit too fast there.
Yeah, for 77, a hard push. Very, very hard push for them to make. I think that when you look over towards RRQ spot, though, they have a lot of control over this eastern side. I'm curious to see how Brute Force deal with this.
खैग अपना खाता खोल रही looks like.
North side
Nice knock बे।
push in
डब्बा।
around that ruins area.
टीटी का आखिरी बंदा बचा है। गया वो भी टीटी बाहर। First match अंडा।
Little pick up there for
नहीं अंडा नहीं, एक मिला।
holding out on the
एक
bridge.
point मिला
Ball
टीटी को।
down, in the middle. It looks like they are getting this red done. Team Liquid now.
Team Liquid is also
trying
about to get
joust
wiped.
across this tilt yard. As Diego goes low, gets knocked as well from across the way.
INF का भी आखिरी बंदा बचा है।
From a third party there. That's
Ayala is the
Sergio
last man
Saka
standing for Team
from
Liquid.
those docks, still playing that bridge hold. Brute Force are on the other side of it, and they are actually as well just taking shots, getting these lineups. It's so difficult to move off this bridge. Brute Force can pick up a point or 2 if they're lucky to be able to take those ones away. They've
वाह!
got 2 elims so far. Let's see how much further they can go. It's actually
पत्थर पे सो के वो पट्टी मार रहा है भाई, दिख गया, पेल दिया
Teams
उसने।
trying to cross Team Liquid
Duck!
do go down on that approach, and actually the fact that Team Secret didn't go
कहाँ जा
down
रहा है उठा के
completely,
ये?
on their position against Voindon.
वो zone आ रहा है ना?
Crazy.
Yeah, they went
5
out to
finishes.
right? It's Jaiki.
2-man
who's
strong है
still left
4MV, अगर
alive.
किस्मत अच्छा है तो
I
3-man
think
हो
it's
जाएंगे।
well played to both CAG Osaka as well as Brute Force.
स्पाइक
I
भाई
think if you're in
स्ट्रीम
these
लैग
locations
हो
on the
रही
map
है,
where
वो
you're
हर रोज
west
का है
and
ब्रो।
east
मेरा स्ट्रीम
respectively,
हर बार लैग
you
होता है,
do
क्या
have
करूं
to
मैं?
put a lot of effort into essentially taking down all those teams coming across from the bridge before you can begin your fight against one another, or just
It's time for
disconnect
prediction.
completely
कौन सा
into the
team निकालने
future.
वाला है
Brute
winner
Force,
chicken
though, they
dinner?
take this opportunity to move down towards the south. They're still on 4 players, 2 limbs, not a bad start to their day. They want more points off the back of this.
Made up to the top, Brute Force. Dealing with Influence Rage, getting rid of them. But now they've got RCB in their way. RRQ taking shots as well, which makes this fight really tricky to maneuver on. For both teams, actually. A little bit more vulnerable for RCB, but Brute Force, they've got 4 players. RCB only playing with the 2, with Wild and Silas on a crossfire. Trying to keep
4MV
themselves
3-man हो गए
safe.
बे।
Silas,
नहीं, Reefus knock।
the smokes, just trying to play that DBS angle. And as a
Reefers
duo
का
against
कितनी
the
बार
four,
rock
I mean, this is
खाया उसने
kind of
इस
how you
match
wanna
में?
play it, right? You know you need to be playing these sneaky angles. On the flip side for brute force,
गलत.
they need to be very careful not to overexpose. None of them go down, but there's a trade finally from the inside.
Nice
Neos
one.
doesn't get flushed away, which means
वे
brute
RCB
force
बाहर.
can continue their approach. The zone hasn't quite moved just yet. They can get this res safely, and they need to get a
Brute
move on though,
force.
'cause
छह
RRQ
finishes,
know that
4-man
this is
strong.
going on. There is not going to be an easy route out here.
Yeah, this is one of the hardest rotates you can make out of ruins. With oversight from RRQ, very likely the
Cat
brute force
teen
goes down
finishes,
fairly
4-man
shortly.
strong.
I think the only thing you can go for in this situation is a full-on
DRS
battering
3
ram
man है.
approach over towards RRQ.
They have to
or
be very careful. अगर
try
एक भी
and
गलती से
swing
knock
west,
हो
but
गया,
I don't think that's the
तो
ideal
CAG सीधा slam
approach
करेगा and
either.
they'll be at a very big
So realistically
disadvantage.
for brute force, I think all they need to do is make rock up. hop
Paraboy
on the
कौन सा
backstop,
team से खेल रहा है
hold that
Spike by?
backstop, gets a
Godlike
knock
से
on
खेल
one
रहा
of
है
the
तो.
windows from RRQ.
Godlike
They
से खेल रहा है.
overwhelm them with numbers. But yeah, for brute force, the prospects in the future aren't looking great. It's going to have to take one.
Nice
hell of a
one by
play
Gante ने
to
उतार
make
दिया.
this happen. DRS Gante versus CAG Osaka.
Just a roll up.
3v3 fight है.
Osaka then finally leads
घुस के दे दिया
to
Killer Whitey ने. क्या
down.
बात है, nice
The
one.
RS have been entrenched in this position for a while. It's looking good. They've got
Cat
three
2-man
players.
है.
They managed to get that early pick off the back line
Cat
as well.
2-man.
So 2 players for them to deal with. Garnet and now
और एक गया. Garnet is the last man standing for CAG.
There's a third party from the top of the hill. I think, as
Excellent
well.
defense from DRS, bro.
Coming on through.
Excellent defense from
Compound down to
DRS.
The south side of it. D plus have been a little bit further out of this one, but they have 3 limbs now and they're starting to mount up. Brute force. This
अब
is
zone
that
गया,
force
hardship
we were talking
सीधा
about.
D plus
Already
किया
lost
पे.
2 on it, and RRQ just not going to let them move a muscle. This
Doc
should be a
देखो
South
भाई,
Korean
Doc
chicken
देखो
dinner
बेटा
here
है वो.
though. With this shift away, they have
Last man
control.
standing है, by
They
the
have
way,
everything
4MV
they
का.
could ask for on this approach. It's going to be so hard to make a dent in this.
Yeah,
नेपाल से और कौन है? नेपाल से एक ही टीम है इस ग्रुप
there
में,
was
वो
pretty much
है
only one option for them, which was to
DRS.
send directly at this compound. Like I said, the Western approach not ideal.
Brute force का भी
Fraser
आखिरी
has
बंदा
to
है क्या?
step up in this moment.
Yep.
Isn't
Last
able to
man
do it,
standing for Brute
leaving
Force as
Brute
well.
Force with just one player going forward. 6 eliminations.
Bro,
top
RRQ
6
is
though.
also a
not bad. RRQ
OG
profits
name.
massively off this.
काफी टाइम के बाद देख रहा हूँ.
Now they look to send
Hope they do
away
good this
as they
time.
know the circle's heading down towards that south side, and you're right, John. D plus Kia in a fantastic position of control.
I think D plus Kia निकालेगा ये match.
DC all
I
need
think.
to move in, and RRQ
Zone
diminished
advantage
position
बहुत
on this
खतरनाक
north
है उस
side.
पे.
They are going to struggle.
Top 6 eliminations for brute force. They could
अबे
have got a
DRS
little
को
bit more
दो ही
value from the
kill
bridge
क्यों मिले?
position, but they still
Kill
get
चोरी
a
हुआ है
decent
क्या?
game under their belt to kick things off.
भाई किल चोरी हुआ
Spraying out the
DRS का.
Neos, potentially catching a knock there. Not
किसने
quite
मारा?
getting the
किल चोरी
full
किसने किया?
spray across to the building. Has the bricks
मैंने
tied
notice नहीं
behind,
किया
but
उतना
the
kill
blue
चोरी उस
zone
time
will
पे.
flush him out soon enough. As the first aid will pop, they know the corner
ये
is
kill
going
तो
to keep
guaranteed है.
RRQ going to line this one up. There's no
वो zone
way
से
he
मारने
makes it
वाला है
out.
क्या?
And Neos just going
Yeah,
to
zone
commit
से
to
मारने
the
वाला
blue
है.
zone. Probably just deny the point.
Smart.
Maybe try and heal
Cheeky.
out a little bit longer. Hope that someone else goes down, but no. The blue zone claims it. That's the right play for Neos in my
Doc
book.
is a bush now.
And 6 eliminations, 6
Doc
places
is not a
kicks off.
player. He's a bush.
We'll see if it's good enough.
He's
It's
representing the
definitely not
bush
bad. It's definitely
community.
not bad. I think for the Doc, though,
Nice knock, Doc.
everyone knows how good of a player this guy is.
4MV बाहर
And
at
he
hashtag
finds
5.
Some good knocks
कितने finishes?
through.
5 finishes.
Damn, I thought that might have
Decent-
been a
decent
full
start.
towards RRQ, actually. It is sad. He was trying to crawl around, stay out sightlines from VC as well as D plus Kia, but it's RRQ taking nasty
RRQ का
heavy
आखिरी बंदा
hits
बचा
from
है.
RRQ. Oh, I mean DRS with also D plus Kia sending shots
नहीं डाला,
and
नहीं डाला, नहीं
making
डाला.
towards DRS at the same time.
भाई क्या
South
नेड़
Korea
था वो.
looking to completely
लग
push
गई.
out this northern side as soon
भाई.
as possible and doing a good job of it too.
100% चिकन है ब्रो. D plus किया का.
Over the top, the alley-oop.
बस VC को मारना है, D plus किया को
By
बस.
the Vicious.
DRS का भी आखिरी बंदा बचा है.
Now that the circle has, well, actually, it's not the circle.
It's
the cluster
XMPL.
all the way out. They've allowed
ये
the
player
Vicious
बहुत
to take a lot of
strong
ground into
player है
this circle
XMPL.
flank, giving them a little bit more of an opportunity to take this one home. I wonder what the retransition back towards the middle.
VC
will look like
5 finishes,
for them.
4 man strong है.
This hillside
It's
now
a 4v,
very
4v1
controlled
situation.
by the Vicious.
Brenozin on the
DRS
east side,
बाहर.
long lost cousin
At hashtag
of
3.
Cardozo, as everyone knows.
It's a proper 4v4 fight now.
Be looking to have
D
a
plus
similar
Kia
kind of impact.
versus VC.
It is a full 4v4 now. DRS in the wings does make life for D plus Kia a little bit harder. And with his next circle,
Oh, beautiful knock from
very
Nalbu.
Central. That is a lovely pick-off from Nolbu over towards the high ground. Very important pick-off as well, as that position was so critical for the
हो
Vicious
जाएगा रे,
here.
हो जाएगा, हो जाएगा.
nades.
Bro, VC has very good position.
Up for Reyes into the high
Fabian
ground,
knock.
looking for the Reyes from the watchtower, and Fabian
Nal
actually
below.
takes the lick, and there's a second as well. Nolby has to hit the
Nasty.
deck, but a big nade nearly. How did that not make it? I think that might have bounced out just in time, but causes the flush to come on through. The D plus move
Baap
into
re
action.
baap. D plus
Three
Kia is
players up
cornered.
in it, but David
Nice knock,
close,
be nice knock.
manages to get
Osal.
one, but immediately traded off. Reyes up on the high ground, now caught towards the middle. This is a really good retransition.
Bro,
from
निकाल
D+.
सकता है D plus
It's
Kia.
where I
3v2
was
fight
worried
है.
for them.
Close
They
in,
managed
close
to
in.
make it work, and now Nolbu's going to face first. Chips on the back line with the nade. They know they're both up by the watchtower. Goes high, making sure there's...
हो गया. Last man, last man.
Now has the confidence
ले
to move
भाई.
forward. Will sweep aside. Oh, South
D
Korea
plus
back
Kia.
goes
Winner,
well.
winner, chicken dinner.
D+
पहला match.
Put South Korea back on the map. It happened in Group Green.
Same similar start था. EWC में भी D plus Kia का similar start था.
Good game from D plus
बस
Kia.
इस बार
Honestly,
choke ना कर
that
दे.
end game was very, very fun
Day
to
2,
watch.
3 पे
It
choke ना कर दे.
wasn't passive,
Great
it was
start.
very aggressive.
Good to see you guys
Bruno
back.
going down
Nolbu,
low. Terrific
Chips,
mistake from
Osal
his side. I think
and
what you
Fabian.
have to do is you have to play off the
अरे एकदम ये
team
इंडिया में जो लाइनअप खेली
from
यही
the
लाइनअप थी ना
high
पूरा
ground.
एकदम
Nolbu's
सेम टू
finding
सेम
that
लाइनअप थी
knock
ना
in the
ये
heat at the moment. So
Without any
fantastic.
changes?
Let's see what the death
चिप्स नहीं था शायद उस टाइम पे चिप्स की जगह पे कोई और था करेक्ट मी इफ आई एम रॉन्ग
Well, gentlemen, I
Jyoti,
don't
thank you
know
for
what
the
is more
34
impressive
months
with
membership.
D+
Kemcho
or
spy
Vicious.
करना.
Perfectly
Kemcho,
honest with you,
Kemcho,
honestly,
Jyoti.
both those teams kind of sit in compound for a long
D+
time, but not two of the
Kia.
teams I expect to necessarily be battling for that
Great
first
start.
winner of Group Green.
South Korea, Jason. They're
But we
back.
all know it's
We're
not
back
about
to
the
Group
start. It is not about the
For
start.
that,
It's about the
South Korean
consistency.
domination.
It's all about day
The
3
one
and day
event
4.
Belarus is not here is like South Korea
Day
just
1 में सब
dominates,
ठीक ठाक कर
but
लेते.
Hot Juice, I feel like for D plus Kia, this game was just we're just going to keep scaring.
But
every
aura
single
तो
circle
एकदम feel कर
zero
रहा हूँ
right
मैं
away.
D+
We're
Kia
just going
का.
to take their previous position, and it ended up working out. It gave them a game-winning compound.
Hey, I mean,
Puerto
South
Rico था,
Korea,
exactly,
it's
Puerto
all
Rico.
about them
अरे
southern
हाइट से पूछ
vibes
सकता हूँ
here
वो
because
नाम
this
है.
circle just kept going south. It was ridiculous.
Forest था
I
chips
talked
की जगह
about it
पे.
right before the game started, how
तो
powerful
Puerto Rico
that
5th player था क्या?
northwestern island is.
Nolbu
So
तो
I
था,
saw the zone go
Osal भी
there.
था,
We've seen it
Fabian
so
भी
many
था.
times, normally lock on top.
Fourth
But no,
player
it just
Forest
goes
था क्या?
down to ruins and
It's not
ruined
Puerto
it
Rico.
for so many squads.
Puerto Rico
But,
5th था
I
शायद.
mean, D+ Kia, we're just able to crush it from here, and I love this play at the end, Max. We were talking about that smoke.
But what happened to
Completely
K?
The sight lines from the Vicious.
वो अच्छा ही कर
just
रहे
made
थे ना?
things so much easier for D+.
And most specifically, it made it really hard for Chips to nade the
अच्छा ही कर
sniper
रहे थे
tower.
वो.
If they did not have that smoke, I think it would have been an even quicker clear.
Mafia
for
से
D+
replied to you on
Kia.
Instagram,
That
no.
smoke just give them a lot of precious time, and especially scouting from the sniper tower with
5,
third-person perspective.
9
Here we go,
finishes.
looking at the stats, Noble. Here we go. He's going to be a standout. I talked about Osal and Fabian, but Noble
The
being
OG
currently the top
D+
private
Kia
force
lineup
team to
is
get the
back.
chicken dinner with a good conversion actually. 600 damage, 5 limbs. That is looking really solid for their first game. Of course, it is Sanok, but hey, you
मैं
get
बता रहा हूँ
lots
guys
of
इस
circles, you
बार
make use of it,
कोरिया
you get a bunch
बहुत
of limbs. This
strong
is a
दिख रहा
really
है.
good execution from
MSJ,
D+.
D+ Kia,
Yeah,
DRX.
like I mean, as you're saying, right?
और
I
कौन
mean,
है?
yeah, it just is a Sandhawk.
तीन ही
but
है ना
still,
कोरिया की
any
teams,
points
और
you
कौन
get
है?
for your team. More importantly, any one of those points you just got for your team could be the deciding factor whether you make it into the grand finals or not, as we saw over in Group
Group
Yellow.
Red
So
में
very
कोई
important
कोरियन
here
टीम
to
थी
win
क्या?
when they should.
मेरे को
but
याद
one
नहीं आ
team
रहा है.
who maybe hated Hot Juice talk about
Group
Northwest
Red में
Island,
कोई
so
कोरियन
like,
टीम
you know
थी
what?
क्या?
Okay, so Juke's talking about it. I believe in him. Let's go Northwest Island. It's a rotate out of Team Secret, but in the end, it didn't really go.
भाई
that
भाई
way on Juke's.
दिमाग
You know, I'm not
move on
I
कर
heard
गया
Blake and
है.
he said that he just
But
doesn't like the
heart
rotates. I'm not
अभी भी
against it
ईस्ट की
personally
एमओ
because
पे
I do think especially
stuck
if
है.
you land
भाई
on that
याद
area,
मत दिलाओ
it's
मुझे वो
just-
पैन
it's
वाला
the play,
मोमेंट.
to be honest with you, you know. If the
हीट ऑफ द
zone
मोमेंट
did
मुझे
go
लगा भी नहीं था
north,
कि
you
भाई
usually
उसका
see
एमो
people
खत्म हो
do
गया.
like
मुझे लगा
that
कि भाई वो
and they
पैन
kind of
मारना
go through
चाहता
that
है.
area and it's fine.
My toxic
But
trait
we saw
was
teams
telling me
that
कि भाई
actually
East wanted to
oversold
pan the
those
last guy.
max. You know, they just went a little bit too far into the zone.
But in
once
reality
that
उसका
circle
एमओ ही
shifted,
खत्म था.
एंट्री
भाई, क्या
अच्छी है
कर
लेकिन
सकते हैं?
बैठने
क्या
का
कर
तरीका अभी बड़ा
are
कैजुअल.
definitely,
ज्योति नहीं है
I mean,
bro,
the
जयंती.
Brits
अरे
look
भाई,
like a
I'm
boat
sorry
case
bro,
look
I'm
like
sorry.
they come, and that's
मैं
why
बहुत
we
जल्दी में
saw,
पढ़ लिया मैंने.
a
This is the
beautiful
second time I
1v3
think you
there
have
from Reza. I like
corrected
the
me
fact that he
this.
threw that nade first,
JNT
right? Just to make
18.
sure he got that instant knock. He didn't
Sorry
have to,
about
you know,
that.
give his position away. And yeah,
Bro react on
एंट्री
D+
अच्छी
किया
है लेकिन
Osal
बैठने का
wanted.
तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल.
मैं काफी बार देख चुका हूँ उसका gameplay. Osal का. और कितनी बार देखा. और वो copyrighted music use करता है, तो समझ रहे हो.
Going back to the rotation point, it's really interesting.
नहीं नहीं
because
MSJ
you
तो
have
मुझे
to
पता है.
understand what
MSJ,
happens out of a
DRX,
rotation, you're always
D+
gonna be a
किया.
weakened
इन
state,
तीनों
or
को छोड़
because
के
you
कोई
have to
और
swim to the coastline, or
कोरियन
because
टीम
you
है
have to
क्या?
maybe walk a little bit on the
ये
beach to
पूछ
make
रहा
it
था
to
मैं.
your compound. And just to echo what Blank was saying, Blank should be on Rescue's like, you're making really good points. He maybe they
Best
could have sent
team
it
in
course,
Korea,
Alpha
also
a little
best
bit
team in
further
India,
north,
if
go
you
by
know, you
foot,
know.
maybe pick up a car, and then they would have their early information on teams like Team Secret.
फिर वापस हो जाए एक बार इंडिया वर्सेस कोरिया.
and then have a
क्या
lot
बोलते हो
of
guys?
tools at that point to maybe approach them and then make their way into the circle.
I think Korean teams are much stronger now compared to the previous
but
India versus
it
Korea.
was definitely giving them a better opportunity to do well on this
अब
side.
कोरिया के टीम्स और स्ट्रांग दिख
Take
रहे
a
हैं
look at
मेरे
our
को.
rankings. You can see, of course, D plus getting the 19 points for themselves. The Vicious
वापस
getting
इंडिया
13,
वर्सेस कोरिया हो गया,
10, and
तो क्या
RRQ
हाल
we
होगा?
haven't seen
क्या
in a
I mean
very
क्या
long
हाल होगा?
time. I think we were discussing during the match. I mean, the last time we saw them was like season 0.
Do you guys think
PMGC,
India has a chance?
Very, very long time ago. And then, of course, 4-V here, Hot Jukes, with Doc surviving, able to get them the 3 placement points to go with those 6 eliminations.
According to you, who will win
Yeah,
PMGC
Doc, I mean,
2024?
we saw him
According
laying
to
down
me,
there, and I thought he was going to be
it's
able
too
to make
early.
a pretty sick play, but he got taken
मैं
out
तुम लोग
there
को
towards the
बताऊंगा
end.
after
Man,
last
this guy's a
chance.
legend. I mean, I know that we're going to get into
अभी
Eric
के लिए
in a
तो भाई
minute,
बहुत
and then
सारे
keep
strong
our eyes
contenders हैं.
locked on him because
It is
I'm
too
expecting
early
big
to
things from
predict
him and his
the
squad.
winner.
I mean, they really need to start this off strong. D plus Kia very, very fortunate with this circle. They do land.
Korea
on
is
that
so
kinda
strong now,
top
NSR doesn't
eight
even
split.
match up
So
in
the
top
fact
3.
that,
Exactly,
they were
bro.
trying-
Exactly.
It was looking like a really bad game for them. If that zone went into that northwestern island, they would have been in really big trouble. But since it hard shifted down south, they took full advantage of it. And you got to take those opportunities and maximize them. And they definitely did. 19 points, great start.
Yeah, I mean, you give us a great circle. We're going to make sure we use that circle to its full potential to get as many eliminations as humanly possible, which is what we see
TX
from
for the win.
Plus Kia. We also saw it from the Vicious.
Yeah,
We also
India
have to
में भी
highlight
strong
the
teams
Vicious, right?
है.
I think that-
It's not like
I
India
think
doesn't
it
have.
seemed, Jukes, that
But
if we have to
Korea
be
is
completely fair, not
has
too many
upgraded
people really
themselves.
paying too much attention to
अभी
their
सारे
top
teams
three
एकदम
contenders,
2.0
but this
वर्जन में
game
आ
was
गए.
very solid. They were in their compound. They do a little bit of a 2-2 split to then take control of the high ground position without taking too big a risk.
తెలుగు
against
ఛానల్
Plus
పాస్వర్డ్
Kia, then
మర్చిపోయావా
take
అన్న?
full control of the
లేదు
mountain
బ్రో
in the next
మర్చిపోలేదు.
circle because they have that early information from that 2-2 split.
कुछ नहीं होगा, बेइज्जती
It was
होगी.
clean. It was on
नहीं,
point. Sure, were
बेइज्जती
they
तो
not
नहीं
able to
होगा.
win the
बहुत
fight
मजा
with
आएगा
Plus
ब्रो.
Kia?
बहुत
Sure, that
मजा
didn't
आएगा.
quite work out, but rotation-wise, it was pretty solid.
KK
So,
अंडर
I'm excited to
परफॉर्मेंस
see if
नहीं
Vicious
आ
can
रही
do that on the
थी
other
लास्ट
battlegrounds and not just
इंटरनेशनल
Hanok.
में. वो
One other
IGL
thing I
था.
did want to touch on here,
बट
Regnum
बहुत
Karya, bro.
खराब
You know,
परफॉर्मेंस
Max,
थी.
we were
खराब
discussing,
परफॉर्मेंस. I
you
mean,
know,
day
Tristan
1 अच्छा
Gabe,
था.
Silas. I'd
Day
probably
1 was
say
good,
this fifth PMGC,
but day 2
a
and 3
true
was a
veteran
nightmare.
of the highest level of competition here.
And I
Maybe
think
even laughing a
after
little bit
that,
because SOG didn't qualify.
K बाहर
Only
हो
in
गए
2
क्या?
points, but they were up towards ruins.
Yeah, Ruins
Even
is
Rivals
really a
Cup
lot
ये
of
चारों
tough
खेले
spot.
थे क्या?
Lucky for
K नहीं था
RRQ
क्या
that
टीम
were
में?
able to get out of Ruins, but Regnum Karya, bro,
क्योंकि
was
recent
stuck in one of
montages
those
में तो K दिख रहा था
warehouse-like
मुझे, इसलिए
buildings to
बोल
the
रहा
west
हूँ.
of Ruins, and leaving that spot when you got teams around you is always tough. And
Orico,
especially
K
brute force
and
sending it the
Forest
way they
left,
were
and
doing
also
it
their
with a
previous
bunch of
coach,
smokes just
LLL
hiding their transition
left.
point and then just getting
Fabian
close enough to
replaced
use
him
the
as
DBS,
coach
use the
plus
UMPs
player.
or the M4s and just completely
Wow,
obliterate
coach
them.
plus player.
Good execution from brute force, but I think that
Nolbu.
Ruins is always going to be tough, Jason. So Regnum
India,
Karya,
Korea
maybe the next game
में
we
MVP
have
था है.
Sanok, just avoid Ruins
मचा रहा
because
है.
it's not
रोंडा
too
भी
fun.
मचा रहा है.
Speaking of avoiding, man, Jukes, take a look at the Northwestern Island. You had Team Liquid and Influence Rage there, where Influence
No
Rage kind
team
of got ahead of
0
Team Liquid
points.
on the bridge,
All
able to
team
camp
gets
them out.
1 point.
Yeah, and that was
मैंने
kinda
क्या
crazy
पढ़
'cause,
लिया भाई, मैंने
I mean,
क्या
if
पढ़
that
लिया
zone
ये?
did go up to that north, they would have been in a
India
really,
versus
really
Korea
great
plus
spot to
Japan.
just
Oh,
destroy
that's-
squads on their
that's a
way in.
good-
But since it did hard shift south, they were just
That's a
stuck
good idea.
forcing to fight each other. And,
जाके Crafton को tag करो
It's a
ये.
tough situation, but you know when you have a hard shift like that,
कैप्टन पता नहीं
you-
दिसंबर में
you
कुछ
just
ना
gotta
कुछ.
put points on the board. And I think
Hopefully
that's what
कुछ
they were
planned है
going for
दिसंबर
here.
के
You know,
लिए.
it's one of those games you just gotta shake off. And
If not, I'll be
everybody else
super
coming up
pissed.
next, that's the time to really start putting in work.
I think Thunder Talk was just like, are we being teamed right now? I'd be one Brazilian squad,
Why last-
one Brazilian squad on the bridge. Like, where can we even go? But yeah, a little bit of a
भाई
rough
टी-शर्ट
start
में
for any
कौन सी
team coming in from
और
the
की
Northwest
लोगो
Island.
लगाया
But
तूने?
again,
ये
like we're saying, it's
ये
set
और
up.
की
I
लोगो
think
नहीं
our
है.
eyes are definitely be towards what
और
Eric
की
does
लोगो नहीं है.
potentially
मैं ये बोल
show
रहा
us.
हूँ.
I'm also
So next one DRS.
Last time India versus Korea जब हुआ था, how many days before did they announce it?
Gece benim mekanım.
How many days before?
Herkes ayağına denk kalsın.
क्योंकि आज नवंबर 14 चल रहा है. अगर दिसंबर में होगा कुछ इंडिया वर्सेस कोरिया जैसा कोई टूर्नामेंट होगा,
Saya Kelo daripada tim
तो मैं बस
Telkom DJ
कैलकुलेट
Alliance.
करूँ कि ये होगा ही नहीं बोल
Saya
के.
Jimmy daripada Telkom DJ Alliance.
Halo, aku Nerpeko. Halo, aku Mercy.
Hello guys, this is
ये TS ब्रेक MVP था PMWL 2020 ईस्ट में. ये ब्रेक पुराना प्लेयर ही है.
Takımından Silas.
Ben de Loxy.
Hepiniz hoş geldiniz. Bugün grup
Acha
geçelim. Sıralama tahmini yapacağız. Hepinize iyi seyirler.
Yang pertama adalah kita sendiri. Anak
Brai
tim.
Sports.
Kita mau taruh diri kita di
One
mana?
of the
Tengah-tengah. Berarti kita
stronger teams ही है इस ग्रुप के सबसे. Brai Sports.
9'a 10'a koyalım.
Ver. Niye ona koydun?
Yani eskiden çok iyi oynuyorlardı. Şu an çok iyi değiller yani eski kadrosu değil. O yüzden ona koydum.
So Boy Donkey ni saya merasakan
Spike भाई KD कैसे improve करे please. Bot मारो भाई.
Mungkin
Bot
saya
मारो. मारो
Kan
KD
12.
नीचे आएगा ही नहीं
Sebelahan. Kenapa
Beta
kau
Rob.
taruh VD di sebelahan?
Biar
Bot
ini ya,
maruh.
sesama Indo kiri kanan.
Sama Indo kiri
Oh,
kanan.
iya.
Oh, team secret. Team secret. So first time juga. First time juga. Aku rasa lah. Engkau letak random.
4 teams from each. India,
एंट्री
Korea,
अच्छी है
Japan,
लेकिन बैठने
Mongolia.
का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है।
Good team.
Okay, Selcom DJ Alliance.
No team
kita
0
orang.
point.
Saya
All
predict
team gets 1
mesti ada
point.
dalam top 3. Saya predict. Kau pilih tengah-tengah.
बर्डी ऑलरेडी एक बार पढ़ के दिमाग खराब हो गया, वापस तूने वही कमेंट करके क्या करना चाहता है?
Di 4 di PTLCH.
Oke, kita taruh di 4 ya.
Iya, taruh di 4 ya. Real kita taruh di 4.
Nomor berarti.
They're good teams.
Next team deh. Boyfriend. Bukan.
वो छोड़ो, एटलीस्ट 2025 का रोड मैप तो आना चाहिए दिसंबर में।
Nama.
वो क्यों छोड़ो भाई, मैं मेरे को रोड मैप नहीं चाहिए, मेरे को रोड मैप नहीं चाहिए, मेरे को चाहिए इंडिया वर्सेस कुछ इंटरनेशनल
İlk 5'ten çıkarlar.
कंट्री से
Ya, beragam.
एक टूर्नामेंट।
Good team.
Biz.
क्रिप्टो आया क्या?
3. sıraya koymak
मैंने उसको डीएम किया है।
Hadi yani biz birinci çıkacağız.
आई डोंट थिंक ही इज स्ट्रीमिंग टुडे।
konuşma işte.
कोई बात नहीं, मेरा बात हो गया तो ऑलरेडी क्रिप्टो से।
RCB.
We'll be doing watch party together someday.
PMGC punya champion. Saya
The problem is कल मैं नहीं कर सकता। By the way, कल स्ट्रीम नहीं होगा guys, कल स्ट्रीम नहीं होगा
Mati na rahat.
क्योंकि कल मैं कॉमिक कॉन में जा रहा हूँ।
Mati na rahat.
I got invited to Comic Con event.
Ramai team ini.
So जो भी हैदराबाद में रहते हैं,
Bir şey de var.
तुम लोग आ सकते हो उधर
Bunlar
मेरे से
çok
मिलने।
garip oynuyorlar ya. Bunlar ilk şuraya gidebilir.
तो कल कॉमिक कॉन की वजह से स्ट्रीम नहीं होगा, बट आई विल प्लान फॉर अ वीडियो इफ यू गाइस वांट, क्योंकि मैं कैसे भी देखने तो वाला हूँ घर आने के
Dia
बाद।
yang ngambil skill kita.
तो कल स्ट्रीम नहीं होगा, परसों भी कॉमिक कॉन में जाएगा मैं, तो प्लान करूंगा कुछ ना कुछ एडजस्ट करने के लिए। बट फिर डे 4 में तो 100% स्ट्रीम करूंगा।
So bagi saya.
तो कल परसों का दिक्कत है थोड़ा,
underdog.
बाकी तो सही है।
Pasti. Domakan ya. Apa ini tim?
सर्वाइवल स्टेज का करो क्रिप्टो के साथ। सर्वाइवल स्टेज में मोस्टली नहीं करने वाला हूँ, सर्वाइवल स्टेज नहीं करूंगा मैं, लास्ट चांस करूंगा।
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है।
पैराबॉय इन
The strongest right now.
Veera bro, he is currently in JDE, which is a Chinese organization,
Masih.
and unfortunately they couldn't qualify
Biombal.
for the PMGC.
Yer kalmadı ya, mecbur oraya koyalım ya.
Aynen.
5.5
Her
million
takım iyi aslında burada da yani.
दे के बायोट हुआ था
Bagus sih dia.
पैराबॉय का from NV.
Tengah-tengah lah ya, tengah-tengah.
Rebutan lah mereka berdua.
Sama kita ada juga sebenarnya yang rebutan.
Korea strongest country now? No, not strongest country, but you could say one of the strongest countries.
Gue di bahaya nih.
Tim Liquid. Onlar da iyi.
Almost all the pros have rated 4MV at #1. Just 4MV's things.
I'm so sorry.
Spike by
Sorry man. I'm so sorry bro. Sorry
आप भी कॉम्पी के लो
Sorry,
वापस।
sis.
नहीं ब्रो, उतना टाइम नहीं है अभी।
Kita orang letak dia orang dekat situ sebab dia orang pun first time PMGC kan. So kita tak boleh expect ah.
कब चलेगा
boleh
game?
juga
अभी
miracle
start
jadi
करेंगे
kat
ये।
dia orang. Tiba-tiba
Start
orang
करेंगे।
perform, boleh je. And
So which is the
kita
strongest
harapkan
country?
untuk dia orang.
Kendimizi 3'e koymamın sebebi de çok
It's
büyük
China
konuşmayı
bro. I
sevmeyen
feel like
birisiyim ben. Yani
China is still
hayırlısı diyeyim.
the
İşte
toughest.
Musuh terbesar mungkin lebih ke diri kita sendiri juga sih. Itu paling penting ya.
Iya,
Soalnya
iya.
ego masing-masing tuh kadang kan kayak walaupun terlihat kayak blunder kecil tapi
The
impact-nya
answer
besar
for
bagi
me is always China.
So inilah prediction kita orang untuk group green PMGC ni.
Laimara सबैजनाले डिएस टिमलाई सपोर्ट गर्दिनु
4 from India, 4 from Mongolia, 4 from Brazil, 4 from Korea. ये हो जाएगा तो भाई मजा आएगा भाई। Anything, I'll take anything bro. You put 8 Indian teams, 8 Bangladeshi teams. I'll enjoy that also. I don't care. As long as it is something new, I'll enjoy.
sadece şan ve şöhret için değil, sınırlarımızı zorlamakla ilgili.
ये भी thumb player है। I mean thumb fire button player
It's
है।
not just about winning.
Silas.
It's about the sweat and tears that got you here.
Bro forgot Mongolia and Brazil. I did not forget bro.
Ini adalah tentang
Mongolia and Brazil is super strong, but
Ini adalah demi
समझ
mereka yang
रहे
telah
हो? In my
menyokong
opinion,
kami akan membawa semula kebanggaan
toughest
kepada mereka.
region
And
is
this time,
China.
we will give it our all.
To be the one. Yani yeni bir takımım vardı. Sadece o yüzden Dünya Kupası'na çıkamamıştım. Şimdi ama buradayız.
We need India versus any country or teams. Yeah, exactly.
Kendi
Any,
gücümü de
doesn't
tekrar
matter.
göstereceğime inanıyorum. herhangi bir şey sorgulamadım.
We are
normal.
not in a state
Yarın
where we
oyun
get to
oynamak
choose.
için
We'll
çok fazla
accept anything
kasmayak.
as long as it is
PMGC
happening.
सेकेन्ड भएको चाहिँ कुनै पनि नेपाली टिमको लागि सबभन्दा ठुलो achievement
इंटरनेशनल
छ।
का मजा
योपालि चाहिँ
रीजनल
हामी
में
आफ्नै
नहीं
रेकर्ड
आता
बिट गर्नको
एक्सेप्ट
लागि
चाइना.
चाहिँ
Well
तयारी
said,
गरेका छौँ।
just gaming.
कम्पिटिसन चाहिँ
Agree.
हामीभित्र नै हो, सो हामी आफ्नै रेकर्ड बिट गरेर #1 हुन ट्राई गर्छौँ।
आरसीबी के प्लेयर्स पहले
Semua di hari
फुटबॉलिस्ट
terakhir
में थे क्या?
MSL saya kemarin.
I don't know इनका पास्ट
Kita
क्या
semua
है.
diberi video dukungan orang tua
But
kita.
all I know is साइलस का
Dari
पता है
terakhir
मुझे,
itu
बाकी
bikin
का पता
semangat kita
नहीं.
tuh beda lah. Kita punya
What
tujuan
about
untuk
Nepal?
membangun
Nepal is good,
orang
bro.
tua.
They have always been good.
Saya harap bakat-bakat Malaysia dekat
एक
sini
बार इनका
boleh
championship
keluar
रह गया था.
dalam e-sport
Hashtag
ni.
to
Saya
जिसमें
rasa
आया DRS.
Banyak je lagi bakat-bakat baru nanti dengan kejuaraan ini Malaysia
Not
boleh
Pakistan
tunjukkan
और
lah
बांग्लादेश
yang
controversy होगा.
bakat Malaysia ni semua power.
Umarım hak ettiğiniz
भाई
alır.
बाकी रीजन्स तो बहुत स्ट्रांग है बे.
Tek bir hedef, tek bir
अगर
odak
ब्राजील
noktası,
हो गया, मंगोलिया हो गया तो
odaklanmadan
भाई
ayrılmak. Biz buraya kazanmaya ve izimizi bırakmaya geldik.
सबै टिमहरू
Boom bam करेंगे वो.
खेलिरहेको होला, तर DRS ले पनि अन्डर एस्टिमेट चाहिँ नगर। हामी चाहिँ गेमको लागि रेडी छौँ। सेकेन्ड प्लेसले हामीलाई
नेपाल के टीम्स भी
Untuk semua
एडवांस्ड
masalah
है.
yang kita hadapi, kita akan lebih kuat dari sebelum. Perhatikan kita di sini.
बट हमारे टीम्स को बहुत हल्के में लेते लोग.
Power tak diana.
समझ रहे हो?
Tapi
हमारे
untuk
टीम्स भी
PMG
मारने
tu
वाले हैं, बता रहा हूँ मैं.
Ya, sebab rotation
So it's gonna be a very interesting
pandang rendah dekat
show
orang.
जो भी होगा. I hope दिसंबर में कुछ हो. अगर नहीं होगा तो भाई I'll be very disappointed. I'll be very very disappointed. पर भाई इंटरनेशनल में अल्फा 7 को छोड़ के दूसरी फेवरेट टीम कौन सी है? मेरा टीजेबी, करंटली टीजेबी. कमबैक किंग्स टीजेबी.
Only the fierce can survive
उनको
in the
hashtag 16 पे
2024
भी डालोगे
PUBG
ना,
Mobile Global
वो लोग
Championship
कर लेंगे
League
hashtag 1 पे
stage.
comeback.
There are 16
ऐसा
elite
team है वो.
squads in Group Green that will face off, but only
वो इन
3
donkey ID.
will advance to the grand finals.
क्या
Those in
नाम है
4
भाई,
to 11
most
must
unique
claw their way through the survival
organization
stage,
name
joining
that I've ever
16
heard.
other teams from Group
Why
Yellow
in
and
donkey
Red,
ID?
while the bottom 5 will face elimination.
कसम.
The stakes are high, making every match critical and every play unforgettable. This is a battle where anyone can be the one.
Would
At the
national
helm of
players
Regnum
give
Karya
competition to
Prize
international?
for
What do you
Silas,
think?
A
Yeah, bro.
5-year PUBG
Yeah.
Mobile veteran and proud 2022 PMGC champion title holder. Leads them with the same fire
नेपाल
that
के
once
साथ तो
took him to
आराम
the
से
global
करवा
stage
सकते हैं
team.
कैप्टन.
With his
No
unwavering
passport,
passion and
no
deep
visa
love for
passport.
the game, he rallies his team,
Issues,
pushing
I don't
them
know why
forward to
इतना
victory.
गरम
For RCB, it's not
PMPS
just about
use के
winning,
बाद
it's about
भी
reclaiming glory
ठंडा छोड़
together.
दिया
Do
अभी
they
तक
have
ऐसे
what it
तो.
takes to return to
The
the
thing
top?
is, no one knows what Grafton is thinking.
Hailing from Nepal, DRS Gaming
They might be planning
embodies
something big.
resilience. Once holding the runner-up spot in 2022 PMGC,
सवारी कर
they aim
सकते हैं
to
अपन.
overcome the
We don't get
obstacles
to
of
demand
CSA
anything.
region. Now they are here
We
to
don't
be
get
the
to.
one, driven by a spirit that refuses to back down, and a team full of selfless individuals who support each other. Will they finally
Reaction में बोलता है ना
have
all
their
is well,
moment
वैसा
of
बोल के
glory?
आगे बढ़ेंगे भाई, कुछ नहीं कर सकते.
This year, for
Complaining से
Miracle
कुछ
Vibes has
problem
been
solve नहीं हुआ अभी तक.
unstoppable. With Doc securing MVP titles in PMSL and building momentum, many local
इस group
fans
का तो
and
मेरे को
experts
MVP
say they are
Doc ही
better
बनेगा
than
लग रहा है.
Alpha 7, and they might
The
just
IGL,
be
assaulter,
the
scouter,
next global
everything.
champion with an intense hunger
The
for
best all-rounder
victory
है
that
वो.
will stop at nothing to achieve world dominance. Are we going to witness the
Oh,
rise
old
of the
you
next
do
global
is CD
superstar?
Alliance now. Yes, देखा मैंने.
Representing Malaysia, Celcom DG Alliance is on a mission to bring home
You
their
do
first
Sidu बन
world
गया.
championship. Dubbed the Uncrowned King by Malaysian fans.
It's a collaboration
Ingram
just
and
like
Alliance
RNTTX,
struggle to
वैसा
claim
वैसा वाला
the throne
collaboration
as
कुछ
they
हुआ है उनका.
consistently achieve top 4 throughout this year's PMSL seasons. They fight not only for themselves but for the pride of the nation,
इतनी भी बुरा
hungry for
नहीं
victory
खेलती
on the
है.
global stage.
The
Will
only
Alliance
thing we need
finally
is to
claim
get
the
international
crown?
experience. Yes, bro. Experience is
Group Green
Experience
is
is
stacked
where
with
we
passion,
lag.
power, and purpose. 16 teams are looking to prove themselves. Who will advance to London? Who will scrape through the
Here to continue discussing how the second match can
next
play
match
out.
is about to begin.
And obviously off the start for South Korea again, showing that South Korea might be the region to beat.
Do you watch any anime?
As they've already been
I
able
used to
score
watch a
DRX
lot
to
of
qualify
anime
through to the grand finals. Mir and Sejong already
back in
showing
the
they
day.
can
अभी recently तो
battle with the best
बहुत
here.
कम ही.
And of course, Team
देखा
Plus T is
मैंने.
starting off strong.
I used to read a
Well,
lot
that
of
comes
lot
right
of
here about
manga
Max.
also. Back in the day. अभी बहुत कम है.
No.
PC off
I
करो.
would wear that though.
ऑफ ही तो है,
It's like,
सीसी तो
it's
ऑप्शन भी
like
नहीं है.
a cloudy day over their heads 24/7. So I don't know if how I feel about it, man.
Must be comfy though. Like that looks very. I would.
अभी आया, तुम ऑफ करो अपना सीसी, शायद तुम्हारा
like
on है.
kind of dangerous. I would.
Max, I don't know if you'd be falling asleep. You're kind of put it on your head and be like, "Oh, I have hair. This feels nice."
I knew that
to
was
enjoy this
coming. I
moment.
saw him like, I'm just,
You
it's
just-
gonna,
yeah,
it's
you
gonna
walked
happen.
right on into
Jason's
that
gonna do it.
I mean, of course, it's just like, you know, it's something that's guaranteed in life, like death and taxes.
Is that guaranteed? Okay, maybe. I don't know.
It's
This is
guaranteed.
weird. Why did we
Yeah.
go back to us?
100% guaranteed.
Well, one thing we can't talk about, Stalwart, man. A surprise team when it comes to CSA, especially considering how the spring season went. Obviously, they did have some major roster changes, even some name changes for a certain player here as we're into the league stage of PMGC. I'm curious if later on we're going to have any sort of contention over in Picado with this team who gave us headaches every single time we had Miramar with them playing up against noobs. But we'll see what's going to happen. 10 seconds away before we head into this match. So, prediction time, Max Men.
Again, Thunder Talk.
Again, Thunder Talk. Hot Jukes.
Hey, you know what? I'm staying with Regnum Karya, dude. I have a feeling the zone's gonna go near Rozhawk, and I think it could be really, really beneficial for them.
All right, well, let's find out. It's going to drop into our first angle of 3 of the day with John Allen and Blink.
We got a big stretch of 12 Erangles that sit before us
Chill,
this
bhai,
week,
chill,
but
chill,
we
chill,
are
chill.
setting
Match
up
started.
the battle of the champions here on this one between RCB with Silas and Ray Z, previous winners, and King, the two-time champion. Between the two teams, they got the
Chalo,
same
the match
trophies
2 has
on
begun.
board, so
It's
let's
Erangel
see
time.
who's gonna win it out on our first Erangel.
And they stay alive.
Hello Spike, I hope
एंट्री
you are
अच्छी है
doing
लेकिन
well.
बैटरी का
Thank you
तरीका
so
अभी
much
बड़ा
for all the
कैजुअल
updates about tournament. Also
that's
love
right.
to see
A
you
blast from the
streaming
past right there.
from very long.
But
Keep
yeah,
growing.
we
Thank you,
are
Ankit
heading over-
Verma.
Ooh, look, it's
Means
very
a lot,
central,
brother.
very central playing path up towards that north side.
Thank you.
I do agree with Hot Chicks. They're going to really have a good time here. And I'm assuming that
Bro,
there's
एक
gonna be a lot
चीज
of
तो
action
है
down
भाई.
towards this southwest side at least.
China
Presumably
हमेशा
playing
बहुत
path,
slow start करता है.
You already have Thunder Talks as well as Forum V, Team Secret all down towards the south.
DRS
East
is in top
sort of
3 and
interesting
DRS
start to the game,
Sleepy
I would
is
say,
MVP
for
of
those
this
three
group.
teams. It's going to get pretty messy.
We'll see, brother, we'll see.
Towards the early game.
Decent start for
There's really
DRS.
only enough
Match one.
vehicles here to support basically 2.5 teams, I'd say. So for one of them, it's going to be a little bit more rough. So I like Thunder Talks.
इस ग्रुप में भी कंपटीशन
Mutual understanding here.
अच्छा ही
You see
रहेगा,
there's two
is what
separate
I feel.
teams on side. So what they do is they,
ऊपर गया पूरा zone.
they pick up all the vehicles they can, which they will
और
need
मिलिट्री बेस
in
पे
the
3
future
टीम
as we
उतर
get
दी है क्या?
Northern shift
Secret,
on the
TT
circle.
और
Group
4MB.
four, so we'll be very happy playing up towards Severny. And already there is our first knock and flush of the game.
It was CAG Osaka who actually are going on a weird
क्या
bit of a
हो सकेगा?
flex out here.
Garnet
They've gone,
Fragger है क्या?
with Matun all the way down towards southwest side near Ferry Pier.
TT King is also a good player.
Split,
अरे we
but
all know
seems
he's a
like the
legend
rest of the
player,
team,
bro.
They're
King
going to
is
find
a
a little
legend
scrap
player.
of their own, take RRQ on near Pachinki.
Junior Spike को बुलाओ.
5,000
like करो, मैं बुलाऊंगा, मैं लेके
They
आऊंगा.
are in a bit of
5,000 like
a
करो.
split right now. We'll need to see them regrouping.
Bro, make a
around
merch
Stalwart,
saying
who
Panuti,
are
that's
spread
my
around
first
Quarry
name.
and
No
out to
joke,
the east
बहुत
of it as well.
दिखेगा.
Circle,
LOL.
We're going up towards the north for our first lap
No,
around the
bro.
green grassy pastures.
Merch पता नहीं यार.
Yeah, I think it's interesting as well for COG
कभी सोचा नहीं
Osaka. Just in terms of that split, it's not actually as horrible as it looks. I don't think a
Team
lot of teams
Tamilas
will be
is
venturing
playing.
too far
अरे
into
Team
very
Tamilas
early
नहीं है,
on anyway.
TT
Matt's
Thunder
already
Talk
found a
Gaming
vehicle
है.
and he's prepped and ready to
China
go
का
on
team
the
है.
side of it.
Team
The rest of the
Tamilas
team
नहीं है
sends
वो.
a little bit further up. They catch a player off who is on that eastern edge of Gatka Fields. I think it's completely reasonable for COG.
Bleach
Osaka.
देखा?
So, you
Yes
know
bro,
what?
देखा
Well
मैंने.
played.
बहुत
Good
पुराना.
start to their game. One elimination.
I'm pretty
and
sure उसके
throwing
बाद
a little bit
Bleach
of their northern
का
side, which they know
नया
how to
version आया है.
rotate through in the future.
वो नहीं देखा मैंने.
It's a great decision.
Back in the day जो
and a
Bleach
great
था वो
pickup
खत्म
for
कर दिया
them.
मैंने.
Deep
नया वाला
here
Bleach
on our
नहीं देखा
screens,
मैंने.
Nolbu chips Favian as well as Osal. Very good team, as we've seen multiple times in the past. They already picked themselves
team
up their
Tamilas
first
कर दी
chicken
भाई
dinner of the
TT को.
day, sitting themselves proudly with 19 points. Now, we're talking about how in Group Red, actually there was some seriously good players
Royal
come through
Challengers
from
Bangalore
the
is
South
playing.
Korean
अरे हाँ भाई
representatives.
हाँ खेल रहा है. Royal Challengers
Unfortunately,
Bangalore. कोहली खेल रहा है ठीक है.
fall off
कोहली
quite
खेल रहा है
quickly.
मोबाइल
I hope
लेके.
the same is not to
सही
be
बोल
said
रहा है.
for D Plus here, though. I don't think that this is.
कोहली का गेमिंग नाम
How do I put this
guess करो
without
तुम.
sounding mean? I think that Group Red was very competitive, right? All the way
Top
to
8
the end.
PMGC versus top
Group
8
Yellow, Group of
BMPS.
Death,
ये
I'd
हो
like to
सकता
say,
है क्या?
considering
नहीं
it had
bro,
some
नहीं है.
very strong teams
सुजल
there,
come on.
But even that lobby
थोड़ा
was quite
logically
close,
सोचो.
all things
Top
considered.
8 PMGC
I
versus
think
top
there
8
seems to be
BMPS.
slightly.
It's
less
like
push.
disrespecting
Although, I do
PMGC
think
top
there are
8
gonna be
players.
some definite standouts.
Okay,
कोई
I mean,
sense है
I
इसका?
think given
Global
what we
top
talked
teams
about
को एक
over
regional
the course of it
top
as
8
well,
team
and
से
what it seems like a lot of the
करवाना.
teams are predicting too is that 4MB
Makes
are
absolutely
just
no
gonna
sense.
be able to sweep this one away. We saw them get 9 points.
RCB
on that
Kohli is
first
ideal.
match. See if they
Of
can keep
course.
that pace up. We were on board briefly with 77 as well. during
Isal
our,
Cup Namde.
studying around the map on this early opener. And actually, it looks like Influence Rage may be on board with 77.
It's
here.
Bra
Magnum
Esports,
on the
bro.
bike. He's spotted, but Raw doesn't want any part of it. They're just staring each other down
Kag
right
Osaka
now.
Carnival
77,
Gaming.
they
CAG
have pretty
मतलब Carnival
difficult
Gaming.
approach
भाई
to the Sandhawk
कुछ
circle,
भी.
but they did manage to get 3 points out of the game. Hopefully, this time around, with the circle being a lot closer to their location, they'll have a
बाप
better
रे
time of
बाप.
it and a better chance. Is this the first time that we've seen everybody
अलग
on the
feel ले
first
रहे
day
लोग.
be off the 0 point mark in the groups? I'll have to go back and check. Everybody got at least one.
Yeah, I think genuinely that might be the case. You're
Ben
right,
Stokes.
everyone gets
हाँ ना
one.
भाई Ben Stokes.
It's
उतार
for
दिया.
some-
Nice one.
you know
दो
what's
बंदों को
funny
उतार दिया
to me?
पर trade पीछे
Actually,
से.
we'll talk about it later.
गया RRQ गया.
RRQ, try and cross the
बाहर.
bridge.
That
भाई
Damn.
INF.
RRQ.
INF का
I mean,
मतलब क्या
see,
है?
a lot of
India
times you'll see
forever.
teams cross this bridge and they're at least
बोल दो
get
इसको ही बोल दो
something
यार.
done off the back of it. But I do think of rotating across the bridge when you know it's a
We are
northern circle,
restructuring the
you know that
names
playing path has allowed
of
teams to
all
get
the
towards
teams.
this north side. You know
INF का
teams
मतलब
are gonna be
India
holding on
forever.
towards box compound bridge anyway, and then rotating in the singular vehicle. ROQ kind of asked to die.
DK Dinesh
They asked to
Karthik.
die.
भाई
They said, hello, maybe please be knocked out early.
They had 3
Thank you.
players as well from that early engagement with CAG Osaka, right? On that early knock around that vehicle position. So maybe it's
TL
just like a
equal to
little
team
mental
Limra.
boot on the game, where you just go for that sort of a play.
ये
like,
बढ़िया
oh,
था
well,
bro, ये भी अच्छा
lost
है.
this player, let's
TL
rock-
equal to team
let's,
Limra.
let's try
सही
and pick
है.
it up.
It's not
And
team
then
liquid,
just
it's team
completely
Limra.
outplay the game for a little bit. Seems like that may have been
Influence Rage है.
what
भाई
happened
नहीं,
there. So
Influence
third
Rage
place
नहीं है.
back
It's
up
India
for grabs.
forever.
It's on the menu for 4MV, for everybody else as well on that lower side of the table. 77.
So far the best are
Just
RCB's
about
Royal
moving up towards the
Challengers
north side
Bangalore
of
वो है.
Magnum, trying to
TL
get
Team
that
Limra.
outpost
TT
for them
Team
as
Tamilas.
look for the
These are the
position,
best so far.
to keep themselves nice and tidy on the north edge of that Roshawk bank. We saw as well Thunder Talk earlier from the south side flank. Actually,
INF
rotating
Inferno
pretty
Squad.
clear
Oh
around
ho
the
ho
bridge
ho.
guard from DRS.
Yep.
Or,
INF is not India
to,
forever. It's
on
Inferno
that-
Squad.
Sorry,
Yes.
from Alliance
Inferno
on that south
Squad.
side coming on in. So a nice easy rotate up towards the north side potentially for Thunder Talk.
Yeah, honestly, for Thunder Talk, they did a good job. I think they picked
Cole
up vehicles early,
Soul.
like I
अरे
was
वो
saying
Cole
earlier.
नहीं है भाई.
Fantastic
CD
stuff, that replay.
CDAL है.
There's a step up from Lorazin.
It's not
Yeah, it's
COAL.
just clean. I mean, there's a backstab there as well that comes through.
It's
RRQ
CDAL, it's
attempted
not
to
COAL.
fight bank, but it was not quite enough. And the fact they didn't spot the player as they were crossing past was unfortunate. I
DRS
do think
equal
you
to
have stop
Dhoni
them to at
review
least scout
system.
a little bit on that
नहीं.
position.
ये सही.
But, yeah,
मतलब
that's sometimes how
it
the
does not
cookie
hit.
crumbles. I was going to say earlier, it's funny to me
Hit नहीं कर रहा है
that we sort of really have moved away from the boy naming scheme. And I think Little Boy is one of the few ones to still keep that one going. That's like
7-7
we've
ताला
had
for a
some crazy
reason. अरे हाँ
names in the
7-7
past
एक
for
team
that
है.
were like, I mean, Fireboy, that was a cool one. Power Boy, he's still here. That's another cool one. Little Boy,
स्पाइक भाई उर्दू स्ट्रीम देखो वो हिंदी में है.
Big Boy, but
Well, you
yeah.
might do, I don't know.
You're
एक
right,
बार
dude.
ऑडी
You
पोल
know.
कर दिया गाइस हमने जो भी उर्दू कर रहे हैं ना. ऑडी हमने
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैटरी का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
of PUBG someday.
I mean, it was. I think it was
PUBG
all
I
the way
play
back
but I
in
don't play on
PMCO,
stream bro because you
in
know
Berlin,
for
right? You
obvious
had
reasons
Paraboy
PUBG is
as
banned in
well.
India and
yeah,
some people have this
Fireboy,
agenda
I can't remember what the
to
other
not
boy
promote
was, but
banned
yeah,
games.
everybody
इसलिए मैं
started
stream
doing
पे नहीं
that.
खेलता
Maybe
हूँ
we're getting
but
the
off stream
era of
खेलते
the
रहता हूँ
Zin
मैं.
as well, 'cause we've got
Yeah we can play sometime.
we got Cardozo
एक दिन
leading the
stream
way
कर
on that.
सकता हूँ मैं
These
but
episodes
not
play
anytime
is-
soon. ये साल I mean ये month तो बहुत
I
tight
just- I
है.
can't remember if we had.
करूँ क्या एक दिन में PUBG Mobile
Maybe
stream
done it as a
guys?
meme, but he was
एकदम
UI
fun
boy for a while.
मस्ती करते हैं
Did we
उसमें.
have Micro Boy as well?
Micro
By the way,
boy,
thank you again for the super
yeah,
chat,
it was
bro.
good. It was a great time. It was a real
Ankit Verma.
strong era of PUBG Mobile.
Stop being silly now. It's,
अबे
it's,
एक
we're-
टीम
we're moving
बकचोदी
into
में बाहर
the-
हो गई.
the
कौन सी टीम
grown-up
बाहर हो गई
period
hashtag
of this
16
one,
पे?
so let's get
मैंने
Paraman.
नोटिस नहीं किया.
Let's get Fireman.
Fireman.
Huh?
Damn, he's putting out the fires in this lobby.
RRQ अरे देखा था मैंने
First
RRQ
we
बाहर
got
हो गई थी.
Micro Man.
Yeah.
Yes ठीक है डन है.
Little
मैं तुम लोगों को डेट बताऊंगा मैं. कल परसों तो उसमें
time for
क्या बोलते हैं
Bruno Man or Bruno
कॉमिकॉन में जाएगा कल परसों
I'm going to forget completely.
डे 4 ग्रुप ग्रीन का स्ट्रीम होगा 100%. उसके बाद सर्वाइवल स्टेज का स्ट्रीम नहीं होगा. आई डोंट थिंक सर्वाइवल स्टेज करने का. सर्वाइवल स्टेज करूं क्या? मेरे को मन नहीं है यार सर्वाइवल स्टेज करने का, बट अगर तुम लोग चाहिए तो मैं कर सकता हूँ वो भी, बट आई विल डू 100% लास्ट चांस. लास्ट चांस में करूंगा, फिर ऑफ कोर्स ग्रैंड फाइनल्स तो करूंगा ही. तो इन सबके बीच में मैं प्लान कर सकता हूँ PUBG मोबाइल का स्ट्रीम. मेंबर्स ओनली पे कर लो. अरे उतने भी मेंबर्स नहीं है कि मैं करूं, मैं पब्लिक ही कर लूंगा, कोई दिक्कत नहीं.
Thunder Talk here.
क्या सर्वाइवल भी करूं मैं? यस कर रहे हो इतना.
Because I think they made the right choice, right? Moving over towards that northwest side. I think it's a strong position to be in to cross that.
ठीक है, चलो डन है. करूंगा सर्वाइवल भी करूंगा.
It's not an ideal scenario. We do move towards Rozok. Haha! D plus and center of the circle. What a strange coincidence.
Spike, please read this message from last chance. 6 teams will qualify.
And honestly, very well known for being center circle team.
इतना तेज चल रहा है चैट भाई.
The circle bows down to their greatness.
6 teams will qualify.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
No, the London team also will play. ग्रुप ग्रीन से 3 टीम, ग्रुप रेड से 3 टीम, ग्रुप येलो से 3 टीम, 9 हो गया. ठीक है, लास्ट चांस से 6 टीम खेलेंगे. ठीक है, कितना हो गया? 15 हो गया. और एक टीम होस्ट कंट्री का गिल्ड स्पोर्ट्स खेलेगा. कंप्लीट 16 टीम्स खेलेंगे ग्रैंड फाइनल्स. ठीक है.
4MV, you can see they're on the south side of it, playing up towards these compounds north of the
Sky Sports Championship
and actually controlling both of them. Blank.
करते मैं अभी 1M Dynasty बोल के एक टूर्नामेंट अभी हो रहा है ना BGMI में. बिफोर दिस स्ट्रीम मैं वो टूर्नामेंट कवर कर रहा था, उसका वीडियो भी आएगा. तो मैं ऑलमोस्ट 2 लाइक 130 से मैंने बैठा था, 130 से नॉन स्टॉप देख रहा था मैं वो टूर्नामेंट. उसका भी वीडियो मैंने रिकॉर्ड किया 5 मैचेस. ओए नाइस नेट. ओलियो,
good nade actually, fantastic.
ओलियो का डब्बा बनने वाला है. 100% डब्बा.
Those aren't easy to hit. I think a lot of times you really do need to read into what a player's doing, and I think 4MV is
equal to velocity.
Very good at that. Even just watching their own games in their own region.
4MV is cooking, guys.
That has always been
4MV
a
is
fantastic
cooking.
addition to their firepower, just in terms of how.
Bro, ये 7-7 का शिफू ये पुराना प्लेयर है ना?
Circle does move
7-7
down towards southwest, so no longer favors D plus as much. Now, 77. I've got a lot of skin in the game here with this team. I was talking about Jason with this one earlier, and I think that they'd win grand finals. But we'll see what happens. Maybe I'm completely wrong. Maybe they get knocked out right now.
Finals, not even just this group.
D plus किया versus TT.
That was wild.
That's a lot of skin in the game. Oh my goodness me.
Yeah, a lot.
You've been having an interesting time.
दे दिए फाबियन को.
Big nade through from GA. Was Fabian outside the window as well? So he launched it through. He knew there was a player on that balcony. Big bouncer, perfect place. And D plus may have just been pushed aside here by Thunder Talk, but still not going down without a fight. Chips
TT का भी एक बंदा knock है.
Yeah, very, very important knock there coming through from D plus. But they're not able to get Fabian back up again. 77 going hell for leather versus
Fabian finish.
Brute Force over on that west
side.
Finish.
3v3 fight
going either way. Again, I feel bad for the poor observers, man. There's like 3 fights going on at the same time all the time.
Secret versus Yudu.
Yeah, we're on board right now with D plus. As well as
Yudu का आखिरी बंदा बचा है. Leon Dizzy finish.
To keep eyes on. Just because D plus won
ऊपर से RCB आ गया.
Big opportunity here, and the fact that Thunder Talks have been
Side
able to
DRS.
towards this position, somewhat mesmerizing.
King knock
as we were talking
from
about
XMPL.
earlier, that early rotation, that early crossing over towards that northern side, and I've actually been able to swing this into a very favorable approach into the circle.
Bhai, I think TT मार खाने वाला है.
The desk was looking at for the start of this game. RCB faring the better of the two. The nades from Nolbu, the Molotov.
4MV versus Team Liquid. Apex knock.
What's this? A roll-up coming through. Is 4MV taking on Team Liquid. Doc there needs to try and keep his teammates safe. They haven't lost Apex and Team Liquid. They can't
Team
find
Liquid
a
का बाहर कर
single
दिए 4MV.
way on in there. Go down
6
really
finishes.
quickly. Nice hold
Let's
for
go,
4MV
bro.
after their regroup.
Yudu बाहर
Secret
by
in a
Team
scrap
Secret.
as well, and K-Look the last to go down for Cellcom Digi Alliance, and it seems like they will
A
crumble.
very bad start for Team
Yeah, massive play
Yudu
from
Alliance.
4MV. A crash from Team Liquid isn't something that's easy to
Nalbu
handle.
knock.
And 4MV would make it look fairly easy. Some really good nade usage coming through from that team. Looking over towards 4MV. Very strong spot still. CAG, Asaka.
Push कर दी, push कर दी, push कर दी, push कर दी.
And then RCB holding
उस साल पे दो बंदे.
on the northeast.
Nalbo finish.
D plus struggling to find an opening here. Nolbu does get knocked, but a good shot from Osal.
ओए क्या मारा बे ओसाल ट्रेड भी ले लिया 1v1
Osal's going crazy.
मार दी भाई चिप से मार दी
King on the inside.
TD बाहर
Either an Osal with
TD
an
बाहर
through the window.
D plus किया full reset
D plus they only have 2 players left
नहीं
standing.
फिनिश हुआ क्या एक बंदा
Really unfortunate turn of events for
Nalbo
them.
finish हुआ
What was a really
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
D plus किया
northeast side of the map. They can look to transition.
I play T1 please play PUBG Mobile we can play scrims bro we don't need scrims we have that right क्या है वो क्या बोलते हैं वो मोड है कौन सा मोड है वो रॉयल कौन सा मोड है कॉम्पिटिटिव वाली मोड एक आ गई
Yeah, it's especially at this stage of the game.
वो खेल सकते हैं PUBG
in
Mobile में
the
बहुत
tournament structure,
खतरनाक सीन है
Anyone who's here is fearsome, whether they be on one player or all the way to 4.
I think our
So
players are
it's
stuck
not
in
something
same
you can
gameplay that
easily
don't
just look
want to
away
play
from.
like
Theo move
insane
up
but
towards the
international
position again,
are
but
always
it's
ready
this
to
little
do
bridge
unique
side.
strategies
I
etc
wonder
that
if
is
we're
the
gonna see some
reason
more
we are
4MV
too far
nades over this way.
there are
We'll
so
wait
many
and see.
factors
In the
but
meantime,
समझ रहे हो
4MV understand they need to move northwest, so a
I
good
still
pickup
feel
from
like
VO actually.
gunfight
I
में we
think
are not
that's
behind
really astute
experience में we are
gameplay
behind
considering where the
I
circle
always say
goes.
this
They know that a team has gone
Ultimate Royale,
previously
yes,
towards that
Ultimate
position,
Royale. Ultimate
early
Royale
on
है
in
ना
this
भाई,
match, but now it
Scrims की क्या
becomes
जरूरत है अपने को?
much more
अगर
influential with the
ये
way the
खतरनाक
circle's
players
going.
against Scrims
Even
भी है तो
try
भाई
a
खेलेंगे
lot
वो
of
भी
the
खेलेंगे मार
southeast
खाएंगे
side by
मजा आएगा
forcing CAG, Osaka, 4MV, Team Secret, RCB all have to face off again
Some
from another.
nigga
And
said
you can be
we
relatively
Flower
safe
C
going towards
not
the northwest,
playing.
so fantastic stuff from
Flower
the
C
PD.
अरे हाँ TD से Flower C नहीं खेल रहा है ना
Void Donkey ID playing out in the open though, and they have to.
Void Donkey.
It's an
nice
interesting
tapping
game.
bro nice tapping
I'm
एक भी
a
गोली
fan,
मिस नहीं
I
हुआ
think I'm enjoying it. Void Donkey ID
survival
is-
stage is also special
It's
because
fun to
teams
say.
will get reshuffled
Mention it
each
now,
day
I'm
so
sure. The
less time to
Vicious
adapt to the
got
lobby
their
absolutely
send-off
bro survival
performance
stage is
take
hard
on DRS.
compared to
Little
this
drive by there, the wrap around.
ये
the
क्या
loop
damage
come
का है
through,
Sleepy
DRS make their approach, but Sleepy asleep at the wheel there and has to slide down. Fortunately though, there's damage coming in from the rest of DRS.
क्या प्यारा spray, bro. Giante, nice one.
Will not be able to get away from it either. The blue zone pushes in, but DRS have excellent openings.
VC के ऊपर चढ़ जाएगा I think
Approach towards David
no
on the top
zone
floor
prefer
of
कर
the
रहा है
building.
DRS
But DRS, they've actually done the damage here, and sure, Domenor's going to try and take a couple of shots out, but DRS should just be able to get away from this one. Should be far more preoccupied on the Vicious of trying to get their teammates back.
अरे एक गोली का
Now, the spray downs out into the open, the only way they can get retribution, but the reload has to come through. And the spin out
Giante
there.
का किस्मत ही खराब है भाई
Maybe look for the heal
किस्मत
at
ही
the
खराब
open,
है
but finally managed to get the knock.
वो एक ही रहेगा कोई बात नहीं चलेगा चलेगा
There was multiple times where realistically DRS should have maybe taken
TJB
more
flower
than
अरे
that.
TJB में एक flower H है
Like a very much
TT
we
में
don't
flower
give a
C
damn
है
moment from DRS, just sending all out. I mean, they got 2 knocks him through into the flushes. Actually, I think them getting
Wow,
the
nice
flushes
nade
hurt
dock.
them more than anything. Another nade, damn,
dear.
get docked on.
ब्रो
5
4MV बहुत हाई किल वाला मैच निकालने वाला है इसमें I don't know about chicken dinner बहुत हाई किल वाला मैच होगा ये ऑलरेडी 8 फिनिशेस निकाल दी 9 finishes now
Oh, he gets the flush, nearly another knock, and it's Doc just bombarded.
क्या क्या kill चोरी किया
Again, this man just doesn't stop. Maxman, Jason, they've both been
Doc, 5 solo finishes.
Nade left in the arsenal. He's going to roll back.
This
to
man is a killing
more.
machine,
What
yaar.
more have you got? Splits the difference, doesn't get another one, but 2 players go down.
And the
Point
zone-
Donkey ID. You might be safe from the
आ
shots,
गया
but Doc has
अगला
another
जोन भी
ID.
है 4MV पे
The boys in chat right now are all saying it's the dockening. It's here right now. But yeah, there was some
नेड्स अरे वो
nasty
प्रिडिक्टिव
nades.
नेड्स यार इस लेवल पे वो
Nasty
समझ रहे
nades
हो
from
वो
Doc.
बहुत बड़ी बात नहीं है
Ooh, boy.
उनको पता है वेयर से
64
किस
back
एंगल पे
in
करेगा
action
थ्रू
once again.
तो
By
कहाँ
4MV,
फटेगा
I mean Doc.
वो सब तो इस लेवल के प्लेयर्स के लिए तो भाई बहुत
The words of Will Smith.
कॉमन नॉलेज है बहुत एकदम जनरल चीज है वो
Love to see that.
इट्स नॉट
Doc kicking
एनीथिंग
things off before MV, pushing them up into the
Very
top 3
impressive.
as well. 9 eliminations on this match, and they want more.
Very, very good stuff. I mean, for Void Donkey, they
मैंने starting ही बोला 4MV is cooking.
not go down
They have
for
cooked.
that. And again, I
अभी
think
देखो
the fact of
deliver
the matter
करेंगे
is that
वो.
I praised
Chicken
that rotate
पता
earlier on
नहीं.
because it is a
But
strong
kills तो
position
बहुत
to be in,
निकालेंगे
but
15 plus.
yeah, it was like a galactic brain move from Doc, just sensing where the players of Void Donkey were. Heard their Eoring off in the distance and took them down.
The Doinkies. Sorry, no, you made me say it now. The Donkeys get Doc on their case. We gotta stop this. There's too much. It's too much. It's too
DRX का जो pose है.
Oh dear. Doc
It's very hard to defend यार वो pose.
Hit him with the nades.
It is not easy to defend that pose.
Let's move on.
Yeah.
बहुत teams आएंगे ऊपर से दिक्कत देने.
Northeast side, goodness me. RCB getting stuck in from the northeast side. Influence Rage as well from that northwest. Vicious DRS all
देखो already एक team initiate कर दिया उधर.
this northeast side. There's a lot of
Influence Rage भी बाजू में है.
There is the lock-in fight in Sunken as well for Brute Force and 77 on the northwest edge, but it's these teams trying to lead from the Roshawk Hill who are really suffering. These are the last two players from D+. I don't think they're going to get to go
Doc ने
much
Silas को
further.
knock किया.
A long-range shot comes through from Doc.
D+
actually
किया
towards
is in
RCB,
trouble.
and that
Usol is the
will
last
slow
man
their
standing for
approach.
D+ किया.
Dude, Doc going crazy once again. He's back in the lobby. He's making moves. He's making shapes. He's throwing these shots out. And
Doc ने
it's
Silas को
been
finish कर दिया.
unbelievable stuff. Silas goes
नहीं,
down
finish नहीं.
next.
फिर से
Doc
वापस
is
knock
on
किया.
a tear.
नहीं, finish किया,
It
finish
just
किया.
don't stop for this man.
He's lighting up the elim feed there. 4MV getting up to 10 elims now with a confirm over towards RCB on the north
Usol
side.
the last man standing.
Give this
for
man
D+ किया.
an
वो heal
opening.
battle कर रहा है क्या?
He'll slip straight on through it. He'll take your team down.
हो गया DRS versus
In the blink
RCB.
of an eye. And it's RCB taking shots over towards DRS to get an opener in this little crater.
Last man standing है, sleep ही गया वो भी गया.
These nades and
मैंने
another
बोला
one
पहले ही
for
बोला
Brute
ये जगह
Force.
बहुत
But the shots
मुश्किल
coming
है भाई
this
डिफेंड
time.
करना.
Still from
बहुत ही
4MV,
मुश्किल है वो
but
डिफेंड
Baron
करना.
making his presence
मार दिया
known.
RCB.
And RCB suffering on what should be a simple approach. Brute Force trying to make their approach towards 77. They've been held out for a while. Neos is low. Freezer there to get res, but I'm busy with the first aid, mate. You're going to have to help yourself as he will get flushed away. 77 push through. Brute Force really don't have an answer here. They have to cross the open ground, and it's not going to work out. Furia out in the blue zone, just going to
Brute
hide
Force
behind
बाहर.
the ridge. And 77 get rid of the competition on the northwest side.
Good stuff from 77 to be able to keep that one going. 4MV down towards the southeast side. They get rid of the final player from Void Donkey and now can move into a stronger position.
4MV का डिनर है boys ये मैच.
I've kind of
4MV का डिनर
Yeah,
है.
yeah.
I
देख
like
लेना.
it. I
Void
like it.
Donkeys.
कितने किल मार दिया लोग?
They're
12 finishes
doink-
मार दी
they're doinking
4MV.
right now.
Yeah.
12.
I mean, they got dogged out of the game.
अभी भी
But yeah.
17
Oh dear.
लोग
It's having
बचे.
a bad time. And 4MV
Reefers
keep going.
Still going.
12
600 damage.
eliminations. The
Crazy.
back line trying to move up and regroup, keep pace with Doc, with Baron as well, who was chiming in on that forefront position.
Baron Wild को knock किया.
Influence Rage on the northeast side now, the last team to stand from that gladiatorial combat area. Leaving from
नहीं,
Rostock,
Wild को
6
knock
elims
नहीं
they
किया.
found for it. All 4 of
RCB
their players
बाहर. That
alive.
means
A
13
lot of
finishes.
potential. There's a
7
couple
solo
of
finishes for Doc.
They could maybe try and get towards, but 4MV seemed to be aware of
मजाक
all
हो
of
गया
them.
भाई.
That little
मजाक
ditch
हो
that
गया
helps
group
to
green.
DRS that
4MV के
seemed to
लिए.
be the approach for RCB, going to be the only way that Influence Rage could stay alive for the next few minutes.
This is wild behavior coming through from 4MV. Doc is on 7 elims right now.
ये मार खाने वाला है.
It's
मुंह के
good to
सामने
see,
बंदा है.
it's good to see it. Now I understand why Max glazes this man so much. 77 moving the way in. Magnum does get taken down, but 77, their approach out from Sunken was always going to be very, very difficult here. CAG Osaka cowering down towards the south side after hearing the shots pouring out from 4MV over towards the east.
Baron ने लॉ को knock किया.
Shifu, both very, very good players. Baron finding another for Influence Rage. They
Law finish.
cannot
14
find a
finishes for
foothold here. Reefers
4MV.
will finish off Law.
Doc knock.
Just racking up those points. Doc down. Oh no! Influence Rage with the
Sanchir
DPS,
knock.
actually the rollout coming on through, but
एंट्री
ओए,
अच्छी है
इसकी
लेकिन
is
बैठने
getting
का
caught
तरीका
apart.
अभी बड़ा
चलो
कैजुअल
भाई
है
बैकअप आ
this
गया.
crash, only Shifu left.
But दो
एंट्री
casualties
अच्छी
हो
है
गए.
लेकिन
फालतू
बैठने का
casualties
तरीका
हो
अभी
गए.
बड़ा
4MV
कैजुअल है
looking to try and
INF
keep
का आखिरी
together
बंदा
on the
है.
off angle though, because Influence Rage, they're down to just one player on the back lines. 4MV desperately want Doc back in the
16
mix.
finishes for
But that's
4MV.
moving mountains for them.
16.
In the rolling hills, that's exactly what you want.
ये 20 किल मारने वाला है गाइस 4MV 20 किल मारने वाला है and that would be a new record in this PMGC 2024 league stages.
16 elims right now for 4MV.
The highest record so far is 16, right?
Vicious David
16 is the record.
CAG Osaka
वो already कर दिए, वो record even match कर दिया already.
16 elim game already, 11 players still
I
remaining.
think 20 मारेंगे इस match में.
Work and damage to be done.
मजाक हो गया भाई, too strong भाई 4MV, too strong.
Extract the toll from the rest of the lobby. Baron marauding around on the south side, trying to sweep through anything that peeks its head up. And these hills now.
क्या लगता है boys? Can someone stop 4MV in this match? Doc knock.
Down to Demonor at the off angle. The Vicious hold the center, but blank there only two. Doc not going to get flushed just yet. You can see already Apex, Reefus both strategizing to get the man of the hour back into the action.
Where's that man? Right now.
18 by 8. It was 16 bro. Kill चोरी हुआ था उस मैच में. 18 कहाँ निकाला? It was 16. Reefus ने ST बाहर.
We're back.
और एक किल मिल गया. 17 finishes for 4MV.
That's the Vicious to pick up the point for it.
कैग एक टीम बचा है जो टक्कर दे सकता है.
And a spray down towards David.
3-man है वो.
Good from Apex. They're looking for that flush, but there's no way that gets res. Because Demonor is very close by as well. Doc.
अगर ये चारों किल मिल गया.
As well. Rack up to 19 elims.
Doc वापस knock.
But Doc goes down again. His third knock over towards him. He's going to be bleeding out fast. Move quickly.
Where's that man?
Baron, come on.
Nice one. और एक किल मिल गया Apex को.
Back in because Apex.
Now it's a proper 3v4 fight. CAG Osaka versus 4MV. 19 finishes for 4MV.
Right now.
19.
4MV.
अगर ये 3 किल भी मिल जाएगा तो it's gonna be 22 finishes for 4MV.
A 4MV
22.
got the 4 players, and that's the big approach that they have going for them right now. Reefer sends wide.
कुत्ता बना के मार रहा है
With
भाई.
this overlook, they do have an ideal location of where they're playing. I think for 4MV, they have to wait this one out a little bit, play a bit safe.
If they can get the chicken dinner, this is a
I think 2 दिन में qualify कर लेंगे 4MV. ऐसे खेलेंगे तो 2 दिन में ही कर लेंगे qualify.
WM in the hands of Apollo to watch.
Day 2, 160 points. चलो qualify सीधा.
CAG Osaka on the southwest side, a little bit less maneuverability. They are playing on the inside towards some of those buildings. If Apollo can get forwards into a linchpin position, it's going to be harder than easier said than done though. As Apex getting that light up on the angle, but that small.
Stats के हिसाब से current best team of Japan है CAG Osaka. So let's see how they do against 4MV.
Play here for CAG Osaka, which could
19
be a game
by
changer
19
for them. 4MV though, what a game from them. This has been unbelievable, as was this approach from them too. But they get into the circle with minimal casualties.
Nades coming in through from Apollo, who needs to stay alive in this spot. Doc doesn't get tagged on by the nade. Naoto as well from the high ground.
Nice knock.
Press rebuffed on the angle, but there's an opener towards Baron. Naoto from the high ground,
easy
able to get the spray down. Is it resable? Do they have the time blank? It's going to be able to push on in.
ओए थोड़ा दूर करे तो नेड दिक्कत हो जाता.
Central, but Apollo is going to put pressure onto this position. Needs to be careful, can get taken down, but doesn't seem to know where Doc is getting the res up onto Baron. Still has 2 nades to play with though. Doc can start to go for some healing. That nade might be good. That looks a lot more on target. Tags Doc, but doesn't get that knock that he
Last
wants.
nade.
One more. Just survive one more. Oh,
straight through the middle. It's straight through the middle.
So sad. So sad. Right through the middle. The
Zone देखा जाएगा तो CAG Osaka के पास ही better zone है. ओए बट आ गया नेड आ गया डॉग का. खत्म अब इसको रेव कैसा करेगा?
This is unbelievable.
एक बंदा जाना चाहिए रेव देने के लिए, दूसरा बंदा कवर देना चाहिए. But it's not going to be easy. It is not at all going to be easy.
There by a nade from Doc and so
Reefus ने angle बना लिया.
As well. The spray down from Reefus to confirm. Now 2 players for CAG Osaka, and they are trapped.
20 finishes
that forward position
for 4MV.
Hope, and I think it's all but done here for 4MV.
Wow.
Racking up the elims on this match, and they will be in first place after this one. It's going to be inevitable.
It's a proper 2v4 fight.
Disgusting game so far.
Just a matter of time, bro.
Wonderful stuff. Naoto has to drop out, and Reefus just has to.
A new record has been set
with smokes up
in PMGC league stages by 4MV on their match 2, Erangel.
Larry Bird,
22.
Michael Jordan.
A very cold moment
Steph Curry all the
in
way
this
up
PMGC
until today,
2024.
where Doc is dunking on the lobby. 8 eliminations.
Crazy cold moment, bhai. They're telling the
Far
lobby
more
कि
than
भाई
the
ये तो भाई
three-pointers.
हल्की lobby है हमारे
He'll be
लिए.
looking to play it into the weapons now. He's still got 3 nades, and they just funnel
Beautiful
these things
nade.
over to him. They know how dangerous he
ये
is.
हुआ
with them,
करण.
but Reefus has some of his own.
भाई ये
Gonna put his
ग्रेनेड
name
के
up on the
बाजू में
scorecard
बैठा है ये
too.
crouch करके.
A big blast from it. Should be able to get flushed out, and it's just
But
left
भाई
and
kill
left.
दे दो.
22 eliminations. Well,
Zone से मत
21,
मारना.
22 potentially
Kill
if
दे
they
दो.
find this last one. He's
Kill
trapped
दे दो.
behind the block there, and the nades are going to sneak their
दे
way
दिया.
around the edge, but the blue zone might claim it first. It's Reefus though with the off
कुछ
angle.
तो हंसो यार, अब तो हंसो डॉग,
eliminations
अब तो हंसो
for
यार.
MV.
इतना
Make them
कुत्ता बना के मारे लॉबी को, कोई
4MV
एक्सप्रेशन भी नहीं.
locked in.
How
Don't
cold
work
can
in
these
overtime,
players be, bro?
committing crimes inside this
How
lobby.
cold can these
What
players
an
be?
unreal result from him. Dude
The
got
aura,
red
yaar, the
4
aura of
times
this
in a
team
row
right
and
now.
refused to let
It's over.
stop the good work from happening.
It's over 1 million, bro.
And I'm surprised they're not happy with this. This is just
It's
another
over 1
day in the
million.
park before MV.
Light work. Let's head it over to do some heavy deep dive.
Crazy
on
moment,
just
bro.
how they demolished that lobby.
22 kill. They made it look so easy, effortless.
Oh man, Max, we talked about him so much at PMWC.
4MV is
We're talking
built
about
different,
4MV,
yaar.
The team to
It's
beat,
freaking built
and then they
different.
went
बस एंड में फाइनल में आके चोक ना कर दे. फाइनल में चोक करती है ये.
PMGC
लीग में तो कुत्ता बना के मारते हैं.
22 eliminations. That has to be a record in PMGC.
I mean, this PMGC for sure all time, maybe.
Dog बोलते
Question mark,
चड्डी
I'm not
बोलते.
sure. We'll
क्या
have to check it out,
comments
but bro, even Blank and John became the leaders.
चड्डी
Like,
बोल
arrest this
क्यों
man.
बोलता है
You
वो?
arrest this man right now. He
Reefus
cannot
ने
go
लिया
out
last
this
kill.
too early. And the thing is, looking back
22
on some of the
finishes,
moves,
bro.
right? Looking at 4MV, Duke.
Unbelievable.
It's not like the rotations they were doing were like
4, 8,
incredible
3,
10
7.
billion IQ rotates. It was pretty simple. It's just the fragging potential of this team is second to none. 4 limbs,
Unbelievable
8 limbs,
gameplay
3
by
limbs,
4MV
7 limbs,
esports.
1.4k damage for like 2 players. You're
Wow.
just chilling. Just
And
normal
MVP
4MV
damage
stuff.
देख डॉग का
Let's go.
1375.
And your
Reefus का
winners
damage देख
of Group
1385.
Green, ladies and gentlemen. We should just shut this down. I mean, this is getting ridiculous. You know, we had a little prediction game, right, in the background.
32
of all,
points
like,
in
the
one
kind of
match.
background team here, and
Crazy.
I didn't pick 4MV, and I was the only one that didn't because I wanted to be different.
And the funny thing is, dog is an IGL, yaar.
Like the others.
Oh my goodness, dude! Doc, 8 eliminations.
How many of them?
Look at the damage.
How many of nades though?
You guys, I hope everybody watching just understands what they just witnessed. This is PUBG Mobile history, folks. We've never seen a team dominate the lobby. I think in this fashion.
एक भी प्लेयर को मरने नहीं दिया.
I've been here
वही
since
तो
the beginning,
सबको
man.
मारे
This
ये.
is ridiculous.
सभी को मारे ये.
PMGC. This is not PMGC.
Owner is Nepal. Yes,
It started from the
पता
start
है
of the
मुझे.
match too. They were just popping off and just clearing mini Pachinki. I mean, initially they had the two split on mini Pachinki.
ये lobby
You would get in a 50-meter radius. That's something.
ये lobby
very
को
hard for
रुलाने
someone
वाला
to
है
do to
4MV.
get nade range of Doc. I'll tell you that much.
ये
don't
lobby
need
को
that
रुलाने वाला है,
50-meter
guys.
radius. You're going to be in deep trouble. Look like most of the replays are just Doc, by the way. It's just him, those nades on Void Donkey ID or
3 kill चोरी है. Kill चोरी तो it's part of the game यार, होते रहता है.
4MV are here to play, Jason. They're not messing around like PMWC.
आपने कभी इस टीम को देखा है NRX को कैसे किल चोरी करती है? सभी टीम से गाली खाते हैं वो लोग. इतना गंदा किल चोरी करते हो.
Over a third of the lobby. Like, that is ridiculous. Not to mention,
But still 22
in
finishes
one
is
game
a
alone,
huge feat.
they almost got more points than some teams
इस
got
level की
across 2
competition
days
में.
in total. In one match. Like, what is happening? Like, that is the 4MV max that we've been talking about.
My brother
this
is
entire
4MV
year.
investor.
And
Papa
I'm
ji,
so
nice,
happy
bro.
Hot Jukes, so like other people are able to see like
कितना
what
परसेंटेज
4MV
मिल
are
रहा है?
capable
ये
of.
बताओ.
Like I thought that what we saw from TJB
won
last week was going to be
day
the
1
most
points in
incredible
one match. I
performance.
know, right?
Like a
Day 1 पे
70-point
TJB
game.
को
They
मिला
had
था 31
over
points.
10 points per game.
Day
and I
2
was
पे
like,
TJB का
this
मिला
is
था
not gonna be touched. Like, this is so insane.
31 या 2 points. Day 2 पे भी.
No.
एक मैच में निकाल दे 32 points, bro.
In one game.
This is the highest in this 2024.
So what is this, 120 point
highest.
day here for 4MV?
Yeah.
We're looking at.
Match 2 Irangel में.
What is their average going to be at the end of this? If they kind
Damn,
of, if
bro.
they even
You missed my
slightly
super
keep
chat.
this
Sorry,
up,
bro.
I mean,
एंट्री
you
अच्छी
saw
है
it.
लेकिन
इतना घुस
बैठने
गया
का
था मैच
तरीका
के
अभी
अंदर
बड़ा
अभी
प्रेस
सारे
हुआ
सुपर
है
चैट्स में पढ़ने वालों.
Right, they were
Sorry,
just shaking
brother.
hands like, yeah, you know,
Some
good job.
people going to look at this like, oh, these are cool
Aniket,
overall
predict the
rankings. Wait,
team
wait,
and win
that's one
some
game.
gift.
That's one game.
मैंने स्टार्टिंग में प्रेडिक्ट किया था.
That's one
अंकित
game.
ब्रो मैंने
Like, you don't have to
स्टार्टिंग
be
में
some
प्रेडिक्ट किया
points, we
था.
have to talk about other squads
4MV
eventually, like, good game
is
from CSG
cooking
Osaka and Stalwart. There's
and
some
वो
really
कुछ
solid
करने
splits
वाले
on the
हैं
southern side
and
and
they have
west.
cooked.
But 4MV, Jason.
एंट्री
cooked
अच्छी है
really hard.
लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा
22
कैजुअल
पॉइंटर
है
रिकॉर्ड बना लिया.
That looks
अगला मैच के लिए करते हैं, अगला मैच के लिए करते हैं.
extra epic now.
Wow. I feel like Max
बर्थडे रिकॉर्ड बनेगा. बन गया ब्रो, रिकॉर्ड बन गया.
He's gonna get that signed by
अंकित वर्मा, सॉरी ब्रो, मैं मैच के अंदर इतना घुस गया था कि अभी पढ़ रहा हूँ मैं आपका सुपर चैट्स. One of the craziest matches. It's the craziest match of this
right now, Jason.
tournament so far.
4MV looking a little bit good.
To be honest, मैं इनका हार्ट रेट देखना चाहूंगा 4MV. अरे बहुत कोल्ड है भाई. 80 हार्ट बीट होगा इसका. 80, 85 होगा, 90 होगा मैक्स. बहुत चिल्ले लोंडा. कुछ सेलिब्रेशन भी नहीं है इतना बड़ा चिकन निकालने के बाद. Doc is ready for the finals.
Oh my god.
उधर करेगा सेलिब्रेट.
He
इधर
was a couple more assists, but he couldn't get him because he was destroying everybody.
जानवर है भाई ये बंदा.
This is ridiculous.
जानवर ही है ये.
Well, I don't even know.
Killing machine है भाई.
I'm literally speechless here, folks. I mean, this is a game that I could have not possibly predicted that would happen. I mean,
Next match में करते हैं अंकित भाई. Prediction.
At this stage,
इस मैच में मैंने कर लिया था 4MV के लिए.
And our guys, I don't even think we're going to see this again ever.
4MV be like मुद दिया बाकी सब टीम में.
Game leader for
मुद
4MV.
दिया भाई वो.
And he's fragging out like this.
22 kill करना मतलब वही है.
Like this is the
41
team.
points in 2 games.
Yeah.
4MV at hashtag 1 with 41 points. T plus cat 23 hashtag 2.
But how about 20?
Hashtag 3 VC with 20. CAG 4 ST 5 INF 6.
Striking potential of the
यही
squad
चलते
and the
रहता है.
insane nades from Doc. They also took some really good fights
सिर्फ
and really good
दो ही
brawlers,
matches हुए
especially
अभी.
taking Stalwart first because they knew CSG Osaka when
अभी 4 matches
they
बाकी
were
हैं.
possibly going to be the main
Day
threat
1
because
पे
their
4MV
team
कितना
plays on the
points
roof
निकालेगा?
in that flat terrain.
Rate करो
that
guys.
top is just
दो
so
matches हुए so far.
important for the side
41
of
points है
CSG for
उनका.
Naoto and Matsul in
अभी
particular.
next 4 match में कितना point निकाल पाएगा?
Great 2-2 split at the end.
Don't say
We saw them
century,
get,
ठीक है?
which just
बहुत
was just the nail in
disrespectful
the
हो जाएगा
coffin at
पूरा
that point.
lobby
Just,
का.
yeah, we're securing that game and we want to make sure because of
TT
the angle,
hashtag
you don't
14.
even go out to Blue Zone. Even if you want to go out to Blue Zone, guess what? You're not escaping.
Not
You're not escaping
a good,
from
not a
our
good
dot
start.
nades and we're just going to get 22.
100 plus ज़्यादा हो गया.
Who gives a
100 plus
crap
ज़्यादा हो गया.
about position at this point, dude? These guys destroyed
I think
everybody.
somewhere
Like, it
around
doesn't matter.
80.
I mean, it's so crazy.
Somewhere around 80 would be
The thing is that when you have a game like this,
a
it
damn
puts,
good start.
Like the
80 plus would be a
of
damn good
everything
start.
in these players. Like I guarantee
They're
you,
running away right now. Look.
Yeah, I mean, I would too. I mean,
80 plus would be a
if you
damn
see
good start.
Team this on
If it is
fire,
100, then
like at that point when
छोड़ो.
you notice it's them, you get an elimination, or you realize you're gonna fight with them, you're
अबे
gonna hesitate. And I
Z में तू भी पागल हो गया कि
guarantee it's
100 plus
gonna
थोड़ी
take
मारेंगे
over,
वो.
It's gonna carry on for the rest of the
अरे
day.
बाकी टीम्स हलवा है क्या?
Hey, you know what happens
Come
when
back
you see
करेंगे.
you're fighting for
देखना.
in the lobby? You know what
100 मतलब next 4 match में on average कितना निकालना पड़ेगा?
Exit to lobby.
60 by 4 कर लो.
Best combo. That
60 by 4.
I like
On
how at
average
one
इनको
point Max
निकालना
was
है.
talking about, I think it was Kagasaka having AWM.
60
and
by
I'm
4
like,
कितना है?
Yeah, but Doc has nades. Like he doesn't need to go to a crate to get any sort of
13
extra.
points
edge
per
in these
match.
fights. And the thing was, we were also talking like
13 points
how's
per
Doc's
match.
ammo?
एक match में
How's
40
his
निकालना
nades?
पड़ेगा
And every
इनको
time we
points.
cut to him, he has more ammo, more nades. He was kind
बड़ी
of
बात भी नहीं है
his
वो,
own team
but
as you
still,
took a
it's-
screenshot to show us so over in
they have
chat.
to be way
like,
too
insane
consistent.
stuff out of this team. But I know, I mean, I'm probably one of the biggest fans of 4MV. I will say this: consistency has to be maintained.
TT
out of this
easy
team.
comeback.
Obviously, one big pop-off
Hopefully,
game is
अभी
great.
के लिए
You can keep
तो-
yourself up in the leaderboards throughout the rest of today, at least. But we need to see some sort of semblance of consistency because that's something that I feel like they massively lacked at PMWC.
For sure. I mean, we saw them this
15
game. Did
points.
they struggle to leave military? No, that was a literally non-issue. We talked about it already before this game, right, Jukes? The teams that really
हाँ,
typically
15
hold
है,
off the
13
bridge,
बोल
which
रहा
are
हूँ,
CAG
15.
Osaka and also the side
15
of GRS.
अरे 15
They
is
did
a
not linger.
तुम लोग को
around
छोटा
those
नंबर
bridges.
लग
That
रहा
was
होगा,
an
but
instant
छोटा नंबर
rotation
नहीं
from
है.
4MV to make the cross to the mainland. So I think that's never going to be an issue unless the
70
circle
plus वो तो
somewhat
बस
centers
मजाक था.
around the bridges. That
मेरे
might
को लग रहा है
become more of an issue for them
80
later
plus
on, but as of
करेंगे
right now,
4MV.
not really. We're really focusing on these things, by the way. Camera zoom out on
I
that.
like it. Dude, I'll
देखते
say
हैं.
this though, man.
Doc
I don't
nades
care about
versus
the
whole lobby.
consistency
अरे वो
anymore, guys.
nades
I
वाले
don't think it's
moment तो
needed,
भाई
right?
खत्म.
I mean,
एंट्री
You can
अच्छी
call
है
me
लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
AV
Get all your
okay.
points off the
Done.
day, one game.
Yeah,
You're done.
just do this twice.
117 easy.
Do this
मोहंग
twice,
भाई
take
क्या
the rest of
फूक
the
के आए हो
games
आप?
off, and then,
117 मार,
you know, we'll see you in the
117 points
finals.
मारने वाला.
Oh man, just
I have to
imagine a
say,
world max where they pull this off on
भाई
like 2 of the 3 or
PMGC
3 of the
है
3
ये.
air kills today.
ऐसा नहीं होता.
man,
ऐसा वैसा कुछ
I
हो गया
have
तो
to
भाई
say, I
ये
think this is the most
हिस्ट्री में
biased death
जाएगा
sentence
आज का
we've
दिन.
ever had. Just
ऐसा कुछ हो
saying.
गया.
What else do you want to say?
बाकी teams
I mean,
comeback
it's
करेंगे,
about
देखना.
T-Mobile history.
ध्यान से
This is
देखना.
etched in stone here.
for
I mean,
sure.
I don't know what else. I mean, it doesn't matter. Everything else.
I see this
has been
caster, this type of
outshadowed by
reaction
hands
second
down.
time,
I mean, this
first
is
time,
crazy.
I didn't say it was a bad thing.
time.
I'd do it again.
BMW.
Dude, it's wild.
PMWL में
Well, we got about 15 seconds left until the
पागल हो
slaughter
रहे हैं
continues
casters में.
potentially for 4MV. Hot Jukes and Maxman.
What's your opinion on ST Sanchez? Sanchez is a damn good assaulter.
Great.
As a team, they are not performing well. बस बाकी कुछ नहीं है.
Oh, you stopped early. What the hell? Okay.
Well, if you say him 3 times, you might summon him. And
चलो, the match is about to begin. अभी आया मैं.
We're gonna head back into Erangel once again. 4MV's playing ground. Can they potentially pull off more than 22 eliminations? Let's find out with John Allen and Blake.
What a gross finish from 4MV off that last match. That was disgusting behavior from them. They have managed to put a massive dent in their potential point scoring needs over the course of this week. And maybe with that one game, they have laid the gauntlet to make it not a race for top 3 blank. It's a race for 2nd and 3rd place.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. I'll agree with Hot Juice, man. You know, if you can consistently put up 2 games like this every day, then yeah, you'll absolutely see
एंट्री
yourself
अच्छी है
towards the
लेकिन
top
बैठने
side
का
of the
तरीका अभी
lobby.
बड़ा कैजुअल है.
Fantastic work from 4MV. Difficult to really praise many of the other teams inside that lobby, other than 4MV, obviously, because it was such an incredible game. However, what I will say is that looking at some of those squads, COG, Asaka right now, happy to see them play the way they are. I think even on Sandhawk, they didn't look terrible.
How to buy
at all.
membership?
I think the positions that they took
AV
on
भाई,
that were fairly
आपको
strong. Then back
subscribe
over
के
to
बाजू में
Syrian
join वाला एक
Arundel.
button दिखेगा.
Yeah, you get a strong
You can
position.
tap on
you
that
try
and
and break out from those
you can
buildings.
become
You
a
take
member.
the high ground approach. You're playing with 3. I think it was a little bit too much considering
ए
that
chat
part of the
वाले
game
गंदे लोग, तुम लोग
4MV
सुसु वगैरह नहीं
was
करते
quite
क्या?
literally going super
What do you
saiyan.
do when you have to pee?
I don't really think you could have put them down any other way. To be honest with you, I think
भाई
they
रूम
were
बहुत ठंडा है,
just
पानी पी रहा
honestly
हूँ.
in that moment
बाहर आएगा ना?
unstoppable. So yeah, I think with 4MV, let's hope we can see more out of that. But there is certainly other teams inside this lobby who are doing fantastic.
There was that triple knock onto Doc
मैं
as
मैं
well
देखना
during
चाहता हूँ
that match.
TT
It
का
has to be
comeback.
Noted that he did get taken down, but that's only because he was so hungry.
सारे single digit
for the
लेके
rest of the
बैठे
lobby,
हैं.
and they did
Bottom
actually
8
get
teams
those
और
reses
ऊपर
fairly efficiently
41
and
points लेके
effectively,
बैठा है.
and which means that he was taking risks, sure, but he was taking risks.
Cheats on कर ली
that
भाई.
made a lot of sense, right?
4MV,
And
cheat
that's
code डाल
what
दी
criticized
4MV.
a couple of other players. I think probably the biggest example of that for me, when you look at other regions,
Bathroom
other
से stream
groups,
देख रहा हूँ.
potentially
Just
known,
gaming bro.
from Team Spirit, who goes for these crazy plays and can pop off as Doc did in that last match. But
An
he's
interview
in
Doc
these
said Alpha
risky
7 is
positions that
overrated.
his team
वो
can't
last time बोला था
capitalize
ना.
on. The difference here is that Doc
Last
was
time बोला था
very
Alpha
second
7 ने तो
wherever he
खतरनाक
was
रिप्लाई दे दिया
so
ट्रॉफी
that-
उठा
that
के.
was magnificent to watch.
It was. I think for Doc,
It
the
was an
difference here
AWC.
is that those mistakes aren't being punished as much.
Deeples किया this match dinner.
Over
एंट्री
for
अच्छी है
no
लेकिन
news, a lot
बैठने
of
का
time.
तरीका अभी
Two
बड़ा
best teams
कैजुअल.
for this match
Huge amount of
and
squads
win
inside,
gift.
Group
Okay,
Yellow that
I'll
were
predict
quick
after
to punish
fourth
those
circle.
mistakes.
Fourth circle के बाद मैं predict करूँगा.
But
Because इतना
fantastic
early
stuff
predict करना
either
बहुत
way
मुश्किल है.
from Doc in that game.
Yeah, 4MV, they have made their mark so far with
Kid
a
saying
massive
4MV
game,
playing like
41
TSM
points on the
entity.
board, and 7WG, he found out all about them.
Welcome back to a quick report with the 7WG. 4MV just had the best
Bro, I also
performance
play
we have
Ultimate
seen
Royale,
so
but
far out of
truly
PMGC
it's very
league stage,
hard. The
especially
team
Doc
which
putting up so many
performs
eliminations.
best
I got a chance to talk
in
to
it
him
till
in between
end
this game.
against
I
PMGO
asked him,
slots,
how
which
confident
admires
are
a
you
lot
feeling after
and
that
also
game?
better
He
than
said, you
BGMI
saw
scrims
what the
too
other
far
teams were saying in
and
their
good for
predictions.
practice. I know bro,
Everybody's
I know.
expecting them to qualify.
मैंने
I
खेला है
also asked
ऐसी
him which
ऐसी
team
खेला
they
मैंने
think
randoms
they're
के
going to be
साथ.
the biggest challenge. They mentioned Team
जो
Liquid.
उतारे ना गाड़ियों से
Team
वो.
Liquid right now is not starting off so
मैंने
hot.
गाड़ी से कुचलने
Back to
की
you
कोशिश
guys.
किया. जो उतारे ना मेरे को, I got owned.
Wow, interesting.
Yeah,
I think
Ultimate-
Team
I mean,
Liquid will be
Ultimate
their
Royale
biggest
is
challenge. As he said, though,
very
they are
competitive.
stone cold last at the tables right now, but it's only been 2
खेलेंगे अपन.
matches with a point average of 1 per
खेलेंगे
game.
अपन खेलेंगे.
It's not ideal. I think
Before
as
finals,
well, given
I'll
that
plan.
there is 2 points at least.
I'll
on
plan
everyone's
the
tally.
stream.
Actually, no, I'm not sure.
We'll
I
play
was
Ultimate
gonna say,
Royale.
was that
एक
another
अच्छा
game where
team,
everyone got
अच्छा
at least
team.
1 point, but I
कोई
think actually
अच्छा
all
team है तो
points were
बताओ.
given to 4MV
मैं
from that one,
तुम्हारी
if I'm
टीम
not
के साथ
mistaken.
खेलूंगा मैं.
Have to double check.
देखो मेरे को कैरी करना पड़ेगा. मैं
Team
काफी
Liquid
टाइम से मैं
definitely
गेम नहीं
not
खेल रहा
doing
हूँ. तो समझ रहे हो, my reflexes are not up to the mark.
I think when we look
But
at some
फिर
of
भी
the rotations,
टोचन दे दूंगा मैं. अगर
there was
गलती से
a couple
चोक
of
कर
times
दिया
where
तो
they
बैकअप
have
के
thrown
लिए
down
समझ
the
रहे हो.
gauntlet. They've tried to
4MV
make some
from which
aggressive
country?
trades,
Mongolia.
tried to put some aggressive pushes. It's not quite worked out in their favor. Like last game, they went up
ST is
against
also from
4MV,
Mongolia.
and again, I think it's fair enough for 4MV to be like, you know what, this is a team that is incredibly strong that we might lose to.
Spike by 4MV has 4 hackers, isn't
it?
it?
Was really
Yes,
only
bro.
Team Liquid that looked like they made 4MV
3 normal
sweat
hackers, 1
in that
समझ रहे हो?
engagement. So I think it's fair enough. It was just that honestly,
1 pro
at that moment
hacker.
in time, 4MV were just
Talking about
better. Though I do expect Team Liquid to pull their
Survival stage कब से
socks
है?
up because right now
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
ओके बॉडी और 2 तगड़े असॉल्टर को लेके आओ, अपन फाड़ेंगे पूरा एकदम. अल्टीमेट रॉयल को रुलाएंगे अपन. ठीक है, अल्फा 7 को भी डालो, फर्क नहीं पड़ता. आईजीएल बर्डी है अपने साथ.
Looking to try and chase down one of those top spots.
Why old ST disband?
Representatives from Japan that I think
Old ST did not disband, bro. They left ST and they joined Falcons.
Top 3 spot in our group stages.
वो अभी भी साथ में ही खेल रहे.
To make that one happen.
कोई छोड़ा नहीं है. बस नर्जेट 5th है.
Head on over to DRS
East खेल रहा है.
I feel like we're waiting for that pop-off performance from DRS.
बताओ स्पाइक भाई टॉप वर्सेस डॉग. भाई मैं नहीं बता
but
रहा
in
हूँ.
general,
दोनों मेरे को बहुत पसंद है.
hoping that they can
Why do I have
start
to
to step up,
pick one?
because I think that the region in general has
Both-
been historically very, very strong, and DRS have been
Only
at the
prime
forefront.
TSM entity can
Yeah,
outsmart
DRS
4
been
MV.
together a long time as
पापा
well.
जी bro.
I think each individual player on that team.
पुराने
very,
बातें
very
छोड़
good.
देना bro.
I
Present में
love
जिएंगे अपन.
DRS as a team. I think a lot of people call them the real snakes because they have some unreal moments towards the end.
भाई
games,
भाई
but they are
ये
incredibly
ग्रुप
good.
बहुत हल्का है as compared to other groups.
RRQ, they make it across the bridge, blank.
I mean अभी के लिए ऐसे लग रहा है but समझ रहे
They
हो.
weren't all in the
बाकी
same
टीम्स भी
vehicle
अभी
either.
एक
So
एक करके अपना
they
रंग
picked up
दिखाएंगे ना
on
तब पता
good
चलेगा.
block, brought them down earlier.
एक एक करके सारे अपना रंग
Across
दिखाएंगे
up to the
तब
north
पता
side,
चलेगा ये
circle
ग्रुप का भी.
pushing up towards the hills.
So far
South
group
to
red is the
Bergen,
hardest. We all
shooting
know that.
range.
उसके बाद येलो, अभी
Crossing.
ग्रीन का
Two
देखते
players
क्या
from brute
सीन है.
force. This is a big 2-2 split. So only 2 players from brute force are here. The other 2, they're up in Saverni. And I feel like this peel off is
Replace Kia versus
completely
Liquid.
necessary here. Zara
Ayala knock
should
finish.
be able to find these knocks, find these
अच्छा होता रहा बे.
points, and Freezer now solo.
Freezer by himself, stuck out in the open. RQ, Saru will find Neos on the approach. Oh, the brute force, it's not looking great. I mean, 10 points so far. It's not horrendous for this team, but yeah, consistently going down early like this is not fun. They got a little bit further in that last game, but for brute force, it has just come down to a case of messy fights so far.
भाई कैग वर्सेस 4MV बेरोन नॉक
एंट्री
फिनिश.
अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
Challenge prediction now. Win
Ooh, a little knock and a flush
else
over
no
towards
challenge.
Apollo as
Okay.
well. On this bridge crossing, 4MV trying to leave.
दो
Freezer
team
does
choose
go
कर सकता
down
हूँ
in the
ना.
meantime here as brute force are getting picked up and
I'll go with
CRG Osaka.
I'll go with,
4MV's approach
Kag
across the
Osaka.
bridge. This is big
And
stuff.
D plus
Doc
Kia.
has to turn around, get away from that.
No 4MV.
Maybe go for a rotation. I mean, it's very, very late
Because
now
why
into
not?
the circle. They
Let's
spot
make
the
it
Doc
hard.
goes
देखो
down
कैग
too.
मार रहा है 4MV को.
This is
Last match का बदला ले रहा है. Dog finish.
CHG. Man, I love
Reverse
it.
finish.
4MV's getting too easy. of a
So my two
rotate out of
teams,
Sosnovka.
AVY,
Let's put an end to that, shall
replace
we?
किया कैग
Last
Osaka.
game, it really was a case of 4MV taking it to task with CAG Osaka. This time around, though, CAG, they pull out the FPI badges. 4MV surrounded. Put your hands up and come out quietly.
अभी
This
अभी
is
duo
very,
versus
very
squad
well
ये
done
chicken निकालेंगे
to
तो भाई
CAG. Big fan of that one.
मैं तो हैकर ही बोलूंगा. मैं रिपोर्ट
And
करूंगा
in
PUBG
general,
मोबाइल
there's
को
not going to be
4MV
too many teams going to be directly in their path as well because they're going to read into the circle, right?
अरे
You've got
DRS का
teams,
नाम
they're
लेना
gonna
था
be
मुझे.
going north
कोई
of the
बात नहीं,
river,
छोड़ो.
which means that there's not going to be too many roadblocks around Pachinki, around potentially those western bridges are going to give you a little bit of trouble right now. Not really, but CAG Osaka do have to move forward.
Team
fast,
spirit
so
भी
you
है
can
क्या?
afford
Team
to
spirit
spend
finals में
time
चले गया
and
bro.
still have quite a
Team
decent
spirit
chunk
नहीं
of
है.
circle
This is
to
group
have
green.
access to, which is always the problem with a bridge camp like that, is that sometimes you are just going to be cut out of getting into the circle.
Tony
But
K
because it's so
versus
far
Top
north, you
versus
can
Doc
commit to
versus
that. And
Flower
with this
Edge.
shift,
BGMI
CAG Osaka
Premium
may have
Account
just hit a
Store.
point.
It's just
Bro,
hilarious
नहीं बता
to
रहा हूँ
me,
मैं ये सब
honestly,
की.
the case of
मैं नहीं, तुम
you
कराओ,
caused a
मैं
suspend
देखूंगा
the
but
last
मैं
match.
choose
You
नहीं
denied
करूंगा.
as a chicken dinner, right?
INF and
That's it
BC.
then. We're
Okay,
going
buddy.
down to Sosnovka. We've had enough. But yeah, I mean, quick reaction from CAG. They go down, but they're not willing to allow the guys over on 4MV to feel like, you know, they've got away with
I think
a crazy
CAG
game
will
versus
regret
them.
camping
There was
4MV.
definitely an opportunity for CAG to
I think
win that
CAG
last
is
game.
getting back.
Unfortunately, the nade
I
usage wasn't
think
quite
CAG
there
got
from them. I mean,
revenge
Apollo
for last
almost
match.
had,
Last
really
match
good
में
pickups over
4MV
towards
owned
the two
CAG.
players on 4MV, but
तो थोड़ा
I think that it's less
थोड़ा
if you look back
रिवेंज
on that match, if you look
लिए
back on
वो
that match, you actually watch it back.
एंड
It's
4MV
less
will
that
come अगला
Apollo's
मैच में
nades
दिखाएंगे
weren't
कैक को
great,
फिर वापस
but just that mental gain coming from 4MV of where they moved, because they didn't instantly go for the res, they
अब
moved all
स्पाइक
the
भाई ने
way out
बोल
to the
दिया
edge of the
4MV
blue
चिकन
before
कहाँ
they
बोल
went
दिया
for it,
मैंने
then they
बोला नहीं है
split
4MV
to
चिकन
1-1.
मेरा प्रेडिक्शन है
So
D
if
प्लेस
a
किया
nade
एंड
did come
कैक
through or knock one of them,
बाकी
it
विल
would
सी
have only got the one knock as opposed to grouping. So yeah, it's very very
टीम
smart
कोड बना
from
के
4MV,
अल्टीमेट
the
रॉयल
way they
खेलो
prevented complete
भाई ऐसा
demise
खेलेंगे तो
from
मार
Apollo.
खाएंगे हर मैच में
Very
अपन
very well done.
टीम कोड से
D plus
कैसे
Q
खेलेंगे
though, up
अल्टीमेट
again
रॉयल
versus
प्रॉपर टीम के साथ खेलना
Brute
पड़ेगा
Force with Fury and Prepod trying to hold
D plus
their
किया
own,
वर्सेस
but
ब्रूट फोर्स
nades going through the building,
ब्रूट
hitting
फोर्स
the
2 मैन है
rooftops, not getting much done at all, and Fury
लेट्स
is
गो D plus किया
struggling
मारो
right now.
Ooh, brute force. They're down to 2. I mean, we saw them
talking
lose
about
2 of their
4MV
players.
dog is IGL and
on
Frags
their
like Hell,
quite
Reefers and
frankly, kind of
Apex
fumbled escape
the
from
entry flyer,
Severny,
but watch
right?
Reefers plays, they are
were
also
in a
no less
weird
than
split
dog.
and just got rolled
Epic
up on
Baron
us
is like a
4, lost
professional
half of their
supporter for
players, and
dog,
now they're
always with him.
playing on the dribs and drabs. D+, they're going to share the compound
बहुत
with them.
next level study किया मैंने उस team को
on the north side.
कोई loopholes
and
नहीं है
actually, maybe
Low
quite
में खेलेंगे तो
useful
बहुत
to stop
खतरनाक
teams
team है
from the
4MV
north trying to crash in. But right now, there's only Influence Rage who are still in that location. We've got a couple of teams now trying to find their homes on the southwest side, not least of which Selcom Digi Alliance.
भाई टीम लिक्विड को क्या हो गया भाई
Trying to fend off maybe COG Osaka, as well as Voin Donkey
Two man
ID on the southwest side, playing on the compounds from Pachinki to school.
Voin.
Spike bro, new video title will be 4MV is built
I'm
different
not even going to go there.
bro
'cause I've
the
been
most
called
built
a
different team है bro क्या कर सकता हूँ
Team
मैं
Liquid though, Cardozen down. This Isle are already out as well. It's not a good start. To be fair though, I think this is somewhat understandable because if you look into the past of any of the
bro I am in
Americas,
India and I got PMGO slot
typically
would they allow us in
Brazilian
LAN event
teams have
leader
this
हो जी bro
problem
आपको
where
कैसे
if
मिला
they are on
PMGO का
top,
slot
they're doing well. It's very hard to shut them down. But the mental game has always been a bit of a difficulty for them in terms of,
Zone
you
shift
mentioned
to
it, the
output.
mental boom. It really does slow them down in that sense. Alpha 7 struggled with this so much in the past. And I think they're one of the few teams from Brazil that's been able to kind of
INF का अच्छा सर्कल है
get rid of that curse, expel it almost, with the addition of McGrellin. And I
Spike
think
by
they've
how
done
can Mongolian players be
wonderfully
this
well.
much
Now,
calm
even in
practice meditation I
Group
don't know
Yellow, when they were losing games that they maybe could have
it
won,
has to do with
it wasn't like
it has to
they
do with
looked
them
upset with
their
it,
confidence
yes, but
bro
they didn't look distraught.
when your confidence is
and they
high
were quick to readjust,
you'll be more calm
fix
and
those
you'll be
mistakes.
more
Now, I don't want Team
समझ
Liquid to fall into that same trap that Alpha 7 has certainly
Natural.
fallen into before, and they just
Naturally,
get back on
bhai.
the bike here. Ricardo's
Naturally,
going
look.
down to Prepod, one of the two players there from Brute Force. I don't know, man. I'm worried.
DRS versus
I'm worried
ST.
for Team Liquid.
XMPL knock
Momentum definitely not there for them right now.
finish
and
भाई finish हो गया
4MV
XMPL sleepy
a
knock
bit tongue in cheek with that call out saying that they might be their biggest rivals, but perhaps they're right. If they'd have actually switched on the engine, they could be gassing
they're
up their
correct.
point scores right now. And there's still potential for them
sleepy
to do
finish
that, right? Hopefully they can come back into this one, but they're trapped under the bridge right now. A big northwest shift, Blank. This is really, really nasty. The teams have now gone up to the north side of the circle, gone, oh, rats, we're going to have to go down to the south side again. And now they have to go back north of this river, which means that there's going to be a lot of chaos and a lot of weak positions.
Dude, I think for 4MV, they're absolutely correct to pin Team Liquid as one of their biggest rivalries inside this lobby. Team Liquid is a sick team. It's just not
7-7 versus CAG का दो
reflecting
बंदे
on their
knock
current point scoring. This is a wild rotate, by the way, from CAG.
अरे
I'm
भैया
not the biggest fans of it. I think heading through
और
over
knock भी
towards
ऐसी
that
जगह पे
northwest
खाया भाई
bridge,
इनका भी
you
ब्रिज
know
कैंप हो
the
गया बे
front team's already in this area,
CAG
especially
का
with
भी
the fact
ब्रिज
that
कैंप हो गया
77 start in Sunken anyway. They're likely to head up over to its north side and try and control this bridge
टिटपटाट हो गया भाई ये
crossing.
तो
So for CAG, again, it's very similar
इन
to
लोग ने
what we saw in
4MV के लिए
San
किया
Harbor, Team
7-7
Secret.
ने
I
इनके
think
लिए
that,
किया
nestling yourself in over on the
Gante
western
knock
side of
that means
Rostov
DRS का
might have
आखिरी
given
बंदा
you
बचा है
not
किलर वाइटी
an insane game, but it might give you a better chance.
उधर
at the
TT का
beginning
पिटाई
of
चल रहा है
putting up point scoring for CAG. 4MV though still going. Reefus finds Gyante from DRS. This is the two players coming through from that team. Not willing to go.
CAG का और एक बंदा गया
Last
Last man standing है CAG हो सका
This wasn't one of those two games.
Yeah, well, there's 6 to choose from. Why stack them
Bro.
all together? Gotta keep them wanting more, right? And in general,
दो teams में से एक
it's
team
good
बाहर
to
हो
see,
गया
the teams
Almost
from
बाहर हो
Mongolia keeping on going. I mean, last year, right, we almost had a Mongolian 1-2-3 in the PMGC Grand Finals, right? We had Alpha 7 just beating out 4MV at the time to get to that spot. IHC, they're out of the tournament entirely now, Blank. And Stalwart Esports, the roster there became Falcons Force later on with some roster shifts.
Chalo, D+ kiya, you can do it.
Direct to the grand finals either. We have not seen that Mongolian domination that we saw last time around. So it is about time that 4MV put them back on the map.
TT struggling, I know, right?
Massive isn't quite there yet. Stalwart from Fearless will find a couple of shots over towards RQ. More than just a couple of shots, a damn lot of shots, and we'll finish them off there, off the back of it. Fantastic stuff from them. Here's Team Secret, though, with 2 players from Stalwart in the back line.
Oh, nice nade.
These 2 players. Good nade. Pops him out the vehicle. Managed to slip that one in through the window.
I think teams like TT, RSG,
a little bit of a roll up.
Yes, RS सिर्फ Chinese teams के अगेंस्ट अच्छा खेल पाएंगे. इनको experience नहीं है.
There was a third party light up
Global में उतना.
RRQ, they got eliminated.
इसलिए वो अच्छा नहीं कर रहे.
Trying to control this bridge crossing, but Team Secret now.
But look at TJ भी यार, क्या comeback किया भाई, क्या study करे, क्या adapt कर लेते हो.
Sanchez left for Stalwart, but he's got the MG3. The little hole window there, not going to quite be able to cut it.
अरे गलत. Sanchez, nice try bro, nice try.
Something that's going to be too effective against the roll up for Team Secret. They managed to get that knock, but that should be easily
Team Secret 4 finishes 4 man strong.
Northeast side. Team Secret to keep on going, but Thunder Talk managed to lace a shot through.
ये ST कैसी टीम है ये Stalwarts और भी क्या yes वही और क्या
with 4 chambers of secrets all directed at your face. Yeah, tough scenario to be in.
इतना perform नहीं कर पा रहे ये टीम.
Killer last alive here. Time to transition to the real snakes here to stay alive a little
Gamer Saurabh, thank you.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल.
चैट बताओ कौन निकालेगा ये मैच चिकन.
I'm a big fan of teams that have veteranship that stayed together for a long time. And you know, from all the performances from DRS in the past, they're a really pleasant team to watch in terms of just the energy they have on stage as well. But yeah, that's what I want to see that coming through from DRS. But
where is S2G?
Quite there
S2G
yet. Now down to just kill it.
Qualify नहीं हुआ.
Find these off angles, which they have. They are very well known for is their off angles in the past.
They are DRS बाहर.
Not finding an opening so
at
far,
hashtag 14.
Understandable considering you're into PMGC, and this is the most competitive PMGC of all time.
I think that's, at this point, fairly indisputable. Every single team that's been taken to these battlefields has had a chance, has had a shot. Some have fell by the wayside, and that's what this tournament's all about, right? It's making a lobby of the best start to sweat.
Leon कौन सी टीम में है Spike by?
Such good viewing.
CDAL.
Happy to be here. The Vicious currently trying to push on.
Leon DC is in Judo Alliance.
Spot in the top 3. I think a team that maybe flew under the radar in terms of predictions on their approach into this group, and we'll see how long they can hold this 3rd place spot. I don't think I expect them to be able to.
RCB is S2G. No, RCB is not S2G.
Could keep that spot. I mean, especially with the fact that they're 23 points. They've got that first elim. They're 4 players alive here. I think the Vicious under the bridge could also have a pretty big impact on this game. But I expect a little bit more longevity from D+ Kia. But I'm willing to be proved wrong.
Very good players on side, typically able to play towards that center really well. They have won some.
L लगने वाली है. D+ Kia क्या करेगा?
That is a nasty circle. I know it is mission
what will D+ Kia do?
D+ to get over towards that northern edge, but with 3 teams all battling out for Rozok Bridge on this eastern side, it's going to be hard to cross here. So I'm curious to see what the decision is from D+ going forward, similarly to the Vicious, as well as Apex and Reefers, who have made it quite far into this game. And with Garnet being the last player alive, it's likely that 4MV is going to survive longer than CAG, despite the initial shutdown coming through from them on the western bridge.
Players of S2G in RCB. सिर्फ Silas ही है ना S2G का, और कौन है?
Little roll out, a scout scoping out towards D+, Cellcom Digi Alliance.
सिर्फ Silas अकेला है, और कौन है?
Trying to get a little bit of an opening, but they're just going to push D+ away.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल.
खेला भी था लास्ट EWC नहीं, जिससे पहले वाले कुछ टूर्नामेंट खेला था.
They do want to go for it. Okay. They're going straight on.
काल से ये सारे प्लेयर्स खेले थे.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल.
get on into this next circle. Get
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल
of your channel, but it's not showing. I texted you on Insta. If you accept the request, then I'll share the image.
Shots over towards the bridge position.
Bro, this problem many people face. I'm not sure if I know the solution
to
it.
Have a lot of time remaining to make this happen. I think for Celcom Digi Alliance, not a bad play from them to send D plus.
I'm not sure if I know the solution to
that
it.
southwest side.
Bro, can you arrange 1v1 Johnny versus Knuckle?
It works out fantastically.
Bro, I can
4v,
like
time's limited here.
Johnny will not
the
do.
Nades have to be very strong coming through from Apex.
Knock.
Pronozin does send a lovely one over.
Knuckle
the top,
will be ready, but Johnny will not do.
He's having his days numbered now. Smokes go down.
This is me being brutally honest.
And the Vicious just might be able to extract themselves from this position.
Because
on the eastern
it's
side,
not a competition, right? If it is a competition, if it's a tournament, Johnny will also participate.
For themselves.
But just because for the sake of doing it,
the gas station there, with
it will not happen.
Further forwards as well. They're on a 2-1-1 split.
Reefers last man standing चढ़ रहा है, पूरा team चढ़ रहा है. एक को knock दिया, and that is all there is to it. 4MB बाहर, that hashtag 13. Broski, thank you for 29 bro. Thank you Broski.
As he just drops right in front of him like a stone, but Reyes could get rest here with these.
चलो अभी भी there is a chance.
Looking to sweep.
D place किया 4 man है, rotation देखना D place किया कैसा करेंगे.
This is a perfect opportunity for them to move over
भाई ये
towards that north
लड़की
side.
करने वाला है.
Somehow make it through the glut teams down towards the south side. Chips was left behind as a backstop. We'll see how far he can go.
चलो मेरे को भरोसा है.
Want to
निकालेगा D place किया है match.
stay in on this one. 77 is Zadira.
Nice one, man.
Take down Garnet. Extremely strong player coming from 77. 4 players still alive. Good stuff there from Prepod as well. Finds the last player.
Bro, where is Federal Spike by?
Mythic.
Federalis.
Now D plus should be fairly safe.
वो उसमें है.
Brute Force able to survive
कौन सा
with
team
just
है
the
भूल
one
गया मैं.
player. However, D plus should be able to take this one down. I say should be.
Group yellow में था वो.
You never know when he could start to pop off, or if he's just gonna fall down under the bridge. We'll have to wait and see. But
मार
D plus
दिए.
they really
Nice
want
one.
to extract this. Yeah, just getting rid of it.
दो finishes, 4 man
There.
strong.
Know
D
that
plus
they can
किया.
move up to this hillside afterwards. They leave Fabian out on that northeast side to keep that roadside clear.
INF का dead center है भाई.
The ridge line because they're going to need it. A launching platform to move in towards the center now.
अभी D place किया को secret को मारना पड़ेगा.
Influence, lovely central spot. 77.
Haram है bro,
looking
yes
down
haram है bro.
towards Donkey on that south side. And RCB waiting in the wings.
उसल ने knock दिया.
Strike when
एंट्री
necessary.
अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल.
Yasir, thank you for the 20 bro.
I'm just gonna call that man Soaz from now on. Sorry guys.
So, yeah. You're not getting those voice clips from us. I know your games. Oh goodness me.
Push कर दिया D place किया.
Good opening knock onto him. Immediately Team Secret tries to send away, but they realize it's too late. They need to commit to this fight, and so do D+. As they send Faro on top side. Maybe
Team Secret का आखिरी बंदा बचा है.
How will they handle this going forward?
Nades. Zone start हो गया. फटफट
The spray downs were clean, but Team Secret just dropped the ball on it. 3 players down. They're forced to go for the res. Only Fabian to be the only casualty for that roll up for D+.
वो करने लगी है Nades. Nice one bro. Nice one bro. Chips.
The blue zone still puts pressure on them.
आखिरी बंदा उधर गाड़ी के पीछे. मार.
Spray down, getting 3 of the players from Team Secret out of the way. And now
push कर रहा है ऊपर में.
behind the buggy, who has managed to get res.
Beautiful bro, beautiful.
On the roadside.
6 finishes 4 man strong D plus किया.
Ticketed.
TT का J बंदा आ गया.
Tucked away for the
अरे बच नहीं मार गया.
Horrible transaction.
Solid दिख रहा है bro. D plus किया इस मैच में.
Coming through
Solid दिख रहा है.
Like, we're gonna hold this shack. D+ is like, we will swap you one shack for one amazing ridge. Thank you very much.
TT का king is the last match. TT क्या खेल रहा है भाई? क्या खेल रहा है TT?
For D+, like you said, it was amazing that they lost only Fabian on the approach there. I really did think that they would lose more. And with
मैं चाहता हूँ कि भाई TT भी TJ भी ऐसा comeback करे.
Towards that north side. Now D+ again, they pulled the biggest switcheroo out inside this lobby over towards that northeast side. Team Secret went from having a fantastic position to now no longer having any position. 77 Shifu up front with RCB currently in the wizard power. Nice
RCB का आखिरी बंदा बचा है.
Loxy, that's 2 players out now, and 77 realized now is the time to clear
on
this south side of the circle. Silas attempting to make something happen, but I think even he must know
Silas last man standing
is game over.
77, 5 eliminations. They're looking to put 3 more on.
गाड़ी लेके U-turn मार लिया साइलस ने.
Buggy grabs it and gets away. Yeah, I think you're right on the money with that one. Just try to get out of this fight, salvage what you can. You're still in the top 5, and it's very possible that you can
7
just
finishes.
ladder up to a placement or
इस
2.
team का 7-7 team का 7 finishes guys.
Whereas the value of staying in that fight,
7-7-7 हो गया.
you just go down. You don't get any more
Quest
points.
complete.
So Silas looking to just try and play the averages here.
ये team अब घर जा सकता है.
Yeah, if you can get a top 5 or a top 4, anything a little bit extra is good. I mean, with King in a really precarious position right now, there's even a chance for 4
It's a
plates here
4v,
for
4v,
Silas.
4v, 1v1.
Already had the bookie, now has a loot crate to play behind, so a ton of cover for him. With the way this circle actually works, the staging, where a lot of high ground on that north side, which pulls down. Silas is
Silas be
somewhat
like,
isolated into
मैं तो
this
drop लूटूंगा.
1v4,
Drop लूटा नहीं उसने.
which isn't an awesome situation.
Sorry,
to
loot
be
house
in,
ne, but gun
that's
nahi
better
loota.
than things seen by many other teams. I think 77 have realized this.
Clutch.
Like, look,
Clutch.
we know the loot
Clutch.
crates here. We know your games. We're not falling for this one again.
Oh no, yes, he's
Hagari.
finally gets the shoulder.
Nice try,
Immediately
nice
hop
try.
Out. That's Silas down and out. Only 1 elimination for
वो
RCC.
सामने वाला भी आगे आके
Another
पीछे गया वो.
tally. Influence Rage now.
Prank कर दिया उसके
In that
साथ.
central location with D+
Yeah.
trying to push on in. King on the lock-in.
Now it's a proper
Haven't
4v4v4.
really had much talking.
अरे TT का king भी
over
बचा
these
है.
last
So it's a
few games. They're into the top
4v4v4v1.
4 now, despite a low elimination count, trying to leave the bottom of the tables after this match.
Yeah, King, highly renowned player. Right now, he's the last. for
Zone has
Talks
begun.
At the moment. D+ move away. They decide it's not worth their time anymore. They want a stronger
D+
position
किया
inside
versus
the
INF हो
circle.
सकता है भाई.
Influence had little
बहुत close
influence
है.
over this lobby thus far. Very, very central position they've been holding. Not really doing too much with it, but they can explode out at any moment here. Bring the dynamite for the rest of the players inside of this lobby. 77 look to finish and clear out King, who's now looking a little bit more worried. Chips is out. No. This is our elimination.
King basically gets to the
King
side
zone
again.
से मारने वाला है.
Or maybe no one gets the point. And that is the point. For Chips, he's looking to step up, take shots over towards 77, and it's going to work.
Magnum.
Okay.
Gets
Knock.
lasered down there. And actually,
Shifu
Shifu
6
has to
solo
move to
finishes.
the zone as it's pushing him in. So that red's going to be a little tricky. D+ have
Kill
a
ले
lot of
दिया.
opportunity
D+
here.
किया
King
for
steps
nice.
out.
8 finishes D+
Immediately put
किया.
back in his place.
4
Fabian
man strong.
able to slurp that point on in. Very happy with that one. 77 will look for this res. D+ actually looking to put pressure on it. Chips moves into nade range here. Out through the smoke. Look at a scout. Spots the run back. Knows they probably already got.
I
that
don't
res.
like D+ Kia's
looking to
position.
put nades over towards Influence Rage as well. But 77 have the majority of the circle under control.
I enjoyed that from Chips actually. Came in with the pretense of, oh, we're both looking for.
दोनों टीम से एक साथ लड़ना is not a wise move.
JK. I'm actually finding
थोड़ा
a knock
देख
on to
के
77
खेलना
here,
पड़ेगा
which
D+ Kia
makes
को.
a lot more sense. I mean, they take him down, it's a free knock over towards King from Thunder Talks. So yeah, for 77, I don't think they expected that one. Circle moves over towards that northeast side. D+ been doing a lot of moving. Petrol's getting low. For sure, there's no gas station in sight, but they certainly have had a lot of control over this side of the lobby. Chips is that Lone Ranger. You can see him now refolding back into the team. Yeah, very awkward circle play, and Smoke's going to be hyper important going forward.
A lot of smokes are on side for Influence Rage as well. I think D+ have had a little bit more of a draw on their resources, which is going to make stuff a little bit harder for them, especially how crunched in they are on this northeast side. You can see Nolbu trying to leverage.
कुछ गलती नहीं कर रहा है, आराम से वेट कर रहे हैं. सही है, सही है, सही है.
In the vehicles, go for the buggy. And this next move for D+ is make or break. They've had one chicken dinner already today. They want to try and repeat it, but 77.
How to say लोड़े लग गई in Korea? पता नहीं bro. But लगी नहीं है अभी. ये लगाने वाले हैं बाकी दो टीम्स के.
This game means a lot to them.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैश हुआ है.
Dipping
I
a
agree.
little bit on the rankings. This is a great game. Bring themselves back up to speed. Shifu.
पहला 3 मैचेस में TJB भी ऐसी खेला था.
We know this
Day
guy
1 पे.
is incredibly good at the game. Limbo Boom opts to not go for an early heal. Just get out the way, back down again. But D+ are just slowly pushing them further and further
This is
away,
not how TT usually
shepherding
plays,
them to
so
an early
give them some time.
demise going forward. I mean, the control from D+ has been really good because Influence has just done nothing. So D+ is like, okay, we will try and dominate the lobby. And finally, there's a breakout coming through from Influence.
Just kidding, straight back into the cover as they turn around and immediately get humbled on that rollout. I mean, 77 takes shots, so did D+ as soon as
Try hard kar raha hai bhai
they
D+
go
kiya.
for it. It's really difficult to make this rollout for Influence.
I love it.
Because they didn't get any control over these hillsides.
Death circle has begun.
They couldn't quite make it work. Nades are going to start to be traded now between 77
Knock
and
mat
D+.
khao bhai, koi bhi
A
knock
lot
mat
of
khao.
damage over towards Zadira, out by the crate, and we're into the final zone. Osal moving forwards. The smokes are all important now, Blank. Nades not connecting for Limbo.
Arey, Chips knock from Lil Boy.
Plus, but Chips is spotted, and it's Lil Boy to be able to take the first shot, take that first spray, and maybe give 77 a bit of an opportunity. The breakout from Influence Rage, as well as the smokes start to bloom. Nolbu moving
बाप
forwards.
रे, D+ किया is cornered.
In for the
दोनों
rest.
side से मार रहे.
To stop those nades short.
Nice one, Reosol.
God, there's
Nice
a lot
one.
of nades that Influence has been holding on to here, and they are starting to pay off big time as Adira takes a heavy hit. Limbo boost not down yet, but a lot of damage done. In comes D+.
No finishes.
In the vehicle.
Beautiful.
Nobu looks to step out himself with the S12K. A lot of damage.
Chips
done.
वापस
Limbo
knock.
boost down. Now Shifu. Last
अरे
player to hold
बाप
down
रे
the
बाप,
fort.
Nolbu भी knock.
Looking like the auto bots on that rollout from D+.
D+ किया
Let's
2
see if
man
they
है.
can transform this game into
7-7
a
last
bit
man
of
है.
Influence Rage.
INF
They
4
may
man
just
है.
be able to beat the Decepticon.
मार दी भाई.
Plus will be
किसने मारा?
down by
INF ने
a
मारा.
lovely rollout and a flex
D+
out from
किया
Influence
hashtag
Rage,
3.
perfectly timed to capitalize
7-7
on the
hashtag
middle of it all.
2.
And that didn't go the way I thought
Wow.
it would, but they've managed to make it work.
Well
Brazil
played,
happy
INF.
with that result.
End तक composure
Come on,
maintain
the
किए,
hell,
end में
little
निकल के
easy
मारे
game.
सबको.
I am surprised that what we saw there didn't happen.
Birdie
much
prediction
earlier.
सही हुआ तेरा.
Let's just smoke
INF
up
बोला
the
तूने.
entirety of Influence Rage's compound, and then we can take the fight between D+ and 77
ये Brazil का बहुत अच्छा team है.
individualistic manner. But yeah, Influence
इनका
Rage
gameplay मैंने काफी
really
time से नहीं
good
देखा, तो
nades
मैंने
towards the end there to secure themselves
predict नहीं
that
किया
victory.
इनको. नहीं तो मैं इन्हीं का नाम लेता.
Well, Max, Hot Juice, welcome back everyone to the desk here. We've had an exciting 22 elimination game in match
D+
2.
के पास पोजीशन नहीं था.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका
क्या
अभी
बोला
बड़ा
था
कैजुअल.
INF? हाँ वही तो
It's
बोल
not
रहा
a
हूँ मैं. तेरा
I
prediction सही हुआ.
literally thought we were going to get a 0 elimination top 3
Influence
position for
Rage.
but they do actually have a lot of resources. I mean, you mentioned
ये
it.
ब्राजील वाले ऐसे रिएक्ट कर रहे हैं जैसे 20 किल मार दिए. अरे कोई बात नहीं भाई, वो लोग चिकन निकाले, छोटा सेलिब्रेशन तो बनता है ब्रो.
Answer is they had it.
वो भी इतना बड़ा स्टेज पे चिल करो यार तुम.
All onto D+ here, all onto the side of 77, and just keeping them at bay. And really, because of how the fight initiated between D+ Kia and Influence Rage, I thought this was going to be maybe 77's match to win, but the fact they don't lose too many players,
कितने किल मिले
and just
इनको?
get close. In nade range, you can see here, Lorenzi gets a great spray down onto Chip.
पाँच
And
छह
just start
सात.
picking off players one by one because of the smokes hot jukes that were positioned in a really smart area.
Yeah, perfectly placed. Because that's the thing is that, you know, one bad smoke here can just destroy your team.
भाई
You smoke
गलती
yourself
मार
out,
दी.
you completely eliminate your sight lines and allow the other team to just destroy you. But no, they're put
6
perfectly
finishes,
within that range. I
16
love to see
points.
that here.
That's
Influence
good.
Rage, 6 elimination
16 points
games.
is good.
I mean, this day kind of feels like a roller coaster already. Like last game we were like, "Ah!" And now we're like, you know, climbing back up.
Now we're like,
yeah, for sure.
हर कोई 20 किल थोड़ी मारता है
We still
ब्रो.
got one more Aaron Gale
So
coming
far
up,
in this
so we can still
PMGC
see some
एक ही
magic
बार
happen
20
for
किल
sure.
का
But I
मैच
do
हुआ.
wanna talk about
That
the
was
sound
last
of the
match by
game.
4MV.
Oh, we're talking about the bridge. We're doing it.
Oh,
we're talking
yeah.
about the bridge camp. So CAG Osaka, for those who did not check the first Orangle, left the bridge as phase 1 started closing. They did not want to fight 4MV. After what 4MV did on that previous game, they're like, no, what? You're not going to mess with us anymore, 4MV. We're going to mess with you. We are taking you out ASAP. And they take out Doc.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल.
ST fearless 1v3 RR क्यों?
If so, 4MV
Bro, ST का बात ऐसा है ना,
to reach that late game.
इंडिविजुअली प्लेयर
Yeah,
सारे
and
अच्छे,
you know what? I'm
but as a team वो लोग हग रहे.
so fast, right? That they didn't wait, you know, for another game to go
As a
by.
team
No,
वो हग
they
रहे.
did that bridge camp
अभी
nice and
नहीं,
early, yeah, just to
काफी
put
time से
that
देख रहा हूँ मैं
pressure
इस team
onto
को.
them, to make them second guess themselves as they cross. Because
Yasir,
I mean,
thank you with
after
20 bro.
especially that last match, just seeing them pop off, you kind of, you
So
know,
वहाँ है
just
problem.
maybe
अरे
just
अच्छा मारा इसने.
slow them down a little bit, and that's the way to do it for sure, Jason. So I mean, I think that was a really smart play from CLG Osaka. What do you think?
I think it was a slight reality check for 4MV as well. That like, yeah, you might have been able to pull off 22 eliminations in the last match, but you still have to respect all these teams. You can't
जोनी का Lambo
freely
देखा
go over
Spike
this
by
Western Bridge.
5
It
CR
seems
plus
like
का है.
Takasaka will
देखा
punish
bro,
you
देखा
for it.
मैंने.
We did see 4MV. Well, if they lost a couple players, they did rotate toward the eastern
Impressive.
bridge, where Team Secret do drop over towards Novo. and they did eventually make their way in towards the zone. So yeah, I think for 4MV, it's
Doc is
just
जानवर
these
bro,
teams
20
aren't gonna
plus
let you
kill
run away
chicken
with
dinner
maps
but
like
zero
this. They're not gonna
reaction.
give you too
वो
much
IC है,
success.
वो IC है
So
वो.
we need to see some adaptations in
Even
4MV's
PMSL के
play.
टाइम पे मैंने देखा है
Just
ना,
these rotations, you know,
कुछ
one thing
reaction
to
नहीं
see
देता है
though,
वो.
Max, that was quite nice to see, considering the way the zone
बहुत
went
मुश्किल
eventually
से निकलता है
towards the
reaction
river
उससे.
in the middle. Is that we've had Thunder Talk, Team Secret, and Stalwart all rotate through Yas9 to get towards that northern side of the river. Without
अगर मैं होता ये
you
20
know,
किल
be
चिकन का,
congested into
लुंगी
this
डांस करता मैं तो.
massive conglomerate of teams.
It's a really good rotate.
मजाक से
I
हट
think if
के.
you're not a very
20
straight
किल.
up southern or
मैं ऐसे रिएक्ट करूंगा कि मैं
western
ट्रॉफी
leaning
उठा लिया.
towards the east, you can very easily go north of Yasnaya Lake and you'll be fine. Unfortunately for Team Secret and also for the side of Stalwart, they do have a little bit of a clash in the open, so they lose players pretty quickly, and then the rotation followed by that fight is not going to be too easy for them to pull off, and because of that, guess what? D plus Kia just start absolutely
Bro,
smoking
INF is
hot.
also a
All of
team
those-
to watch
all
out
of
for
the
his
teams
group
after
में.
they cleared the southern
They are
plate,
also like
east
a
of
strong
Nova,
team from
they're
Brazil.
going for Team Secret. They're going for Thunder Talk Gaming. They're just sending
तो एक एक
out
करके
players
सारे
on the
comeback
west
करेंगे,
to
तुम
make
लोग को
sure
पता
they
चलेगा
have the
कौन सा
northern
टीम के
space
अंदर कितना
available to make
पोटेंशियल
sure
है.
they can get as far in the match as they possibly can. And
कैनरी होता तो भाई अभी तक नाचते रहता वो. लास्ट मैच का ये मैच खत्म होने तक वो नाचते रहता. Doc is introvert IGL. Yeah, we're all introvert inside, okay? We're all introvert.
Just winning this game easily is so slim. We got to start fighting teams on this edge. Let's put some points on the board and just kind of see what happens. And that's the right
DK,
play, right? You push one
Damai
ball,
Guda
hey,
Kings.
It worked out, right? We got some nice eliminations. Get loot up fast, move on to the next one. Oh, we won that fight. Perfect, you know? And it just kind of just
Federal was
snowballs
loan
after that.
loan
Team
to
plus
Twisted
Kia,
Minds
they knew
Brazil, but
exactly what to do
INF
once they saw that zone
by
shift and
INF,
they
but
executed
they
properly.
got banned from PMGC because
team I
only
do wanna
one
touch on
Twisted
really
Minds
quickly,
team
Max, is,
allowed in
Stalwart.
PMGC. Yes.
And they picked up
पढ़ा
two
मैंने उसके
eliminations
बारे
in
में.
this game. I mean, this is like the first time we're going to see them at this kind of level of competition. After
Last
the
TWC में था ना
last
Twisted Minds
spring-
Brazil वाली
or
team.
sorry, summer and fall. I think this for me is a good sign. If you think
उनका
about
उधर
this
भी अच्छा
season,
नहीं गया था.
I feel like being able to see them be able to compete when it comes to just like the combat aspect here at PMGC is a real telling of like how good this team can be. I'm just curious how it's going to work out when it comes to more of like the placing points and more of like the macro plays.
I have a reason I've not been talking about them too much, Jason, is because I'm waiting for the Miramar, and I am gonna pop off if I see that hot drop.
इस मैच
I
का
am gonna
MVP
be-
है
I'm gonna be fuming. Okay,
Loran
Hopefully it
Zin.
does not happen. But they've had some good fights. Unfortunately, here they did lose some players in the open to the side of Team Secret. They did have an MG3 for like 10 seconds, I think, and then it was just snatched away by Team Secret. Didn't quite work out, but no, there's definitely some potential. This is definitely the better iteration of the Stalwart roster, Jason, we saw compared to Spring. Like, this team is.
If you check out
100
INF
times better in my
Pereira,
opinion.
he is
But
built
it's
different.
global.
हाँ
It's
वो
global
player मैंने
different,
देखा
beast,
मैंने
they got a
उसका
tackle here,
game
so
play.
it might take a bit of time for them to
Why
get
ignoring
used to
me?
this lobby that is
मेरे को
very
पैसा
tough.
मिलता है ब्रो, आपको इग्नोर करने से ना
Yeah,
मेरे
for
को
people
बहुत
out there who
पैसा
might
मिलता
not
है
be
इसलिए मैं
familiar,
कर
if you
रहा
didn't watch CSA,
कुछ
top
भी.
drops, Picado, we were so angry at Stalwart so consistently.
42,
Otherwise they went up against
37,
noobs, and,
27.
we're gonna hope to see that again because we're gonna get very
D plus
angry at
क्या?
the team. But once
They
we're
caught
not
up.
getting angry at
They
right
caught
now
up to
is,
4MV.
I'd say D plus, man. We're talking about consistency. Obviously, Sandhawk getting a win earlier on today, having a really good result here in match 3. Hot Jukes. South Korea is really showing up this PMGC, and I think they're probably the strongest region we've seen so far in terms of like the 3 teams they're fielding.
Oh, for sure. I mean, especially like just watching how they played this last game, because I love just to see teams put up solid points.
DRS is in
Dealing with
bottom
a
5.
Very terrible like circle shift.
So is
D+P,
Udo Alliance.
to
So
put
is
up
Team
9
Liquid.
in their position. It's not.
So is Team
So
Thunder.
I'm very impressed. I mean, we got
Top
plenty of matches
Gaming.
left. If they just continue on this run, I mean, we could definitely easily see them.
Views on Raiko Kabyakawa from Tag the Goat Legend. मैंने उतना नहीं देखा bro इसका. I'm not sure.
For you know, for one squad in particular.
Which one? Which one are you talking about?
Oh, you know the squad, right? The top.
Spy by
squad.
stream rewind करके देखो Doc कैसे knock हुआ.
One team though, I think.
अरे गाड़ी से उतार दिया था ना.
3 of us have Team Liquid in our top 3 for this group.
कैग वाले गाड़ी से उतार देते.
I had him in my top 3.
ब्रिज पे होता ना वही है ना फाइट इस मैच का. अलग से कुछ फाइट हुआ था क्या 4MV
And you, Max?
Same. I had them too.
Wow. Not a strong start.
4MV और Falcons साथ में
We'll give them
खेलते
time.
हैं
They're gonna bounce back. I
क्लासिक
can
वाव
kinda
मोड
feel it.
4v4
What did you
प्रैक्टिस
call
के
them,
लिए
Max, earlier?
जबकि इंडिया में 7 प्रैक्टिस नहीं करते लोग अपना गेम इंप्रूव करने के लिए सोल गॉड लाइक PX साथ खेलेंगे बहुत इंप्रूव होगा इंडिया का
No,
गेम.
I want to talk about one team actually to move the topic somewhere else.
हाँ we all know वो तो नहीं
It was
होगा.
quite interesting, Juice, we were talking
छोड़ो
about
यार.
position in the Harry Potter
जो
Tower.
होना है वो होगा.
Unfortunately,
जो नहीं
the
होना है वो
main
नहीं होगा.
issue, the main threat to
Simple
those
सी
kind of
बात.
positions is that if you leave the team get a little bit too close, which is what happened. 77 got way too close. Guess what? 2-3 nades is going to clear the entire building. I think Regnum Kyabra, if they maybe pushed out a bit preemptively to clear 77, maybe they would have been in their shoes to get the chicken dinner, but quite unfortunately, they let them get too close, and then we saw what happened. They just get completely destroyed.
Start kar do next match.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great position to hold, and that's kind of like the tough part when you're ever in that kind of one of those spots that you know.
Nova nahi hai kya? Nahi hai, bro.
potential
Nova is
game-winning
not
position. You could just stay there for just a little
there
bit
in
too long,
this
and it's just
tournament.
unfortunate that it didn't work out for them.
Well, fortunately for them, they're going to have some time off here to rethink some things before we head into our final Erangel match of the day. We'll see you all in just a
मैं
few.
आता हूँ अभी.
Welcome back to day one of Group Green, the halftime here so far on day one, and I'm joined by Silas. Silas, first of all, these questions are going to be from the Turkish talent. Shout out to everybody, Scott, Sensor, Jargish, miss you guys. You guys were able to play PMSL with Ezel, and then you guys have been able to change to Chasms. What has changed? How you been able to adjust?
Bu sorular Türkiye tarafından geliyor. PMSL'de Ezel'le beraber oynadın. Ama bu PMGC'ye Ezel'i kırmızıya değiştirdiniz. Bir fark oldu mu?
Yani bir fark olmadı çok fazla. Sadece kımız biraz heyecanlı. Heyecanlı attığı zaman çok kolay bir şekilde oynayacak yani.
Actually there's not much changes, but just Kırmızı is a bit excited because he's excited. If he can control his excitement, he can play better.
Okay, all right. Well, hopefully he will be able to control that excitement. We have already played 3 matches, as I mentioned earlier. How have you felt the lobby? What's the level of hardness of the lobby so far?
Bu haftanın lobisine göre nasıl kolaylık, zorluğu yani? Kolay mı, zor mu, normal mi?
Yani lobi çok da zor değil. Şu ilk 3 maç biraz kendi hatamızdan gitti. Yani full komple. Yani lobi çok zor değil. Halledeceğimizi düşünüyorum. İnşallah hallederiz.
Yeah, actually the hardness for the lobby is actually quite normal. It's not that
कितना
hard.
गंदे
But
वाले
we lost for the we didn't perform that good for these 3 matches. But I hope that we can do better after this.
All right, well, luckily for him, it is just 3 matches. With all the upcoming matches left, not just today, but in the
TT's
next
team
3 days
Telangana.
as well. Who
Nice,
do
bro,
they
Vamshi.
see as a threat in this lobby?
Valla bu son 3 gün sonrası içinde hangi takımı zor biliyorsun? Tehdit olarak yani bu grup içinde.
Forenvi'yi korkutucu. Onun dışında TT korkutucu. Bir de Team Liquid. Bir de Monkey oynadı şu an.
For this group is Team Liquid, for MV. Neydi?
Chat. One N said 4MV equal to 4 Maharashtra vibe.
Right on. Well, hey, I'm pretty sure you're going to try to make it to the finals once again.
Or
as you have
Maharashtra
so many
vibe.
finals already at the PMC,
Nice, bro.
and you have actually gotten a chance to win it. So thank you so much for your time. Back to you guys.
Spike bro, survival stage कितने teams खेलेंगे? 24 teams खेलेंगे survival stage. Spike, I played 2 thumb. Should I switch to claw? Only if you feel comfortable.
Max, we were
Only
there
if you feel
last year
comfortable
in
and
Turkey,
only if you
and we
feel
had
like
S2G literally right behind us, and we saw the look at
you are lagging in
when
2
they
fingers.
unfortunately underperformed.
If
when it
not,
came
stick
to
to
the
2
global
fingers.
finals last year, and he's back for redemption. Credit to him to re-qualify for another year here. The 5th time, I believe you said earlier on today. You know
TJB
he's
equal
hungry
to
for that
Team
win yet
Jabalpur.
again, but it's still going to be a difficult journey with teams like 4MV, D+. I think you even had Thunder Talk in there as well.
Yeah.
Red group is the hardest group. Hands down, bro. Hands down.
Building everything from the ground up, Jason, right? After losing the team of S2G last year, right?
Chips मांग रहा है, मुझे भी चाहिए भाई chips.
Like again, 5 times PMGC, as you said, Jason. He is one of the most experienced global players when it comes
Chat
to
कोई अच्छा मूवी सजेस्ट करो यार मुझे.
And really, if he can
मैं
build
कल
that knowledge base
Netflix
to the
प्राइम
rest of
में
his teammates, with time, these guys
2 घंटे
become
निकाल दी
absolute
मैंने.
menace. Of course,
एक
they're
भी
still
मूवी
upgraded.
अच्छा नहीं
These
मिला
guys
मेरे को.
just cracked when it comes to Turkey, but that really
कोई अच्छा
these
मूवी
guys
सजेस्ट
just
करो, आज
pop
रात को
really
देखूंगा
well,
मैं.
so
काफी
I'm just
टाइम हो
gonna
गया
give
मूवी
it a
देख
bit
के
more
मैं.
time.
Hot jukes.
कोई अच्छा मूवी लाइक कोई अच्छा मूवी जो मैं नहीं देखा.
That's right. I'm gonna wait for this man to tell something off. Be pointing at this.
कोई underrated movies.
20 Pro. I think he's trying to say, oh,
मेरे को मीनिंगफुल मूवीज पसंद है. एकदम रोमांस वाली बहुत कम ही पसंद है मुझे. 50 Shades of Grey शुरू कर दिया. The Batman का तो सारे देखा मैंने.
I actually hope this keeps
मैं
going.
एंड में क्या देखा पता? कपिल शर्मा का वो देखा मैंने. एक एपिसोड देखा मैंने. देखते देखते सो गया.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैटरी का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल
This gift is for Junior.
Through PUBG Mobile.
Also, it is very difficult for me to meet you and Junior in person, so I am sending a small token as a blessing for him. Please buy some cool toys and clothes for Cutie Bhai. Thank you, Ankit Verma, for the 60 euro donation.
Top 3 is the goal.
Bro, AV OP कर दो यार chat में. Thank you very much, bro.
So if you're Team Liquid, you definitely
He has everything, bro.
And I mean, I know
Junior has everything.
He's so still because when he hears
He's the boss of the house, so he has everything. Whatever he wants, he'll get it.
Shocked, and I understand why too.
Yeah, my camera is just completely overheating because of those dock nades from earlier. That's what's going on.
Movies suggest करो बोले तो क्या बोल रहे यार तुम लोग?
Because
Kapil Sharma supremacy. अरे वो you can never go wrong with Kapil Sharma show, right?
These guys are going to pop off. They're going to do so well. As of right now, they're in 12th position.
कोई ना कोई joke पे तुम हंस ही लोगे.
So we need to see them do what.
मैं भी हंस लिया था.
And my mouth not moving. There we go. Thank you.
अच्छा vibe होता है कपिल शर्मा के शो में.
My cables. I don't know.
I like it. तो एंड में वही देखा देखते देखते सो गया मैं.
They're messing with all of us. I had internet problems before as well. But
Netflix, are you still watching?
You know, I didn't really know where to place
Subscription तो ले रखा है भाई. देखता ही नहीं मैं बिल्कुल नहीं देखता.
In fall season for
बहुत कम ही देखता हूँ मैं. कार्तिक calling कार्तिक.
Exciting.
इंटरस्टेलर मूवी देखो. कब का देख लिया? थिएटर में ही देखा मैंने वो मूवी.
Realistically, looking at
it's one of the best movies
potential right in the spring and full season of CSA.
इंटरस्टेलर मूवी जो फील मेरे को दिया वैसा फील देने वाली कुछ मूवी बचा है तो बताओ मुझे. देवरा थिएटर में देख लिया मैंने.
Though realistically, Jason, looking at the
The Judgment Bureau, Netflix,
the
okay.
best opportunity for them to qualify for the grand finals would be Group Green. Realistically, top 3 I think is achievable. Sure, they're at the bottom right now, but it's only 3 games. There's a lot of time.
Matt Damon.
That comeback. But when you look at the teams they predicted, right, Hot Jukes, for
Okay.
DRS,
Rating
Killer
भी ठीक है
himself did
इसका.
not put DRS in top 3, so even they
7
know this
है.
group is tough, so like it doesn't seem like they
Okay,
have that
Emily
confidence
Blunt.
that, yeah, we're just going to pop off. Even they are
सही
kind
है.
of realistic.
देख
saying,
लूँगा मैं ये.
yeah, we're not one of the top squads in this lobby.
This is not judgment. This is the adjustment bureau.
Realistic is the right word. I was gonna say like, you know, just trying to play it safe.
The
right?
adjustment
Just in
bureau,
case
right?
They don't have a great.
It's not judgment
performance, 'cause
bureau.
if they're nervous about that. You know, it's always
Gangs
bad
of
luck whenever you
Wasipur.
rank
देखा
yourself
मैंने.
first and then you end up last. You
Gangs
see
of
that happen
Wasipur.
sometimes, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, you know
Adjustment
what?
bureau,
Stay
they-
humble. Nothing wrong with that.
I think I'm gonna
for
watch
sure,
this
but
movie
you know what?
tonight.
There's still, like you
Adjustment
mentioned,
bureau.
plenty of time
देखते
left
हैं
in this
और
fight,
सजेस्ट करो तुम
and
लोग,
all
देखता
it
हूँ मैं
takes is
फिल्टर
a
करूँगा
couple
मैं.
matches to get it going.
कौन सा
My only
best है?
concern is after seeing the pop-off matches we've
Adjustment
seen
bureau
today,
सेव कर लेता हूँ
it
मैं
makes
ताकि
things
मैं
that
भूल
much
ना
more
जाऊँ.
difficult, right? Because we could definitely see some point sponges add up here pretty quick.
To watch list.
Yeah, I
Let's
mean,
create a
obviously,
to
for
watch
me, pull
list.
off another 32-point game. You're definitely soaking up every point
To
possible towards the top of
watch
the table. And
list.
again, not going to be too harsh when it comes to, I guess, team standings
The adjustment
in
bureau.
our
Okay.
first day of
और
play,
बताओ
because
और कौन सा
anything
कौन सा
can
है?
change.
Prison
Like,
Break.
you can
Prison Break
top
मैंने
1
बचपन में
go
देख
from
लिया था.
outside top 11 to inside
Fight Club
top
देख
3
लिया.
potentially. Like that's how close it can still be. So yeah, exactly, right?
Inception
So,
देख
you're not
लिया.
gonna judge them too much just yet, but obviously
Naruto
one thing
देखो.
we
अरे
can
Naruto
judge on is
बचपन में देख लिया
adaptations,
bro मैंने.
adaptations more importantly. Kagasaka, I'm curious, will we see them camp out
दिल
West
लगा
Bridge yet again here to
दुपट्ट
continue
वाली
to
से
drive
देखो.
forward?
हैं?
Will Forum be adapt instead and
ये
just
क्या
go
है?
towards East Bridge where Team Secret could be waiting?
हिंदी में रिसेंटली मेरे को ये मूवी मेरे को बहुत अच्छा लगा. लापता लेडीज. वो मूवी it's a good watch. ये कौन सा मूवी है बे? मेरे को एक बार देखना है.
Like, no, we're not going to take the risk anymore. Though CAG Osaka.
बड़ी क्या मूवी बोला तूने? क्या है ये?
No defending.
दिल
against
लगा
Forum as they try and go
दपट
north of
वाली
the bridge.
से
You
देखो.
wait till
ये
you
क्या
get a
है?
military island finish. You're going to be held off. You're going to have a little bit of a reverse engagement happening in that situation.
क्या
But
है?
it's
कुछ
good to
movie
see
नहीं आ रहा
some
इससे.
teams, right, Hot Juice,
पता नहीं
adapt
क्या
so
बोल रहा
quickly.
है.
Like 3 games in, we're already seeing some changes happening to adapt to the teams in the lobby. Like
12
for the
strong,
long term of
Chudo
this
Anna.
lobby, going into day 2
12
and 3,
strong.
we're going to see some cool changes
What is 12 strong?
for these teams going forward.
Yeah.
सर्च करके
It's
देखते
going to
हैं.
be a lot of fun to watch. One team in particular, I'm going to keep my eye on this one, is Regnum Karya, man. These guys got 2 pretty much
12 strong.
ish zones, and they didn't perform as
Oh,
well.
this
One
is
left
by
Erangel. Let's see them
Chris
make it
Hemsworth.
happen.
All right, let's jump straight in out of the plane into Erangel for the last
Okay.
time today with John Allen and Blake.
Ratings are not that promising.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल
Watch Atonement. Don't read anything about it. Just watch it. Atonement.
little bit disappointing from them, but there's still a couple more
बस
matches
ratings
left
तो
to
देखूंगा
go
भाई.
for them. The plane path cuts
Okay,
its
ratings
way
ठीक है.
towards the north side of
Romance
Erangel,
war.
from Stalbert
अरे
over towards
माँ
Hospital,
कसम.
over towards Georgia Pole.
Not my genre bro, but
So
still मैं
little
कर लेता हूँ
base,
इसको ऐड
maybe
क्योंकि
a
इसका
little bit
रेटिंग्स अच्छे
inaccessible. Does that
हैं.
make
7.8 है इसका
Forum
रेटिंग.
be
ओए मैच स्टार्ट हो गया.
a readjustment coming on through?
मैच स्टार्ट हो गया.
More than likely a readjustment, right? I think that's where we're probably going to see R&B head over.
बाद में अपन करेंगे ये मूवी वाला.
Definitely would like to see more out of RCB. I don't think
The
they're a
match
bad team
4
by any
has
stretch of
begun.
word.
The
I think
final
they're
Erangel
fans
match
do
of the
take
day.
A little bit of time to get rolling though, right? You know.
Will
the
4M
engine
be
doesn't
boom
quite
bam
start
again?
as smoothly.
और नो देखना पड़ेगा. कोई नया टीम कमबैक
They're a
होते
very
हुए
good
देखना चाहता हूँ
squad,
मैं इस
very
मैच में.
strong squad. But yeah, just not quite there yet, John.
Watch Forrest Gump, one of my favorite movies bro.
I think that was 4MV going out. just
Shutter Island
towards
देख लिया मैंने.
Everest. Thunder Talk.
Why esports players are not called in Kapil show?
As well. It's getting quite
Someday in the
dangerous.
future when
Over on North
esports
Front,
become very huge,
because of how far north this plane path is, teams are going to be dropping around those vehicles.
समझ रहे हो?
CAG Osaka
तब ऐसा कुछ
still with 4
होते हुए दिख
close
सकता
by
है.
to them. Depending on where this circle pops will really dictate.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल
Decent है मूवी. देखा मैंने जैकपॉट मूवी.
4MV, they do have the option to go to military. It's unlikely that the circle finishes.
वो है ना जो लॉटरी जीतेगा
Circle like this.
उसको प्रोटेक्ट
You're
करना
interested
पड़ता
to
है.
see if they opt to actually commit to going
एक
for that, or
लड़की
if they
जीत
want to
जाती
head
है.
out towards Primorsk
उसको
and
जॉन से
try and
प्रोटेक्ट
keep
करता
that
है.
area.
वही है ना मूवी.
I genuinely think it's not a bad
अजीब ही
idea.
था भाई वो movie.
Sosnov military base at this
बहुत
point in time.
अजीब ही
With
था
it being
movie
put
वो.
into the circle as well. Likely it'll remain
Watch
there for a little
Zodiac,
while.
please.
So heading out
I
towards
have watched
Sosnovka
it.
might
It's
give them
regarding
more
the
time to
Zodiac
move
killer, right?
freely, where they're not worrying about other teams coming through. It is just a question.
It's regarding the
of
Zodiac
how long
killer.
it's going to take for them, because if the circle moves hard back up towards that northwest, might
Crazy
be
movie
somewhat
था bro.
of a struggle for 4MV going forward. But yeah, I think they would prefer just to have
One
a
Piece
nice
studio
little
ना. One
drop.
Piece also.
But we'll see what they do, because they're certainly a team
I
that's
have-
not going to shy away
I'm
from
up to
many
date.
fights, from many interesting situations on the map, and already they're dropping down to
4MV Baron is stuck.
Which is a dangerous location to be in. Baron already above Apollo. CAG and 4MV
Backup is needed for Baron.
having a bit of a contest. I think this is a smart decision from Baron to drop on that top side. Naoto going far.
Apollo is darting out of there. 4MV can look to extricate
Where-
themselves. The feud will continue here.
Watch Grand
Group green between the team from Japan,
Turismo.
from Mongolia.
See Dark. Bro, Dark
From the
is
inside, Reefus.
one of my favorite shows ever.
Just trying to run through these fields.
मैंने पूरा
Pick up
series देख लिया मैंने.
taxis here. On the back of the bike you go. And he's
How many of you guys have watched
4MV
Dark?
still yet to fully commit
I'm
to
not sure how many of you guys have watched, but जो भी नहीं देखा bro,
the
you have to
stretch
get
out
on
the
it.
south of the island or heading over to Sosnovka.
It is
I
too
feel
good.
like the beat has been missed to go to Sosnovka at this point fully.
watch Prisoners. देखा मैंने Prisoners.
I'm not sure. I'm not actually sure.
Get
I'm
Out
gonna play
movie.
this one
वो
out.
मैंने theater में देखा
like
Get
you
Out
say,
movie.
The time is whittling away. It's already 32
It was horrific.
seconds on the clock until we start to push in from stage 1. There is still time to do it. It really
The
depends
Sixth Sense.
how much
देखा मैंने.
CAG Osaka is going to deny on this location. They're both heading into
Whoever has
3
watched
here.
Dark,
Oh, it's a
They
nightmare
know
scenario down that side.
क्या
of the
है,
map.
क्या
In the
नहीं.
meantime, Rozhok filled with quite a few teams. You've got RCB, D+, 77 in Sunken, and
volume
RQ
up
underneath
बढ़ा
them
रहा
on
हूँ.
the
Breaking
south
Bad
side.
देखा मैंने Breaking Bad
You
में.
see
It is
D+
also
here
one of my
around
favorite
school.
shows.
4MV, they do actually opt to go for it. We thought it may be a little bit too late, but this was
Slam
right
Dunk
at the end of
anime.
that window, I suppose.
Bro,
So that's
very
what they
very
think.
good
And
anime.
will be
Slam
getting
Dunk
across
anime.
to Sosnovka.
बचपन में देखा
The
मैंने.
difficulty
Like
is
probably
if it
10,
shifts
12
back
years
to
ago I have
side,
seen
right?
that
You're
anime.
going to be going straight back into CSGO.
Hanamichi
There's
Sakura.
Sort of no two
What
ways
was the hero
about it,
main character's
given
name?
How they like to hold.
Sakuragi
Although
Hanamichi.
there is
It's something like that.
a
His name
somewhat
is.
non-zero potential.
Very
but depending on
funny-
the next circle,
very
CSGO
funny
Osaka
character.
Don't go for this bridge camp.
Excellent,
and try and get
excellent
a little
anime,
more
bro.
central.
10
The
out of
reason
10 that
they
anime
could
is.
be afforded
Slam
to go
dunk.
for that opportunity in the last match was because
I
the
never
circle
thought I would
was
watch
so
a
far north, right? They were coming in
basketball
from the edge anyway.
anime
They just wanted to sweep 4
and enjoy so much.
behind them to
It was
slow
crazy.
that fight down and conclude it earlier than it would have popped.
Dark
off
is absolute
had they
cinema,
let
yeah,
it
bro.
be. But with a circle like this,
Beautiful. I
sometimes
would
you see
love to
teams
delete
just
that and
turtle up
rewatch it
to a
again.
Position instead of going for a little bit more of a bold hold. So we'll see what COG Osaka opts to do here.
For 4MV, I
13 reasons why.
game in terms of
अरे
you
मेरे को
still
drama
make
वाला
that
कम पसंद
crossing
है बे.
over towards
Peaky Blinders मैंने
for-
start किया
towards
but समझ रहे
Sosnovka.
हो.
Yes, I think every team here
End तो
understands
नहीं
this is
किया
likely
मैंने
not
इसको.
going to be a Sosnovka finish here.
Solo leveling मैंने
most
पूरा पढ़ लिया
reasonable
मैंने.
approach because the circle
एंट्री
still
अच्छी है
Watch
लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा
Netflix.
कैजुअल है
mean that
on
basically 4MV
Netflix.
has to play edge for the rest of the game. That's
उसका documentary
the
कुछ आया था ना?
for them.
मैंने
They
start
can't
किया था
make
वो, but
an early
I
crossing
couldn't
back
finish.
towards that center. They can, but it's unlikely teams are going to allow that to
बचपन
happen
में
without
उसको
casualty.
देखते हुए मैं बड़ा हुआ
In the
मैं
meantime, let's take a look
देखते हुए
at
बड़ा
some of
हुआ
our other teams.
देखना
Obviously,
पड़ेगा.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा
Watch the
कैजुअल है
Dark Westworld Dark देखा मैंने Westworld देखा मैंने The Substance
Hopefully they
ये
can come
कुछ
back,
नया
they can have a
मैंने
reset.
अभी
I'm not sure it's going to happen on our
Substance,
angle, but it might happen on Miramar. Completely different map.
Horror,
Really
science
good point
fiction.
in time to have a mental reset on.
Yeah, that's
ratings are not
probably
that
gonna be
promising.
playing into it, right? That sort of the knowledge that we're on a 1-point average per game right now. We are having a terrible start to our group.
Substance
It's only Alpha
Is it
7
good?
from
Substance
Brazil
good?
that's gotten one of those top 3 spots.
Westworld Dark तो मेरे को
We're
दोनों
looking
बहुत
for
पसंद है.
Maybe a little
I mean
bit more
Westworld till
representation
season 2
from
I liked
Brazil
it.
over towards
Season
that
3
top
was
side, so we'll have to wait and see if Team Liquid
Season
will be able
1
to do that, or if they're gonna
Westworld
leave it
season
to
1
influence
is one of the
range,
best.
because that is currently
One
a
of
team
the
from
best.
Brazil is looking far
Season 2
superior
was
in these games, certainly on the point
okay, but
scores,
season 3 is a
27
decline.
in third place. Brute Force, they have had not quite as good of a time as 77, but still a decent showing. I think I will still criticize their
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन
split
बैठने
at
का
the
तरीका अभी
start
बड़ा
of the last
कैजुअल है
game that
Missed my last
basically
super
lost that
chat.
one for
अरे,
them. It completely
कैसे
cut out
miss
their
कर दिया मैंने?
opportunity to do
What?
anything in this last match. So we'll see if they can pick up the pieces from it with a nice swift
कहाँ?
south rotate off of this circle.
Watch the age of Adeline.
D plus
अरे ये
playing on the
मैंने
left side,
अभी
looking
तो
up towards
I
brute
think
force
my
as they
wife
try and
told me about
rotate in.
this.
Some shots
Age
going
of
through a little bit
Adeline.
messy. Not the most amazing, but
Yes.
yeah, setting up the buggies to try and
भाई
get some high
आपने
ground positioning.
ये भी भाई
RRQ,
आपको मैंने
no
बोला
mercy
मैंने
up
I mean
against
stream में बोला
77.
मेरे को ये love genre वाला मेरे को
Zadira's
उतना
top
पसंद नहीं है.
shorts, that's the prime nade over towards No Mercy. He's like, ooh, better get out of here.
मेरे
This
को
is
समझ
not
रहे हो
an
ये
ideal
मैंने
position to
बहुत
be in.
पहले ही मेरे को बहुत
Back
लोग
towards the
सजेस्ट
rest
किए
of the
बट
squad.
I don't like this love
About a minute
genre type.
away from stage 2.
Yeah, circle
Notebook वो सब मैंने देख लिया
always
बहुत
seems
पहले.
so lethargic, but it
Titanic
gets
hits
up
me
on you.
sometimes. But समझ रहे हो.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है
Because it will force a lot of teams to
There
make
has
a
to be an
decision,
external
right?
story
The nicest shift
around
that
love,
could
then
probably
only I
happen
like
to
it.
this lobby is a hard
How
northwest
many
shift
of you
on
guys
where this
watched
crab
this
circle
movie
sits. It
यार?
would commit to the
वो
mainland.
मेरे को बहुत
It
पसंद
would
आया.
head over towards the Gakka fields. Teams can find a
इससे
lot of
भूल गया
routes
मैं
in
movie के
there.
बारे में.
So a hard
उसमें
northwest shift is actually
उसमें
probably the
उसमें
kindest result out of this. The most dastardly and wickedest
उसमें
circle shift would be the
heroine को
southeast
cancer
shift
होता
right
है.
to military base, and
Heroine
4MV
को
would be
वो
loving it.
कैंसर पेशेंट होता है.
Yeah, they
यार
would
वो
be
movie
very
का नाम
happy.
मेरे को याद नहीं आ रहा है.
Few teams, in fact, the only team that went down towards Sosnovka.
उसमें हीरोइन का नाम है हेजल
on the
ग्रेस.
eastern side of Quarry, though, not a bad position to be in terms of
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल.
विजर पढ़ा है आपने ब्रो. यस ब्रो.
coastal edge of
गट्स म्यूजिक में अभी भी सुनता हूँ मैं कभी-कभी. गूज़बम्स फील करने के लिए.
King rotating
विजर
past
इज पीक ऑफ एनिमे ब्रो.
Jimmy.
Peak of manga. Berserk.
Neither team going to pull up and go for that fight. They're out in the open.
Fault in our
Exposed
stars.
to their
Yes,
liking.
hammer.
Next circle comes through.
Slam
and it
dunk, bro.
shifts up towards the north.
Fault in our stars.
That's going to force 4MV to make the crossing.
That
they
movie
were
also hit
probably
me
going to
like a
have to do
freaking truck.
9
That
times
movie
out of
hit me
10.
like a
All of the
freaking truck,
teams
bro.
now looking to coalesce towards Pachinki.
I'm not the emotional type, but मेरे एकदम emotional हो गया मैंने
Pachinki
movie
very
end
much
पे.
a hot spot. Again, for 4MV, like we were saying earlier, they just need a little bit.
I am gay देखो.
of Sosnovka
Thor
to
plays
cut
भाई
in,
आप
and it
देखो.
is on
भाई,
that
मैंने
north
देखा.
side, so they can again play this game out a little bit slower.
Watch
Possibly
from
waiting for stage
a
3 or even
must
stage
watch.
4 to cross that bridge, but with Doc already making a
Prestige
pass
देखा
over
मैंने,
towards Ferry
Prestige.
Pier,
एंट्री अच्छी है
maybe
लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी
Christopher
बड़ा
Nolan के सारे
कैजुअल.
movies मैंने देखा है.
to anchor on towards, grapple across to.
Nothing interesting. कोई मरा नहीं अभी तक. Looks like सारे teams try hard करना चालू कर
See
दिए.
if we find a little bit of a pick off, but again, awkward location to take shots from.
Last of Us TV series देखो बढ़िया है. Last of
Brute
Us.
force on the south point. Influence
What we
across
know is a
the way.
drop. What we
DRS
don't know is an
stalwart,
ocean.
that's on the east
Dark
side,
reference है ये
going
तो.
up towards the coastline.
Team Furious Gaming.
And two
Yes,
players from
brother.
Stalwart already going down. DRS doing a lot of work.
What we
Sleepy
know is a drop.
moving in to
What
get the
we
res
don't know
over
is
onto
an ocean.
Gamze. This killer wants to try and secure these flushes. Sancher as well off on the off angle is down for Stalwart. That's the first flush confirmed.
चलो भाई आप थोड़ा गेम देखते हैं भाई.
Was that pitched away by
बहुत हो गया.
Talk? I think it was.
फिर after
King managed
this
to
match
sneak
अपन
that point back.
पढ़ेंगे ये
Chase
सारे.
DRS. They don't get any value.
Watch Dune,
from
one of
that
the best
opening
science
knock.
एंट्री
fiction
अच्छी
movie.
है
देखिए
लेकिन
आपको
बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल.
Desperately need those
Second part भी
points as
देख
well.
लिया मैंने.
They're only on 7, and they'll pump up to 8 there. Sleepy does confirm onto 1, so it's 1 apiece for the southeast fight.
क्या DRS का comeback हो पाएगा?
They're having the worst scenario.
देखो currently DRS
Points being
is
stolen, but they're
struggling.
losing players in the
But
meantime. 4MV.
by the end of the day, क्या वो
finding a
comeback
shot
कर
over
पाएंगे
towards
आज?
Garnet from CAG Osaka. Goodness me,
Watch
like
all
Max
of us
was
are dead.
saying,
देख लिया bro,
ooh,
वो
you
भी
better be
देख लिया मैंने.
careful.
Season 1 देख लिया. Season
This
2
is
अभी आया
not a
नहीं.
team to anger, to frustrate.
अरे
If I
CAG
was
versus
Robbie,
4MV is
they
constant
send
यार
it in.
हर मैच में.
4MV
कर दिया
going
push
for the
4MV
roll
ने.
up here to CAG Osaka.
One knock push कर दिया.
Bad blood breaks to new mutiny as 4MV continue the feud. 4MV on the roll-up, Doc slow and
Garnet
steady.
knock ही
in
पड़ा
on
है अभी.
hovercraft. He's getting the perfect angle. He's lining it up. He's calculating. He's getting all the information as well. That's a big scouting mission. Something that
Doc
hovercraft
knock.
can be used for. But
Apex
Apex
knock.
is down in the meantime, and a nice spray out. And COG Osaka are ready for it. A pickup onto 2 of 4MV.
ज़्यादा हल्के में नहीं ले लिए.
Doc leaves 2
4MV.
players now left standing. It's Rufus and Baron.
Dog finish.
Not entirely sure what Doc was planning. I understand that the hovercraft does provide you a big amount of cover, but
Apex भी
the
finish.
scout was so slow, and I think Doc was expecting the vehicle to
अलग
provide a little
rivalry
bit
चल
more
रहा है इन
cover,
दोनों के
but
बीच में.
the spray down that every single one of the players from CAG put into, because the rest of 4B wasn't pushing up too aggressively, it sort of allowed them to pump so many bullets into that hovercraft that the position became very tenuous. But
It's a
Doc,
2v3 fight.
yeah, initial knockoff onto Garnet does get pulled through, but now 4MV are in a sticky situation.
It's the sort of play you definitely need that aggressive backup off, right? The value of it is you can get a lot of information relatively safely, like you're saying, but it just wasn't fed back in time and they didn't capitalize on it fast enough. It wasn't quite the right time. The coordination wasn't
ST
there.
versus DRS.
So
ST का
once
आखिरी
again,
बंदा बचा है.
they are
If I'm not
sniped
wrong.
by
Sanchez is
COG
the last
Osaka
man
as they
standing
try to
for
cross the bridge.
ST.
A difficult story for them to be told, the one they'll have to hear and hopefully learn from. if they want to maintain
D
that
plus
spot
किया
towards
versus
the top.
RRQ.
In the meantime, over in the middle of the circle, you've got D plus
TT
Kia
kill चोरी
holding
किया.
out RRQ on their approach.
और क्या
RCB
बचा
trying
रही
to
है.
push on in. Everybody fighting out in the open fields now to leave this west side too.
Potato from Boing Donkey will go down.
ST का आखिरी बंदा है.
Dear me, DRS. Sleepy's down. One player from Stalwart still alive and kicking. DRS would like to clean him out. Magnum
पुश
will
मत
take
करना,
down
पुश मत
Potato.
करना, पुश मत करना.
So first
अंदर मत घुसना. बाहर आके मार दिया बे उसने.
He plus onto RQ. Good step out though.
बाहर आके मारा है, घुस के मार देगा.
With just the one player left standing, Gianti now.
बच जाएंगे,
is
4
able
man
to
बच
find
जाएंगे
it.
DRS.
That should be the reses coming through.
Shotgun
for
बेटा खत्म
DRS.
हो गया क्या
Playing
भाई?
on as forward
अरे
to
मतलब
southeast side, they'll be able to
ग्लोबल में
turn their
उतना
attention to
उतना
getting
यूज
up
नहीं
the
करते हैं
cliff face
जितना
ahead
हमारा
of
यहाँ
them.
यूज होता
That is
है.
a real difficult jump.
But
with
still,
Thundertalk
यूज
moving
करने
off of
वाले
it
यूज
as
करते
well.
हैं. अभी देखा है
They're
ना
going down a
ज्ञानटे
little
ने
bit of an easier time,
TBS
but
से ही
still
मारा
a
आखिरी
pretty
बंदा को.
treacherous approach out to the west side for DRS.
Yeah, difficult maneuvers.
It is
At
not
least they have
overly
4 players. I
used.
think that's the main
Shotgun
thing.
is not overly
Still
used.
looking strong with the eastern side being a little
Here
bit
it
less
is overly
populated
used.
and off towards the west. Yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad. They can continue forward off the back of this one. D plus once again in a
भाई
nice central
4MV
spot,
रिवेंज
playing
लेने
a
के
2-2
चक्कर में हग
split,
दिया.
north and south
अरे
at the
अभी
moment, so
हगना
they have options
is
going
fine यार.
forward
This is
for
not
this
finals.
team.
लीग स्टेज में जितना वो करना है वो करो. अभी ट्राई हार्ड करने की जरूरत भी नहीं
I
है.
think in again a really
But
solid
finals में
central
नहीं
spot
करेंगे ये
hill
सब
to
4MV.
the southeast
ये
of
मैं लिख के दे
Pachinki.
सकता
They're
हूँ
split
तुम्हें.
across it right now 2-2. RCB unlikely to be moving too much further forwards as they're a duo on the south side. The teams around Pachinki going to be
जो
much more
confidence
concerned
से वो
with getting
खेल
up
रहे
to the east. So I
वो
think D+
qualify हो
get
जाएंगे
fairly
easy.
safe
Qualify
from
तो
full
भाई बात
pushes.
ही नहीं
Team
है.
Liquid is probably the team that will look
ओए.
to try and move on in. But 77 are going to slow them down. Force them to
Gran
regroup out to the
Turismo
west side
is
too.
good. Gran Turismo देखते क्या
Hey,
है.
77 made a very quick rotate. They were stuck over towards that western side for quite a while, and they just flew on through. I respect that from 77. But now they're out in the open on a broad side on this
Which I
angle.
racing
Team
guy,
Liquid
yeah.
still behind them with Cardozo and a Mythic.
Okay, I'll add this one.
And
I like
Isla up
racing.
front. So a weird scenario to be in for 77.
Ford
They've got to
versus
be
Ferrari तुम लोगों ने देखा है
very
क्या?
cautious
Ford versus
of
Ferrari.
moves happening next. Mythic, those shows.
What a
base.
brilliant movie यार.
Now, it could be a bit of a bait for them as Mythic do, alongside with the rest of his team, surround
और भी एक
77.
मूवी है रेसिंग का.
If Mythic
Ford
goes
versus
down
Ferrari और
early,
एक है.
suddenly there's an
जिसमें
opening
क्रिस
found here for
हेम्सवर्थ और वो
77.
होता है. It's about Nikki.
Spray down for Chief. One looks for the second onto Shifu, but he gets behind the tree just in time. Tucked away.
सा है
Magnum,
racing का? तुम लोग
man of
बता
the
दो.
hour to try and keep them safe, but Mythic's on the off angle. That's a big little pick up there. A little bit
It's
of an
actually
oxymoron on the sentence,
based
but
on real
still going to
story.
work out well for them to find more than they're looking for. Mythic on the big flex out.
पर
And the
पिटाई
fact
चल
that
रहा है
he's
बे टीम
only
लिक्विड
just
का.
gone down is
Last
so
man
huge for
standing
Team
है.
Liquid, but the rest of his team in the meantime has been dismantled. 3 knocks going either way.
Card
And
is in.
77 need to try and stand up tall, but can they do it? Can they keep their heads
Nikki
above water? The
Lord,
rest of
yeah,
Cardozo
वही
can
है
come
वही
through on
है.
Mythic
मैं
now.
वो अगर वो बोलता कुछ गाली
Two
समझेंगे बोल के नहीं
solos
बोला
for
मैंने.
77. Zadira playing
वो
this
rush,
very
rush,
cautiously.
yes,
I think
rush.
he knows that
Rush and
CAG,
Ford versus
Osaka,
Ferrari.
D plus Kia all looking to finish
Brilliant
up this
movies,
fight.
both the movies.
Good shots out there, and it will be Vex.
Rush का
take
ending
down
भाई,
one
Rush का
77
ending.
players. Limbo Boom goes down shortly afterwards. So losing Shifu as well as Limbo Boom, not great, and there should be a res coming through for Team Liquid. You wonder if they'll get the full reset, but Vexy is becoming a real problem for both of these teams
Full
here.
reset क्या?
Nade actually might pop straight on towards him.
Oh, is it going to go around the side
Full
of the
reset
rock?
for Team
No, it's
Liquid.
just a
निकलो
little
यार इधर से निकलो,
scrubbly
मार
bounce
खाओगे और
there
कुछ नहीं.
on the ridge line, and you're not going to quite find the mark. Cardozo gets
Scrubbly.
the first aid off. It's a good word, isn't it? I like it. It gives the indication that I was going for.
Watch Dune, one of the
Maybe
best
not
science
forever.
fiction. अरे मैंने पढ़ लिया आपका
Else
super
Wonderland
chat
did it.
bro.
Why can't I?
MTG
Cardozo,
Hub.
though, the second one,
मैंने पढ़
not
लिया,
so
आपने
scrubbly.
notice नहीं किया
Looking
होगा.
more scrumptious as Vexy goes down.
Back करके देखो मैंने already पढ़ा.
Okay.
Not able to send super chat.
I
अंकित
think
वर्मा
that's
bro.
the third one you've come
It's
out
fine
with.
bro, आप
You're
chat
making
कर
up
सकते
words
हो. मैं
this
chat
one.
भी
I
पढ़ता
love
हूँ.
it.
Scrumptious is that's a real one.
No, Scrumptious is. Scribbly, I think we had a Squibbly the other day as well.
Breaking Bad,
I just
Game of
Scrumptious
Thrones,
there,
The
'cause I like this one.
Sopranos,
I think you
Prison
had
Break,
Quickly
सब
as
देख
well.
लिया मैंने.
On Group Yellow.
Yeah, I used to be a very
Just like
degenerate
new
binge
words all
watcher
over the
bro.
place from the
That's
John
what we're
Allen Dictionary.
And the slidey toes, the Gar and Gimple on the way.
Those aren't made up. Those were
ओए अच्छा 1v2 गया इसने.
Little difference, but Team Liquid not going to be hearing too much of the nonsense on the roll-up. Unfortunately, they do lose a player. And a second as well. That is
Watch
pretty
Vikings,
nasty stuff.
bro.
Able to cut
देखा
across
bro.
them with a broadside on the spray
Ragnar
down. The last
Lothbrok.
stand for Team Liquid. No eliminations found either, and they're still on this bottom side of the table, Blank, with only one player
Old
left
boy
standing,
movie.
surrounded by
देखा
Team
मैंने.
Secret. Brute Force know exactly
Mike
where they
Tyson
are.
versus Jake Paul.
I've got to
Waste
wonder
of
if they're
time
going
है
to be
bro. वो नहीं देखने वाला मैं. It's a publicity stunt.
Still 0 points.
देखा
Yes. The 77 is diabolical stuff, man.
Gag. D plus किया. Influence
CG
rage.
Osaka down to 3 players.
तीनों
but
में ही कोई
5
निकालने वाला है
eliminations so
chicken ये
far.
match.
Good stuff for them. 4MV's also out, so successful approach in terms of their defense versus 4MV.
D plus Kia still a pivotal position, and this 2-2 split, now a 3-1 split. That they've managed to hold this hill to the southeast of Pachinki really, really well. CG Osaka moving up to Osal on the off angle, forcing him to regroup out into the field. Now they're in the dip, so a little bit more danger.
मेरे को easy mode थोड़ा teams के लग रहा है ये lobby, ठीक है? ये lobby easy mode लग रहा है 4MV को, D plus Kia को.
Undoubtedly.
Gag भी very comfortable लग रहा है इस lobby से.
High ground position that they just
Is it just me? और तुम लोग को भी ऐसा लग रहा
On
है?
the southeast side with Thunder Talk, who are down to just King. He's trying to hold up in the shack. And RQ roll out
TT
towards the
struggle
blue
कर रहा है
zone.
बड़ा.
They wanna
एंट्री
find
अच्छी
this
है
off
लेकिन
angle.
बैठने का
Battleship
तरीका अभी बड़ा
moving
कैजुअल.
on the
And the
inside
maze
here.
runner, bro.
And they're trying to
Watch
pin him
Battleship
down,
and the
but
maze runner. The
it's
maze
quite
runner मैंने
wily.
देखा है.
Let's see what they can do.
TT बाहर.
Also shotgun there, and the Molotov on the inside means that it's not going to work for King, but there is an off.
चलो double digit हो गया TT का 10 finishes. दोनों देख
Cheeky little third
Battleship
party
I'm
coming
not
home
sure
on the
मैंने
flex
देखा
out there
है.
as Cellcom
The
did
maze
the
runner मैंने
Alliance.
देखा है.
Move out to the southwest to pick up the pieces.
There's some very weird fights going around the map right now in terms of just the third parties
ये
coming
क्या
through.
rating है बे? 5.8
Voidonki have
rating?
had some crazy impact on this game just in terms of being able to take some good shots.
5.8
That's
rating
what
है
I call, bro.
घटिया ratings है उसका.
Yeah,
not sure.
Let's go with that
देख.
now. It's, they're renamed.
Yeah.
Going on in.
Only day
I
one,
do
we'll know
like it.
tomorrow. Yes,
The
yes,
Void
yes.
Donkeys.
Homework करके आएंगे ना कल को.
That's right.
मैं आज की बात कर रहा हूँ.
Energetic. And I'm liking that. That's exactly what they need as well. If they want to try and break up into the survival stage bracket on this game. On the east side, they'll try and make it
क्या
forward,
का
but
आखिरी
Team
बंदा
Secret
बचा है?
Still, they're now in first place, Blank. Having overtaken
उतार
4MV,
दिए.
going to show that making up the points in the aggregate can be more effective than just having those massive blast out
जिनसे
games.
कैसे देखा है? Yes, bro.
Unless you can
Yes,
find those games
yes.
consistently, it's just not going to work out and you could be dethroned. A lot of crashes going on. The roll down there, an immediate spray back in response. It's Voidonki playing with two, looking to poke their noses in towards Influence Rage on the north.
Yeah, Voidonki doing pretty good so far.
ज्ञानटे नॉक DRS का भी फाइट चल रहा है.
I see Zato as well as Razor on that north side.
DRS से दो बंदे मर गए.
Ooh, Sleepy getting a Molotov onto
Sleepy
his
को निकालना
teammate.
मुश्किल है.
Not ideal. A lot of teams heavily battered and bruised inside this lobby already. Somewhat understandable considering that the northwest side, a lot of dead ground
Gag
there.
बाहर.
In terms of the
एंट्री
field
अच्छी है लेकिन
position.
बैठने का तरीका
जिनाब,
अभी
thank you
बड़ा
for joining.
कैजुअल.
Casualties all over the place.
Thank you, Jinab.
Digital Alliance currently down towards that southeast side though. In a good spot.
Another
In a
good
very,
match
very
for
good
D plus
spot,
Kia.
actually. They just need to
D plus Kia
get
hashtag one है
rid
by the way. Just saying.
of Voidonki.
4MV is at hashtag 2 now.
Two players remaining.
With
एंट्री
pure
अच्छी है
consistency,
लेकिन
D plus Kia
बैठने का
गया
तरीका
hashtag
अभी
1.
बड़ा
Just
कैजुअल.
Bruno's in. Now left standing.
And they're
for them.
4-man strong. 6 finishes.
Influence Rage going to be able to take shots. Voidonki
Osal
trying to
knock.
move in ahead of this and can't quite finish the spray here. Penned down by the shots overhead. By the Cellcom Digi Alliance on the south, Influence Rage on the north, and still he's going for the fight. Has the smoke cover to try and make it work. D plus Kia still in the middle on the edge of those Pachinki fields on the southeast side. Next circle about to
D
come
plus
in.
Kia का match है
Cellcom
guys
Digi
ये.
Alliance losing a player on the south edge.
D plus Kia का
It's
match
a
है
little
ये.
breathing room, and they all are going to have to scrap for the east side now.
Judo भी comeback कर रहा है क्या?
Dear me. D plus though,
इस मैच
wonderful
में 4
spot to
किल
be in.
निकाला उन लोग ने.
I think they're really
Team
happy with this
animal.
position. They control a lot of ground up towards
Judo
this western
हमेशा
side,
day
just to
2,
get
day
rid of
3
Team
पे ही अच्छा
Secret,
खेलता है.
as well as the final player from
Homework
Team
करके आएंगे
Liquid,
उसके बाद
who may
मारेंगे.
get a point off the back of placements, which is great news.
Team
Great
Liquid
news.
ऐसा क्यों खेल रहा है?
The Vicious
सही नहीं चल रहा
from
उनका.
those in. Bruno's in. Can't get away Cardozo, bro. Can't help it.
नार्कोस भी अच्छी है. देखा है
And
bro.
Influence
Pablo
Rage, of course,
Escobar
that
का
northeast side, who
देखा
have
है.
just come off the back of quite a good game. If they can get another one here, they'll be very, very pleased with themselves. Already sat in a nice second place, third place, sorry, just underneath 4MV. But
D plus Kia
of
dinner
this
incoming
game
boys.
have
हाफ सेंचुरी
reclaimed
मारने
the
वाला है
first
D plus
place
Kia इस
spot.
मैच से.
Absolutely. It's what I was saying.
That's
right?
my prediction.
The fact that 4MV had that one pop-off, but they haven't really been able to back it up. They got 32 of their points in one game blank. D+, they managed to get a first place in the first game. In the third match, they came... I think they ended up coming third. So a late fall down from the second place team, but still a really, really big point tally. And this game, again, they should be on to a strong.
क्या कोई रोक
match.
सकता है
This is how
D+
you
किया
win
को इस मैच में?
championships, right? You don't.
We
get
have a
these
few
22-point
contenders.
games. Well, you can.
Brute Force,
Teams
Team
have in the
Secret,
past, but
you
it's
do.
all off the back of the low-end games, right? You get these
And
high
INF?
games. But in the end, it comes down
Brute
to where
Force
your
versus INF
floor is,
boom
where
bomb
your
चल रहा है.
averages are.
Lil
See if
boy
they can
knock.
keep that one going. Because Influence Rage looking to try and keep that third place average as well. As Law holds beside the tree pre-pod with a fancy feet hopping in and out of the roll-up.
Nice molly, nice molly.
Here. The fact that he may be allowed to do this is crazy, but that Molotov should
Beautiful
seal the
nade.
deal onto Neos.
INF
Spray
bahar.
down, but the off angle not so strong. And
Brute Force
Influence
2
Rage
man.
taken down. Brute Force able to push them aside. Up to 5
Team
eliminations
Secret is
on
the
the game
only
now,
4-man
only
team.
playing as 2. And they still have Bruno
Apart from D+
across the way.
किया.
Yeah, Brute Force don't go for
Baaki
the
sab
Riz
2-3
over
man hai.
towards that teammate. Instead, they just reduce the aura coming through from Influence Rage.
Wow.
Sizable margin, in fact. But Brute Force will send
I
away.
see a
think
clear
playing
dinner
towards that
for
north side, try and get
D+
heavier
kiya.
placements in this game is smarter.
Watch
Brunosen
oat
is just gonna
टमाटर
sit
बड़े
it out.
मजेदार.
Makes sense. Oh, he's been spotted. That's unfortunate. Has to step up, but it will be Cluck over from Digital Alliance to support the guys from Brute Force. And I'm pre-pause wondering,
Secret.
where did that shot come from?
Or where was it going
खत्म
to?
ये भी खत्म है.
More accurately, but it's gone either way. The threat on their offense.
कोई competition नहीं है guys D+ किया का.
On the southwest, they've been
कोई
trying
competition
to
नहीं.
play quiet through this one. D+, Kia as well. 7 eliminations
7
now.
finishes.
Playing from the west side, I feel like this is another game that they could really take control of. There is a loot crate as well, just out to their northeast side. You can see Nolbu closest to it, and that's going to give them an important linchpin position to move in towards that hillside that is stretching out before them, that these teams on the east are going to try and fight over. Osel, they have to leave the watchtower fairly
TJB
soon.
is made in China product.
All these trenches to play
China
around.
and
It
IHC is
great
made in China
news for their
product in India.
mobility across the rest of this circle. They get a huge shift out west flank. This should be
Team
another
Secret
South
बाहर.
Korean chicken dinner.
Yeah, it should be an easy game for D+.
कुत्ता बना के मार रहा है भाई.
Fantastically done
D+
so
किया भी.
far. Up
It's a
to
4v3v1
quite a few
situation.
eliminations already on the
You
map.
do. Come back कर लिया.
Folio as well as the squad.
What
Like, they've done
experienced
well
team
in
है
this
ये
match,
भी.
I would say. The control down towards the southeast side has not been easy. Furia last left here
कैसे गिर
for
ली
Brute
देगी इसको?
Force
8
and
finishes
does
for you
get pinned to the tree.
4v3 fight.
A real sapper of a
पूरा
play
spread
there.
out हो गए. D+ किया.
Real tough to be able to get away from that one in a 1v3, but Furia, you're right, just gets slammed against the trunk there.
Yeah, it
Really
takes
doing.
tree hugging to the next level, unfortunately.
खत्म है
D+
यूडू. खत्म
11 eliminations now versus some Digital Athletics. Digital Alliance, sorry. Damn, trying to mix out all the names in that one.
11 finishes. That means it's gonna be 14 finishes
D+,
dinner.
they just have this rich side.
24
and again, by
points.
virtue of the fact that
Wow.
D+ have had such a safe position in what has been a very, very dangerous circle, likely they should have this game. MG3
उतार दिया.
as
कोई
well.
MG3 से उतारा क्या?
That's always
Nice
love
one,
to see.
man.
Good shot onto one. Kaleb goes down, and yes, it's over. It's over.
It should be completely over. There's potential for things to get a little
Last
bit
man
fresh.
standing,
Olio
Olio.
finds Nolbu. It's a 2v3, and they know where Olio is. That nade not quite doing the job, but Chips is on the offense.
मार दिए. And with that, it's a winner chicken dinner for
Find the last player.
D+
This is
किया.
how you shut it down. First
मैंने
place
पहले से ही
for
प्रेड
D+
किया. ये
here,
मैच इनसे
now
छीनना बहुत
on
मुश्किल
the
है.
cards, and they
Impossible सा
continue
है.
to
And ये लोग
put up
करके
numbers.
दिखाए.
A second chicken dinner in our
They have a
first
dominating
four
lead now.
matches. South
4MV
Korea
से 20 points
did it
ऊपर
back
रहेगा
in Group
easily.
Yellow. They impressed us with DRX, with Mirren Sejong, and now
They are not happy as
the turn
well.
of
They are
D+
not super
Kia.
excited
Can
as well. It's
anyone
just
take
day
them down?
one.
Seem casual about
Things
it
are
as well.
going
Very
well.
nicely done. A chicken dinner with a side serving of
सही
aliolio
है.
right at the end there. So very fantastic stuff from D+ Kia.
4MV
Continue
को
to
थोड़ा
put up
consistent
a
बनना पड़ेगा.
consistent margin.
एक मैच बूम बाम करके बाकी मैच में आगेंगे तो नहीं चलेगा.
Consistent is the perfect word.
Next two
and
matches
Max,
are
I
going
have
to be
kind of think
Miramar.
Back to when we were doing those watch parties for CSA. And we
Let's
got the
see
question,
क्या
like,
होगा.
what's the strongest region? We had two different mini questions
But
within
D+
that
किया.
question. Is it the top
Very
team, or
consistent.
is it the average
So far.
strength of the region. And right now, just looking at top teams alone, I think South Korea just might be the best region in the world when it comes to just top teams, period.
In 3 weeks, that's all they needed.
That's crazy.
बहुत solid दिख रहा है भाई D+ किया इस बार. अरे last time भी same scene था भाई. Day 1 पे ऐसे ही मारते हैं.
The thing is,
Day 1 पे ऐसे ही मारते हैं. Last time ऐसे ही मारे. Day 2, 3 फिर अलग एकदम.
It's even hard for D+
एकदम choke compilation हो गया था Day 2 और 3.
Split early game. We have 2 players on the hilltop.
61 point D+ किया.
2 players in the trenches.
इसमें one side domination ही दिख रहा है teams का.
Trenches. And we just start blasting teams all around us one by one.
Have you watched
Look at
Friends?
the elimination count, man.
Who
They all
didn't,
got
bro?
At least 3 eliminations, which
सबने
is
देखा है
crazy,
Friends.
crazy numbers to have. Like,
I don't know
D+,
any
they're
person who
out
did
here
not
to
watch
play.
Friends.
They want to do. They want to try and do what Mir and Sejong were doing in the first week, also with DRX. They're just trying to make sure they
Summertime
put the side of
rendering
South Korea
anime
into
चूड़ा.
PMGC. Are we going to see
अरे
all
anime
the
तो
South
बहुत-
Korean teams make it? Like maybe.
बहुत time हो गया anime देख के.
It's unbelievable. Let's put it this way. Like I fell asleep in the
I
middle of the
mostly
game, and I was
read.
like, Max, man, wake me up. Tell me how many D+ Kia eliminations we got in that one. I mean, I could have easily. You know, it's crazy to watch. I mean, look at this. I mean, once they got the
Watch
they got
from-
the circle locked on this one.
अरे वो
so it's
series
like,
है ना.
You know, the thing is I would first be a little bit weary if this was the only win that we've seen, but it's not, right? Even on the games where they
Ratings
didn't
are
get
not that
circle blessed at
promising.
all, they were busting down some solid eliminations with 9, and now they get a good, favorable circle, and they just straight dominate the lobby. I mean, literally, like I said, I was just watching the game,
Fabian,
and
new
my eyes
member
were on autopilot,
now.
and I was just starting
अरे
to
बहुत
count.
पुराना
I was
player
like,
है
okay,
ये.
how many
फिर
eliminations are
वापस
these guys
आया.
gonna get? And they crushed it. So I mean, D+
Boom
Kia
bomb दे रहे
on
हैं.
top. And I do think, Max,
बहुत
that
calculated,
we're gonna
बहुत
see
solid दिख रहा है
4MD
team अभी.
try to
अभी के
utilize
लिए.
the strategy I was talking about. You know
But
what
it's
I'm
too
saying?
early to say
Even,
anything.
2 pop-off games, you know, maybe one more in Miramar coming up soon.
Maybe. I mean, talking about 4MV, I don't know what the hell Doc was doing in the other craft. I think we just
भाई
ignore that push
पिन
onto
पुंदरी
CH
का
Osaka
वीडियो एक
entirely.
बार देखो
But
PMGC का
I think we're going to have a new
reaction
team in
देखो.
first place after the game.
पिन
like this.
पुंदरी का
D+
videos are
Kia
always
has
fun
been
to watch.
extra,
But अभी
extra
नहीं यार, when I'm
consistent
watching,
throughout
when
today.
I'm doing
4
such
matches
watch
in good to
parties,
Miramar. I want to see if that
I
going
don't-
to continue. Juice, that's a big question.
I
you
don't
just
watch
brought
any
up,
other
right?
stuff like
How
that.
is it going to work out over there?
अपन
But, right
अलग
now,
dedication
we've got
stream,
some
dedicated
contenders are
stream
like, if
करेंगे.
they maintain
सिर्फ
this
reaction
type
stream
of
बोल के.
consistency throughout the next few
तब
days,
तब
like,
देखेंगे वो
top
सब.
3 easy.
Not
Yeah, for
now.
sure.
I mean, well, if we think about how
Watch list
they've
दिखाओ.
done
अभी
so
watch
well
list
so far
में
in this
मेरे
match,
है.
I feel like a
एक
big
second
part of
बताओ.
that is kind of a center play. They kind of set it into a compound in towards the center of one of these zones. Very
From
reminiscent
you
of what we
guys,
saw out of Mir and
your
Sejong.
suggestions.
And then just kind of wait
मेरे
there
watch
until
list में
the
अभी
game
है
does
the
proceed in a
adjustment
way that they can pick
bureau,
up these eliminations.
atonement,
So I do worry,
Gran,
will D+ Kia run into problems if they're not
Turismo.
able to adapt to
ये
not
तीन
being
है
able to
अभी.
play this center style?
अभी
Because
कुछ add
coming
नहीं
into
किया मैंने
tomorrow,
और.
I'm assuming all these teams are going to be like, oh, D+ success, center play, let's start playing
मेरे को
more
एकदम
center here instead of
crazy
playing
वाले
that.
ही बताओ यार, एकदम mediocre वाले मत बताओ
hold on
मुझे.
to.
Yeah, they don't want to pull a.
ए, देख के पागल हो गए तुम. वैसा वाला बताओ
Understanding
मुझे.
very quickly what their game plan actually is, but no, as of right now, again, I think they were.
ऐसे वैसे होते नहीं यार, मैं ढूंढ के थक जाता हूँ, बता.
Split was good.
अच्छे
Yeah,
वाले
it's going to
बहुत
be
कम
down
ही
to the other
मिलते हैं.
teams really to become a threat to them, Jason. But as of right now, it's not been happening. So D+ Kia are just abusing it as long as they possibly can, and that gets them an extra 24 points on the board. Really good match.
Domination, dude. Domination. And you know what? It's going to be interesting to see coming up Miramar here because due to my research, I believe we're going to see them land mostly on the coastline here, Max Man. So, especially if we get like southern circles, I think they're going to have a great rotation on inside. Of course, if we see like an El Pozo circle, it could be a little bit difficult for them. But, you know, when it comes to the early game rotation,
How many of you guys have watched?
I've been watching them all day today. You know, if the
Mushoku
zone hardship,
Tensei.
you could see them
It's an
instantly
anime.
start hugging that hardship side and,
I'm not
and
sure how many
rotating to that
of
open
you
side
have
of the map.
watched,
So, I mean,
but
D+
I
Kia,
would
they
recommend
are
it.
quick at it, and it just
It's
goes
a very
to show,
good one.
if they get a favorable circle, they're going to win this game by a lot.
ये मैंने बहुत पहले देखा था.
Can we maybe talk about Alliance a little bit, Max? Thinking back to PMWC in the group stage, like I said, the event. They topped
12th fail.
the table. Like,
Very
they
good
were number
movie.
one coming
देखा
out of
मैंने.
that. Then they went to the finals and they completely disappeared. Now, one of the reasons they were so successful was kind of their edge splits that they would pull off and the kind of edge swooping play they would do. How have they been playing so
Brahma
far here today in
Yugam,
this
your mouth will open in the end.
As of right now,
Brahma
this
Yugam.
last game in particular, Jason, was kind of similar to what they were doing back in the league stage of
Horror
PMWC,
thriller.
which is, oh, we're playing the edge of the
Bro,
circle,
I'll
we're
note
playing
this
it somewhat
one.
passive, we got
I like this
players that are a little
genre.
bit
I
split,
like
trying to get
horror
us some
thriller.
information.
I'll write
They
I'll
see
write down this
specifically the
Brahma
fight
Yugam.
happening in the
I'll write down
warehouses
this.
south of the, I think it was phase 5, and they see RRQ fighting Thunder Talk Gaming. We see, okay, well, this is an opportunity not only for us to
MVP
get
of this
some
match
eliminations,
is
but also we're
Nolgo
going to be
again.
clearing all of the teams that might be competing
also
for
very
the high ground
underrated
position,
series,
and then
in
they
my
can get the
opinion.
high ground, they get to the late
I'll
game,
give it a try,
sure,
bro,
the
but
circle doesn't quite remain on that
The
high ground,
ratings don't lie in my
but it
opinion.
makes them an easy pathway to the top 3. So yeah, I think that here they're just very up to date when it comes to gathering information and third partying.
Interstellar,
really
Interstellar
important fights, and
is
it worked
class.
out great, Hodrix, this time around. So
Best
I would
in
say
the business.
Alliance Shaw might be a little bit silent here today, but they definitely
Gran
are getting
Turismo
some
अच्छा है
pretty
मैंने
decent
लिखा है
results
ऑलरेडी मेरे वॉच
every
लिस्ट
few
में
matches.
लिखा है मैंने ऑलरेडी
Yeah, I mean,
Watch
it's all about
Bleach.
the consistency, you know what I'm
Bleach तो
saying?
मैंने
It's so hard
देखा है.
to, you know, really put up big
Bleach मैंने
numbers when you have
कहाँ
just
तक देखा पता
dominant
Bleach मैंने
squads, you know what I'm saying? And at a certain time,
फाइनल
I'm
गेट्सुको
gonna be interested to see like
टेंसे
you know, now that we
वर्सेस
look at the
आइजन
overall
एंड
leaderboard,
आइजन को एकदम सील कर देते ना
on top,
वहां
and
तक
I
मैंने
wouldn't
देखा
have even
एक
counted
10
on
साल
this
पहले
match
देखा था मैंने
because
10 साल
we
नहीं
saw
बहुत
4
पुरानी
and
बात
B,
है
like with the most
उसके
ridiculous
बाद वाला
match
जो
that we've seen in
जो
quite a
है
while,
आर्क वो
right?
मैं नहीं देखा
But then silence, D+, Kia, consistency
like
at the highest
300-400
level.
episodes
That's the thing is
तक
that,
मैंने
yeah,
देखा
we're seeing some squads put some decent points on the board.
Breaking
but what are
Bad,
you gonna do when you have these
too
points
good bro
bunches
Breaking
like
Bad
this?
is too good
Just be careful about
Watch
some of these
Stranger
guys
Things
before the
मैंने
other.
सीजन 4 तक देखा शायद उसके बाद काइंड ऑफ मेरे को क्रिंज लगा
I mean, squeeze the sponge. That's all I can
पूरा
say.
एकदम बच्चे
Don't
वाले
let
फील
him
आ
have
गया मेरे
opportunities
को
like
उसके
this. I
बाद
mean,
मेरे को मन
as
नहीं
you
किया
did mention Kagasaka, that's 2 games in a row now, Max. They're able to punish. Well,
Watch Vinland Saga
punish
anime
4MB
you're
for
gonna
sure
love it
in match
I
2.
watched
In match
it bro
3, I
it's a
think
good
Doc
one
was punishing
I like
4MB with the hovercraft push he did into the backlines of
Watch Classroom of the
Kagasaka. We
Elite
look down the rest of the list here.
yes bro I
Stalwart,
watched that
not much
also it's
movement for
good
them, unfortunately. Not really getting too much in the last match. Regnum Kari as well in 10th place. You know, besides
Hajime no
Liquid, which I
Ippo
think is the obvious one, Hot
देखो
Juice.
देखा है bro
What
वो
team has
इसका है
kind
ना
of surprised you towards
बॉक्सिंग
the
का है ना देखा मैंने
underperformance, not towards
बहुत मस्त है
playing extremely well?
it's one of the best
I mean, there's so many names, right?
It's one of the best.
PEL guys, TT down there. I mean, with only 10
उसमें
points,
कॉमेडी भी
that's
बहुत
pretty
मस्त
wild to
बहुत
see. I
मस्त है
mean,
ना उसमें कॉमेडी भी बहुत अच्छा है
the 2 bottom teams are 2 of the teams I picked.
Why
to be
watch the
bottom at
gangster
end of this,
the cop the devil
You know what I'm saying? So, I'm
you
not
just
doing
you thought
too
you were
hard.
picking bottom
Yeah,
3
yeah.
Hot Chicks. We were looking for top 3, but you're doing so well so far in that aspect.
That's what it is. Yeah, if that's the case, then I'm
crime
crushing it. I
action.
mean, Regnum Cario is the other team I picked, and they're not
Ratings are
far off.
decent.
Bro,
You know what I'm
undefeated.
saying?
You're already leading the prediction game, I believe, between all the talent at
This
the
is a
moment, at
movie.
least when it comes to the English talent.
crime action
But Thunder Talk, as you are going to point out, I feel like this is just kind of what we've seen.
अरे ये अभी कोरियन बोले तो मेरे को भी याद आया
Just kind of
तुम लोग ने
underperforming
raid
the
देखा
first
क्या
day or two, kind
The
of get a feel
Raid
of the lobby, and then they really start to
It's
show
the-
in like day 3.
The Raid only right
I'm gonna
The
repeat
Raid
myself,
कितने लोग ने देखा तुम आप
day
लोग
2
में
is
से
the real day 1 for the PL team.
The Raid
Specifically,
I
just
said
give
that
them-
first.
क्या
Don't
प्यारा
actually, no, let them
वो
cook.
भी
No. Eventually.
एक्शन
But-
एक्शन
but-
अभी एक्शन तुम लोग बताओ मैं बता रहा एक्शन
but
The
looking
Raid.
at some of the bottom teams, I
भाई
think that
जी
they are
फाड़ भाई
struggling when
मूवी
it
जी
comes
फाड़
to purely
मूवी
fighting.
दो पार्ट्स हैं उसके
Unfortunately,
The
Team
Raid
Liquid have
1
to
The
highlight
Raid
them here,
2
Hodrix, but Team Liquid, I feel like every time we see them involved in any kind of fight, they lose players almost instantly. And I don't know if that's because of maybe some miscommunication happening internally, and they're just like, oh, maybe some of angles were not scouted.
Manwa
before
read
even
Manwa
initiating
yes
the
bro I
fight.
read Manwa
They
also.
lose players so damn quickly every single engagement, and the thing is, in this
If you
lobby,
guys read
oh, guess
Manwa,
what? You got a 4v3 man advantage.
then I
Well,
have
that's
good
going to be
suggestions there
a
also.
huge gap in terms of possible
Magic
striking
Emperor.
potential between the two teams.
Number
You need to
one
keep your
always
players
goes to
alive
Magic
as
Emperor.
long as possible in those fights. And that
Try
might help
Magic
Team Liquid a
Emperor,
bit, but right now, 3
Nano
points out
Machine.
of 4 matches. We're going into Miramar. I hope we can get that big.
ये
mental
दोनों तो
reset
top
here.
tier है
Hodrix going
मेरे
into
लिए
the deserty, mappy.
Magic Emperor and
Miramar. That-
Nano
oh,
Machine
Yeah, mappy.
Some kind of map.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see.
Raid
I know that
Delhi.
Team Liquid likes to drop near San Martin, so it's gonna be fun
Delhi.
to watch to see how they utilize that position.
The Raid,
It's
the
so
Raid, the
difficult
Raid,
when you
the
get to a
Raid,
stage like this. You
the
know,
Raid
there's so
2.
many things to consider.
दो.
You know, you guys got nerves coming into this, and you know when you
कौन सा
start
Raid और
off
Raid
with a really
Raid
good game
RAID
and then have
The
it
Raid
again
The
and
Raid
again, it's
The Raid
hard
2
to stop that snowball.
दो पार्ट है
You know what
एक्शन है
I'm
वो
saying? It at a certain point you got to try to just shake it off and maybe get a favorable circle and just really utilize it. But the thing is that when Team
कहाँ से
Liquid,
कहाँ जा रहा है
they're
मतलब
so
फाइनल
excellent. We saw how
डेस्टिनेशन पे
many,
चले गए क्या
you know,
बात
top
अभी
players talked about them as a team that they're going to be featured.
Elicit
you know?
try करो bro yes
And
bro
for
I
them
like
to just
I also enjoyed
start
Elicit
off,
but अभी
you know,
recently
with a
जो
kind of
top
work to start
10
off so
वाले
poorly
3
here.
बंदों से एक साथ लड़ लिया ना
With 2 matches left to
उसके
go,
बाद
they need
वाला
to
समझ रहे हो
bounce back
थोड़ा
matches.
mixed feelings है
You
अभी
know?
but
I mean, when you look
one
at
of the
the
best
leaderboards too, right,
Elicit
the
भी.
fact that out of the 3 Americas teams we've have here,
For comedy,
you have
I
Influence
rate it.
Rage,
For-
you
for-
have
for
Influence
the-
Rage, you have the
for the
Vicious,
fun,
and
I
of
rate
course
it.
Team Liquid. Influence Rage are currently in 3rd, and the Vicious
Especially
are
the
currently in 4th
cartoon जो
position.
design
like,
में
it's
बहुत
completely
funny है
opposite of my
expressions
initial
वगैरह उसमें.
expectations, Hot Tricks, of what the Americas teams were going to bring to the table for Group Green. It's good to see America's doing well overall, but it's not the team we expected. That's
Read
very
Tower of
surprising.
God story, world building,
Well, speaking of
top tier.
surprises,
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल.
today when it came to
Bye bye, watch Knicks
Stalwart,
Indian.
who would be
Knicks
the team that
Indian,
we
ये क्या है?
could potentially see them hot
ये
drop
क्या है
win.
भाई? Nix Indian?
RRQ, but I think RRQ are not going to drop there. I think they looked
What is
back
that?
at CSA. They did their research, like they're never going to give up the drop. I hope it's not happening, Jason. So please
कुछ
prove me
आ नहीं
wrong.
रहा है. What is Nix Indian?
Wait, you want to see
एंट्री
it? Then make
अच्छी
it
है
very
लेकिन
nice.
बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा
Nix
कैजुअल
Indian was
Okay.
born in
Well, we're gonna find
Varanasi,
out.
India. He
Hold
studied
on, Blake, gonna
engineering
take
in
us into our
Kanpur
very
and
first
completed
Miramar
his
Group Green.
MBA
Our
from
first
Mumbai.
two of the
Nix
day.
Indian is the first Indian male porn
I
star.
love Picardo hot drops. It's my favorite thing in this game to see,
No, thank
where
you.
two teams do nothing for 10 minutes and then maybe one of
सिद्धार्थ
them
राघव
dies.
भाई,
It's
आपका
just
taste
brilliant. It-
आपके
nothing
पास ही रखो.
pleases me more. As we head on into our first Miramar
मुझे
here
नहीं
for
पता
Group
था.
Green. We've got the first
मुझे
of two
सच्ची
for
नहीं
you
पता था,
today
इसलिए
to
मैं
close out today's
जो
game.
आया था वो
We're into
पढ़ने लग
match
गया
number
मैं.
5. It's a little bit more
छोड़ो.
south leaning on the plane path. Should be
The
opening
match
up a lot of
the match
opportunities
5 has
for
begun.
rotations.
अपन गेम पे घुसते. अभी थोड़ा टॉपिक कहीं और जा रहा
Down
है.
towards that Ports Paradiso side of things, we are getting into this game. Obviously, it has been an interesting one so far, especially on our angle with
Damn, bro.
4V not getting pipped to the post immediately by CAG on that first map, which led to them getting a win. And then after that, it's been CAG ruining the days of 4V all day long. With 4V probably dropping elsewhere, the CAG here, hopefully, unless they chase them down early on. It should be a slightly better map for 4V, hopefully. They will have this
Bye-bye,
grudge
watch.
match going with CAG constantly going forwards.
But that's
जो
really
I do
लेटेस्ट
wanna
सीजन भी
see-
आया था वो भी
Yeah,
देखा
go on.
मैंने.
Yeah.
जिसमें
'cause
एंड
you've
में
got
बहुत ट्रैजिक
potentially half of your maps being played against
वाला
CAG
scene
Osaka
एकदम-
in that same place. So they're going to have to figure
क्या
out how to
देखा
deal with it
मैंने.
at some point or other.
Day 1 ही
Absolutely.
क्या? Yes, bro.
I
This is
think
group
the
green.
way to deal with
Day
it
1
is
match
a
5.
Take an alternate route. You don't have
एंट्री
to fight
अच्छी
them.
है लेकिन
Are you
बैठने का
okay?
तरीका अभी बड़ा
Bro.
कैजुअल
Walk off over
भाई
towards
असुर
CAG,
देखो 2
and the
सीजन से
elimination
इंडियन
afterwards,
सीरीज
they didn't have to
असुर.
fight it. They could have moved forward. They could
I
have
am
got
going
ahead
to note it
of
down,
CAG.
let's
They
say.
knew they had them locked
Search
down
कर
as
दो
well
पहला
in that
क्या है
position.
असुर.
I don't think there was the most need in the world to go for it. But D plus now up to
अच्छा
61
रेटिंग भी अच्छे है
points.
इसका.
John, this
अरे
is
मेरे
a
को ये
huge
suggest
day for
बंदूकबाज
them.
suggest
60
किया था मेरे
points
को ये.
over
असुर.
4 matches. 4 matches,
असुर-
12-point
असुर भी
average,
निकले
by the
यार.
way.
चल भाई solid है.
That's very impressive. I think that's a 15-point average over 4 matches. 15-point.
Why every international player use 5 fingers?
Over these 4
Yeah,
matches
crazy.
is absolutely
Because-
insane. If they can put up 10 more points
Because
today,
5
they
finger
would
में
be
बहुत-
onto a winner. I think I can't remember what the strongest day we've had
बहुत
so far.
versatile
but
बन
it would
जाएगा
definitely
player.
be up
बहुत
there
अच्छा peak
to
कर सकता है
contest
तू.
it.
बहुत अच्छा
I think maybe TJB had an
overall game बन
incredibly
जाएगा
strong day, but
तुम्हारा.
it would be in
So
that
उन लोग ने
conversation,
practice
right,
किया
which is,
और जम
really
गया
quite
भाई.
incredible
Simple सी बात.
for D plus
4
to
finger
be
भी
able to
काफी लोग
stretch
खेलते हैं.
out so early. I think what we've seen so far
ऐसा नहीं कि
from
5
the
finger
lobbies
players
is
के
that
पास
early
edge
on, it's
रहेगा.
sort of, you know, 7, 18,
Alpha 7 के
4,
सारे
5
almost
for
सारे
those top
players.
3.
I mean,
But
I think
right
सारे
now,
players 4 finger ही है.
D plus here have almost double the third place score, which
The
is
goat
incredible.
Reggioko. Oh, Reggioko is 5 finger player. My bad.
Yeah, it's wild. It is wild. And I think for D+,
Yeah, it doesn't matter यार. 4
Miramar's
5.
not a bad map for them either.
But
They
2 से
enjoy
तो काम
their
नहीं
long
चलेगा global
rotates,
पे,
they
इतना तो मुझे
enjoy
पता है.
central positioning, and Miramar gives you a lot of options early on, at least to
2 पे
pick
you will
up
be an underdog
some really
against-
good positions.
Against these guys' reflexes.
Because you have
Minimum
so much time to
4,
make those rotates in
minimum-
the early game. Actually,
minimum
not
3,
likely to run into many
minimum
players.
3,
So yeah, I think for D
4,
plus, there's
5,
absolutely
then
a
only your
chance
reflexes will be
for an 80-point
समझ रहे हो?
day or even more,
Neck to neck.
depending. We'll see what happens. But yeah, 80 points on a day is absolutely disgusting work. And I think for D plus, it's entirely possible. And I think for we look back towards
एंट्री
Group
अच्छी है
Red,
लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी
From
बड़ा
series is
कैजुअल है
mind
we
bending
look at
for
I8,
us.
who want to get a 60 to 80 point day on
तुम
their
लोग
first
इतना
day. And I
बता
was
रहे हो
like,
तो भाई मैं
that's
ट्राई
sort of
कर
out of the
लेता हूँ.
realms
मैं
of
देखता हूँ मैं
possibility.
क्या सीन है.
I think that's you're really trying to push the boat out there quite a lot. I'm not sure it's
I'll
going to
give it a
happen.
try.
And D plus have
I'll give it
proven
a
that
try.
it's
6 finger कैसे है
100%
भाई?
possible.
Bro 6 finger फर्क नहीं पड़ता bro. 5
On
finger
this
is
one, the
more
east
than
side
enough.
rotate up to the
तुम्हें
side
10 उंगली से खेलना है
of
खेलो
the
फर्क नहीं
Vaya
पड़ता bro.
area of the map.
There is only so much you can do
For them. Team Secret
in a
they
given
are
moment.
currently south of Los Leones, on the south point of it. You've got
Max
South
number of
Competition
fingers
Alliance
use करके
on the
तुम
west
क्या
side
कर
of Los
सकते हो गेम के
Leones,
अंदर?
77
Max
on
number
the
of fingers
northeast
use
side of
करके.
it. So 3
Crouch,
teams in
fire,
the same
peek,
area. I wouldn't be
scope.
too surprised to see Team Secret follow
Crouch,
D
fire,
plus Kia
peak,
on the east
scope.
coast
ये सब
rotate,
5 finger
move
में हो
out
जाएगा.
towards Puerto
उससे
Paradiso,
ज़्यादा क्या
and
करोगे
send
तुम गेम के
that
अंदर?
way. They should know
बताओ मेरे को.
there's 2 other
Tell
teams
me
in
one
Los
more
Leones right
one more situation where you use more than
how they get on.
more than
RRQ, by the way, did
4
not hot
fingers.
drop, and Max was elated.
4 fingers
in our
लगेगा,
group
एक फायर
chat
बटन के लिए, एक
that
क्राउच
they
बटन,
didn't
एक क्राउच के
actually
लिए,
go for that hot drop in Picado.
एक
So
पीक के
fantastic
लिए
stuff, but
और एक
all
स्कोप
eyes
के लिए.
definitely on D+.
More than 4 fingers यूज करने वाला सिचुएशन मेरे को एक बताओ.
Yeah, massively.
Leon is a
Everyone is
two-finger
focusing on
player.
this
Hey bro,
team.
Leon
We
is
do
a
have a
two-finger
report
player.
from Seven coming through from the stage,
पता मुझे.
talking about some of
Seriously?
these squads and what they want to hit on next.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैटरी का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल
Rupam, thank you for the 40 bro.
Coach Bright, he said
FPP
that
button.
their
Bro, ये सब करते
consistency
हुए
is
FPP
due
करना
to
is
Fabian
not
having
that.
just so much experience.
I think
At
5
this
finger
stage,
is more
none
than
of the
enough.
players are feeling nervous and they're
अगर तुम्हें
hoping that
खेलना
it
है 6 तो तुम
continues.
कर सकते
So
हो.
far, they're doing so well. They're in first place for
बोलते
that
बोलते
reason.
थक गया.
Let's see if it does continue on day
the
one of
boy
Group Green.
and the heroine आपने देखा ही नहीं.
Hoping to
नहीं देखा
maintain
मैंने.
that
The
consistency.
boy
I
and
mean,
the heroine.
absolutely right. That's how you win championships. Is
Jump
consistency.
FPP switch.
And to be able to put
सब
up
कर
over
सकते हैं यार 5 finger
15-point
में.
average
There
right
is not a
now,
single thing that you cannot do in 5
more
finger.
than consistent. That is bombastic.
4 finger are
That
best
is,
bro. No.
just incredible stuff.
No
So
competition,
really,
no
really happy with the team from South Korea. But the question, as
TT equal to
always,
team
in a
Tamilas.
day
हाँ,
one
वही team
performance
Tamilas
like
है
this is, can you convert? Can you move into
China
the
ने
next
adopt
phase
कर
and
लिया
maintain that
हमारा team
momentum
Tamilas team को.
when, as
वो
we said
represent
before
कर रहा है
that,
China को.
all eyes are on you. Teams are going to be reading your games.
Really?
Download
Leon DC का
every
देखना पड़ेगा
single
मुझे. 2 finger player है
microscopic
Leon DC.
detail of your rotations and your strategy so that they can get rid of you in these lobbies.
Well, that is the issue, especially coming into tomorrow. I think a lot of teams will be reading into that. CAG decided to come into this one with some prior information, some prior homework over on Forum V apparently, which was good to see. And it was good as well because, you know, going out versus on that first map felt bad. You know, instantly CAGs, they're like, we don't want to be seen as the team the Forum V took down for a huge game. We want to be seen as the arch nemesis of Forum V instead. And they've certainly cemented that storyline here in our hearts already. Zadira down early. Not good news for 77, but I mean they are in 6th place, 25 points. It's been a pretty okay day for them. I think what's been most rough for a lot of teams here is that point sponge towards the top with 4&V and D+. We have yet to see a lot of teams break that 20-point margin so far, all the way up into 9th place with Stalwart here, which is sort of interesting, especially 4 matches in already. Depends how well D+ can do on this map, as they are stuck over towards the eastern side of Al-Azhar with Influence Rage currently holding them out.
77.
ये वही मूवी है ना जिसमें war वाला सीन होता है.
This is on the route out from Los Leones. The first knock went over towards South Alliance. Both of those two teams, 77 and South.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैटरी का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
Spike by sorry for the super chat.
Hasn't
Watch
worked out well for them.
Insidious.
A little answer over towards Stalwart, but that should be
Insidious.
fairly easily.
Whoa, horror वाला.
Yeah, 77. Having a tough time to kick off Miramar.
Leon 2 finger नहीं है bro. I don't
77 just having a tough time in general. It's interesting considering this team was incredibly inconsistent over towards PMSL EMEA. Again, very different stage for them to be playing on in PMGC, but I will say that PMSL EMEA was very tough, very competitive. But yeah, just can't really compare here to Group Green. So we'll be closing now over towards stage 2 of the map. Big shift on the cards for a lot of teams. Everyone should be getting vehicles now if they aren't already towards the center of the circle to make a quick rotate out to wherever they need to go.
Fairly uninhabited.
Top 3 prediction for this group.
It will be a packed out
4MV D+ किया
circle just about to pop. You see that wide rotate up for the Vicious, and that is really
and INF लग रहा है
to
मुझे
see.
पता नहीं क्यों.
But you know who loves to see a circle like this, Blank?
Yeah.
It's D+ Kia.
D+
Over
Kia,
on the east
4MV.
side near El Azhar. They can
INF.
stretch out and take a little bit more of a central position on this one.
ये तीनों
and
लग रहा है
have a
मुझे.
good time yet again. This is dangerous for teams on the tables right now. That point sponge will start to become almost impossible, as Jason put it, to get squeezed at this point.
Watch your own stream, that is good.
Baigan, head and shoulders above the rest of the lobby easily.
Good taste, bro. You have good taste.
With this kind of circle, 100%
Wow is live.
possible.
आप live करो ना भाई, इधर आके क्या कर रहे हो chat में? Live जो आप
over towards, I think they were kind of
नाम में live लिखे हो क्या कर रहे हो?
troubled on this
इधर आके
eastern
क्यों कर रहे
edge
हो?
with that shift. It does give them a lot of time to play around with over on the western side of El Azhar. Really good position.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैटरी का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
Watch SISU. SISU क्या होता है?
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैटरी का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
Just secured themselves at least a survival stage in the first day.
That's kind of crazy. I mean, the survival cutoffs for the last 2 weeks for Group Yellow, it was Loops in 11th place with 114, and behind them 12th, Aura got 94, so 94 points didn't get you in. If you got any more than that, you would have got in. Team Queso 112 on the bubble for their week in 11th place, 106 for IHC, so 107 would have got you in. So maybe not completely secured, but they've got 3 more days to play, and you're right, they would be almost guaranteed to just not be possible to fall out, and very likely you see them up on the 120s. 77, their last player gets swelled around by Thunder Talk, who I think this is their chance to get that good reset going into this one.
Bro, I think मेरा list enough है अभी और नहीं बड़ा करना चाहता हूँ इससे.
Hopefully see themselves off 15th place, but yeah, definitely a good result for D plus Kia on today.
Team Liquid 3 point लिया भाई 5 matches में, I mean 4 matches में.
Thunder Talk catch up.
3 point.
I had 4MV, D plus Kia, and Thunder Talk in my top 3, and right now I just need that final piece of Exodia to line up for me.
Well, you need a little bit more than 3 pieces of Exodia, but
yeah,
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. But yeah, you did pretty well so far, actually, in terms of your predictions.
Doing all right. I got one last week. I think most of us got one last week.
Yeah, I think there was.
Watch Brahma Yugam in original language.
I can't remember.
Yeah, Jukes, Hot Jukes is in the league right now.
Dub में ना देखूँ ये बता रहे हो क्या?
He's doing well.
ठीक है. I think आज रात को वही देखूँगा मैं movie.
But looking at the current
But यार मेरे
scorings,
को after the stream मेरे को video करना है.
it is curious to me because I think that you look over towards 6th place, you look over to he's in 4th place. The Vicious, Brute Force, and 77. They've all had turbulent
DRS
times
versus CAG
during these 4 matches so far, yet still are quite highly placing, is because we are flip-flopping between a lot of teams who are having matches that they do well in here and there. Next circle shifts. CAG, Garnet, stuck. Problematic scenario for
Flower C कहाँ पर है? I think वो bench है अभी.
Matton still alive, but
उसको क्यों bench किया मेरे को समझ नहीं आ रहा.
PL में भी अच्छा खेला उसने. Getting added up to the tally.
Don't tell me वो एक अलग नाम से खेल रहा है.
Basically, no one can stand in their way, right? They're going to have a
जो भी
much
TD
better
का था
time
बहुत
there,
low चल रहा है
hopefully.
अभी.
But on the western side, they still have to cross the open ground to the eastern passage on the front.
Akame got killed.
To the edge.
देखा हुआ लग रहा है वो.
Thunder Talk currently on the crossroad compound there on the west side of this circle, and COG Osaka trying to make their move. Another one goes
CAG
down.
is getting torn apart.
Being able to find that first shot. So very likely.
Last man standing है CAG का.
Yeah, CAG, I think that the Miramar is coming to an end quite shortly. They attempted to make a strong push in towards the center and try and live this one out, but so many teams have angles over towards this. It's going to be a miracle if Naoto gets back on his feet, and Matton is just going to have to sit pretty and try and live this one out for a top 4, top 5, or realistically this rate, top 7 would even be nice for them. RCB up against RRQ. Loxy makes his way into the building and now looks to head out the backside, but a nade goes down. An instant follow-up from No Mercy. Really well done. Left Loxy thinking about what he would do next.
No Mercy from the top floor.
Always like
this team in this
attention
one.
के लिए कर रहे हो ये
the
सब.
off angle there. And maybe RCB are going to have to try and
बहुत
send a little bit
खराब
of
बहुत
attention
खराब
that way.
बंदा
A drop down from No Mercy to the ground floor, and actually
attention के लिए वो comment करते हैं क्या bro? ऐसा comment करते हैं.
RRQ now on the ropes as Silas hops on in, looking to deal with the last player. A nade down.
RCB एक fight तो जीतो यार.
Comes Voin Donkey to try and have a little bit of a point extraction from this fight, trying to find the best angle, get towards the best hilltop to find these shots, but don't want to overexpose. RCB.
ले third party team आ गया.
The 2 players on the inside.
Free kills,
Voin
free
Donkey
kills.
move in. Then
VD
looking
be
to
like
pick up
free
these
kills,
points
free
on the
kills.
high ground. These knocks already came through. They can pick up 2 there nice and easily. Silas launches a nade around the corner.
Lucky.
And that will be RRQ done and dusted, but the fire is in. The Molotov's coming from the high ground. Unfortunately,
RCB Wild is the last man standing for RCB.
Or is that? Hang on a minute. It's D plus Kia coming from the east side of El Azhar.
I think I was D+. I'll be absolutely trying to third party on this one. Voin Donkey is really having a struggle bus of a time over towards this side of the map. We're down to 2 players, but a good third
Team
party
Liquid
over
is
towards
experienced
RCB.
team, then why
This
is it
leaves
choking?
the entirety of this northern side very
सिर्फ
open
experience से
for
team का
approach as we
performance नहीं होता,
start
bro.
to
You have
see
to be
D+,
like up to date.
get into vehicles and have a little
have to
bit of a
study
look-see
teams.
of what's going on over here as fights are
You have to
concluding
upgrade your
around them. Luckily.
knowledge every day, then only you can compete with the best, bro.
Yeah, now they should go.
पुराना experience से क्या कर लोगे?
Point Donkey.
If you're not upgrading yourself,
can't really stand
updating
in the
yourself
way
every day.
of the D plus Kia position, and that rotate, that flex out that can now go on should be fairly
RCB playing like RCB.
pull the trigger on it. There is also the option to just get ahead of it, but I think they can just clean up the pieces here and now. On the south side,
Apex not
certainly the
finished.
southwest, 4MV with Stalwart trying to bear down upon them. Having
Nice
to
one,
scrap
Reefers.
around the garage right now.
The
Sincere can't quite slip the shots through the door frame. And he goes for the flush. Reefus with the DBS makes it work. 3 players alive, losing Apex for 4MV, but they can start to push forwards now. Unfortunately, they've got Stalwart waiting in the wings, ready to go for
Kya
this
hota raha? Nice
Liquid
one,
ahead
Nolbu.
of them. They said they were going to be their biggest challenge. Let's see if that's the case. Nolbu with the spray down. A little nollie for Vexy there, and that's not where you want to find it. On the broadside to the spray down from Nolbu.
भाई सबसे important phase कब से शुरू होगा? इस tournament में ये सारे important ही है भाई. एक भी phase खराब phase नहीं है. सारे phase important है.
Spotting out the building, understands there's probably
इसके
a
बाद
player
survival, उसके बाद
waiting
last
inside
chance, उसके
there.
बाद grand finals.
They heard a third party. It didn't conclude either.
Watch searching a mystery.
So disciplined approach here from D plus Kia. Smart stuff.
Watch money has देखा.
Yeah, for them, it is a fantastic place to be
Breaking
playing
Bad.
on this northeast side.
One of the
A
best,
lot of
bro.
control, even the capability to move over towards the western side, towards the warehouses, which DRS, Brute Force, and the Vicious, neither of those three teams have even
Breaking
thought
Bad
about
का
moving
ending
over
में
towards
गाना
that
होता है ना?
location just yet. And D Plus is controlling
Baby Blue
more
बोल के
and
गाना
more this
होता है.
northeast side.
I mean, it's so difficult
कभी
for
कभी वो
those
गाना
three teams
सुनता
to
हूँ,
break
एकदम
across the road
आग
as
बंद
soon
करा
as
गाना
you do.
सुनता हूँ.
Whoever moves first.
Season 1 से लेके season end तक पूरा एकदम ऐसा एकदम
right? It's just so hard to
एकदम
make that
rush
move
होता है मेरे
first,
mind
and
में.
you know that there's going to be pressure from that eastern side, and
मजा
it's not
आता है.
unlikely that you think there's already a team in there as well. So unless you've got that full scout, unless you've got that full intel,
Choose top
it's
3
a
players from this
gamble
group.
at
Top
best
3
for
players
these
from
teams
this
on the west.
group.
Better to let other teams fight it out, try and pick up the scraps
Top 3
here.
players,
Brute
of
Force
course.
maybe have the option to try
Doc.
and sweep down on the south as well, so they just want to keep their
Nolbu.
heads above water on this one. Try and push towards the top 3.
और तीसरा player किसको दिया जाएगा इस?
Not a secure third place right now.
Top 2 is Doc and Nolbu.
To be holding on to this one, and they're in the
तीसरा
position
player
to do
किसको
it.
दिया जाए?
Team Secret rocked up on by the final
The
player
chat will decide.
of
मैंने 2 ले
Stalwart.
लिया.
Break over the
तीसरा
top
chat decide
side.
करेगा.
Stalwart's definitely in a difficult situation. They need to find an opening pick-off for one of these names, but the initial approach is
Oh,
not
yeah.
looking good. And now there's a bit of a return fire, a bit of a response here from Team Secret, already finding Critter. And now just 2 players here for
Sol,
Stalwart. Not
Better
a
Call
good
Saul, Better
time
Call
for
Saul
them.
is
Good nade over the top.
also one of my
Airburst
favorite.
is strong on that.
अरे जो
One
भी
by the
big
knock, but
breaking
certainly
at
does a good
bad के
amount of
fans है
damage.
सारे Better Call Saul भी
Meantime
पसंद
as well on the
करेंगे.
south
To
side.
be honest,
Another pickup for
I
Team Secret.
enjoyed
On
Better
the
Call Saul
southwest
a lot.
side, 4MV trying to move past Team Liquid. War breaking out the southwest edge, and actually COG Osaka still going to be guarding out a
Chat
little
is
bit of all of these
spamming
chances.
Osal,
Nice little spray down
Reefus,
there coming through from Team Secret
Leon Dizzy.
to keep things going, and Stalwart.
King.
having a
अरे
tough
King is
time
not doing
of it,
anything, bro.
trying to
How
put
can you
those
say
points
King?
up on the board? In fact, going down fully there. And Team Secret, they're similarly going to get curtailed as D plus Kia move on in on the north side. A big
Reefus
south
or
sweep there for
Osal.
D plus Kia.
Majority.
They move nice and
Killer
quickly.
Whitey.
They're looking for these third parties now playing. They've played
Yeah,
that
DRS
central
players के नाम
style,
ले
and
सकते
the
हैं, but
desk
so
was
far they
worried
have
that they
not
couldn't
done
adapt
anything
and change it up. They're
exceptional, इसलिए
displaying
उनका
edge
नाम नहीं ले
sweeping
रहा.
now as well. Is there anything this
बाकी
team
yeah,
from South
I
Korea can't do?
would say Osal or Reefus.
South Korea doing fantastic work. D plus Kia, the singular representative inside of this lobby, but yet still very,
push
very
कर रहा
good
है
stuff. The
भाई.
fact they moved
गया.
down towards
Doc
that
is the
south
last
side,
man
take
standing for
advantage of
4MV.
that fight ongoing. Baron goes down. Good shots from Isla. That's Team Liquid starting to get into the foray.
Brute Force also chiming into the south side with a shot over towards the south side Cardozin on Team Liquid. But they still have to cross the road, and that road crossing is really tenuous. The fact that nobody is on these
You have any
एंट्री
plans
अच्छी
for
है लेकिन बैठने
traveling
का तरीका
Europe?
अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
Plans है भाई.
just yet.
Plans
The
है but
southeast,
समझ
the
लो time
south
नहीं है.
is so much hotter right
Maybe
now.
after I retire from
D plus
YouTube,
Kia, they
तब
flexed out, but they've taken a knock. And gets flushed as
Nolbu
well.
knock.
That's really unfortunate. Nolbu goes
You are-
down, and Team
you live in
Secret,
Europe?
they're gonna roll it out with
Which
the
part?
US too.
AV.
That is
Which part?
unfortunate. All of a sudden, D plus Kia playing as 2, and they're very split from one another.
Doc 100% ruins the day of D plus Kia there. Some good shots
I'm
on
planning like I
He's a
plan-
solo player, but
I
as
have a
we all
friend
know,
in
it is
Milan.
the dockening in process. Jaiki gets
I don't
up
know,
and
it's not about
forward
meeting that friend, it's
towards
about
4MV.
visiting
but not able to find anything off the back of it. High nade over the top. See if that lands anything. Gets close, but not close enough.
अभी यूरोप जाके ना एकदम फुटबॉल मैच देखना है लाइव.
Honestly, I respected the
उधर के
approach
ऑडियंस के साथ एकदम हाइप वाले मैच.
But they get way
that
too
I want to
aggressive.
experience someday.
They have all this space on the north to play around with. I think realistically, all they had to do was cause casualties, cause pain
USA.
for these teams on the south side to make their
I
end
lived
game
there for 8
easier.
years.
I do think that this stretch out from them was too much.
I think, well, certainly in retrospect.
इस मैच में टॉप 2 टीम्स दोनों हग रही है.
Secure their position on the north by putting pressure on that fight and trying to conclude it. Third party there. Brute force trying to get across, so a DRS on the northwest side. This is what
Messi
we were
or
worried about
Ronaldo?
for so long. All
Both.
of these teams are suffering. DRS have 4 players alive. Sure,
Both, bro.
Brute force will try and get these flushes. The pump actions there.
काफी लोग ये क्वेश्चन पूछते हैं और लोग आंसर भी कर देते
The
हैं.
last player to stand, but Freezer.
मतलब औकात भी
has the
होनी
pump
चाहिए
action,
कि
the
भाई
hot
चूज
swap to
करने
the
की.
scar as well, and it's good for Brute
मतलब
force.
ऐसा
All
तूने
4
लाइफ में
players
क्या
are
उखाड़ लिया
alive,
कि भाई
but 2
दोनों
of
में
them are
कुछ चूज कर
down.
रहा है.
Low HP, not really going to be seen on these health bars. And
कि दोनों उस लेवल पे है और तुम चूज कर रहे हो दोनों में एक प्लेयर को.
Can Thunder Talk get up and try and third party?
दोनों legends है भाई.
They've broken out
Legends
wide
of legends
from
है
their
दोनों.
position on the south. They are going into third party aggressively here. This could be good for their point tally.
भाई TT अच्छा कर रहा है.
Big damage.
Hello.
Big elimination.
TT ने 4 किल निकाल दी.
force.
Am I sleeping?
In a struggle
ये कोई ड्रीम तो नहीं है.
on that western side. Will be a lot.
TT in action.
Taking big damage.
और एक को नॉक कर दिए.
Side, it's Osal still
Someone
putting
wake me
pressure
up.
on over towards Team Secret.
I'm dreaming.
Digital Lions do make their way in.
कोई इंसेप्शन कर रहा है मेरे से.
Thunder Talk.
कोई मेरे दिमाग में प्लान कर रहा है कि भाई TT अच्छा खेल रहा है बोल के. उठाओ भाई मुझे.
Maneuver, keeping yourself covered off. You know these reses are going to have to come through from brute force, and the suppression isn't going to be as solid as maybe it could be. But that is a time-limited maneuver. The nades up high, going to make it a little bit scary here for Thunder Talk, but Furia pressed back behind the ridge line. And Freezer, whilst he can feed information back, can't do anything more than that. Furia does get rolled on past as Thunder Talk get the information. The hop out.
भाई अभी 1v2 होते होते रह गया.
A little bit dangerous.
6 finishes 4 man strong. TT is back, boys.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैटरी का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल.
Jordan is also a good place.
Influence Rage, lovely compound down towards the south side of the circle.
सभी में अभी मैं वो बनूंगा.
Digital Lions still behind them.
So what do you do for a living? उसका नाम क्या है यार मैं भूल गया. Daniel Mac.
Push in from the south edge.
So मैं वो बन जाऊंगा. So what do you do for a living?
High ground is a kiss curse position.
1v4 BF by King. नहीं King last में knock हुआ था. उसने 1v4 नहीं किया.
Down from it. It is an island.
King got knocked and उसका teammate ने मारा
from the
था.
rest of the lobby. A full crash to influence rate.
I doubt 4MV can choke into finals. No, they are not choking, bro. Not in this lobby. No. No, they are not.
Is true of that position,
अभी तो
right?
मेसी और रोनाल्डो के बारे में अच्छा बोला और अब टीटी को ट्रोल कर रहा है. अरे it's a joke यार. टीटी को जो कर रहा हूँ it's a joke. Even a 7-year-old would understand.
Proceed to make their push on the north.
Don't underestimate TT. Who are underestimating TT, bro?
Team Liquid, first good game in a long while.
बस वो TJ भी ऐसा comeback कर रहे बोल के बस थोड़ा एकदम
but Influence
skip कर
Rage's
दिया मैंने.
position is just so strong. D plus Kiev
Old
make
ST
that roll out
कौन सी
back
टीम
over
से
towards
खेल
the
रहा है?
northern
Old
edge.
ST अभी
Wild as
present
well as
Falcon से खेल रहा है.
Vexy, both could be targets. that
देखो
they take
अपना
down.
ये भी comeback कर लिया, यूडू भी comeback कर लिए, फ्लो पकड़ लिया, 6th में आ गया भाई टीम.
Definitely on the menu.
बहुत प्यारा खेलता है ये टीम यूडू
Alliance. Alliance. They find Osal. Okay. D plus Kia maybe now cut down to 1 player.
कर लिया D plus किया का आखिरी बंदा बचा है.
Should be.
ओए रेव कर दी क्या? टच कर दी क्या उसने?
Thought he was going to be able to tag that one on.
Nice.
That's going to be a little bit galling, right? You get that knock of a player out in the open, and this buggy just rolls up in
Where
front
is
of it.
Berlin?
Nah, you're all right.
Europe.
With D plus Kia, actually, we've got to pass to the late game in this circle. We'll see you there.
मेरे को बर्लिन बोला तो मेरे को वो याद था बता. How many of you watched Eurotrip? Have you watched the movie Eurotrip?
They might be able to
मेरे को बर्लिन बोला तो वो मूवी याद था.
The buggy's not even smoking.
What's going on?
Thing's very alive right now.
That's kind of crazy.
Back एकदम 90s वाले बंदों को याद होगा. About that movie Eurotrip.
Which means it's right on the edge of what you can see. Leon is nearly out of ammo. I mean, he's got like 1 extra magazine behind what he's got now, but
that's furious. that ferocity coming
Nito
through from
sitting
the
alien
in terms of like, man, we really wanted that. We're willing to expend our entire
4MV ने
pull
एक
around for
मैच
this one.
में भी
He does get a
इतना
refresh. I think the
पॉइंट्स
rest of the
बना
team does
लिया
have quite a bit on
कि
board
बाकी
to
मैचेस चोक
pass around, which is
करके भी
nice.
बाकी टीम्स
He's back up to
आसपास भी
300 in the
नहीं
back pocket, so nice and easy.
बहुत डेंजर मैच निकाला है ना वो
Something around that anyway.
22 में
The shift
kills का
keeps
बट ये
influence
कंसिस्टेंसी
Rage's
रहना बहुत
position
जरूरी है
in,
ब्रो
which means that Celcom
बहुत चोक
Digi
कर रहा है
Alliance
अभी
very
forward.
likely to have to crash again around the side of this one. They can clear out Thunder Talk.
आज
They
सिर्फ
can
एक ही
get
टीम
rid of
कंसिस्टेंट
threat
है
from Team
D
Liquid
प्लस
as
किया
well out on the west side. That would be
किंग रेव
brilliant.
हो सकता है
Thunder
ब्रो
Talk currently looking
इजी
a
रेव
little bit the worse for wear.
Put him in the car. Or go for a res.
I mean, they've got 20
Either
seconds, right? There's time enough.
Yeah, it's 10
किंग
seconds
रे
on
मार
res.
रहा है जिंग मार
You're
रहा है
good to go. Get the vehicle. We'll immediately have to hit a heal. I think they actually have time for the first aid kit as well,
I
which
live
is
in
good.
Finland
Osal,
Jonah Rosie
up
nice
towards the
bro
Vicious. This is an interesting approach from Osal, actually. Big nade. It's quite a bit of damage on top of it. Osal's going to go back in for some
4MV
more.
को नजर लग गई
So one thing about this man, definitely greedy.
The nade sent back his way. Ooh, the second one doesn't find it either. Still has one more nade.
Nice
Steps up
knock,
the spray
Osal.
down.
Beauty.
Osal's there. Back up from Chips on the long range. The DBS to shut down the close range position. And the hot spots between the weapons are immaculate here from Osal. He knows exactly what he's bringing to the fight. The shot over the top, looking for more suppression, and Chips can still roll in. A flex out. Celcom Digi Alliance with a wild flex with one of their players moving Jimmy out into the fight. Third party here. And there's the spray down. The shot out comes through. And Chips needs to handle the backlines before he can put more pressure over the walls. The Vicious. The spray down leaves him on his own. 6 eliminations found. 4 D plus Kia. Try and extract as much value from this lobby as possible.
Very
This is a big
cheeky,
flex out
bro.
from Jimmy.
Very cheeky.
That's sad as well because they get the elimination stolen away.
What
And I
the-
think
what the-
realistically, Osal should have been more preoccupied with trying to confirm that. Jimmy goes very low, gets inside the shack. 1 nade available. 4 chips here. Actually spots down towards Vexy, but leaving this guy as a tasty morsel
भाई
towards the
गलत
end game.
इधर कौन नेड करता है जिमी
Still going for more, taking almost all the way
कहाँ से
down,
पड़ा
but he's
देखो
not out of
खत्म
it just
D
yet.
प्लस किया बाहर
Vexy eliminated, but that's the off
68
angle. The
points है
crunch
D
too
प्लस किया के
good.
पास
And that flex out coming through from Celcom Digi Alliance not only allows them to take down D plus Kia, it puts the pen around the Vicious as they try and make their approach, and it gives them a foothold on the north side. A miraculous flex out
INF,
for Jimmy,
you do
and it's going to
TT.
pay dividends.
तीनों में कौन निकालेगा
Fantastic work
चिकन
from Celcom Digi Alliance. I think genuinely
TT2
the
man
fact
है।
that Jimmy's able to make that play
छोड़ दो।
in that
INF
moment,
या
wonderful
you
stuff.
do।
Really, really well played
इन
to
दोनों
him.
में कोई निकालेगा
And
चिकन
again, you have to be massively on the ball there. For Osal, I don't know. It felt like he could win that fight.
TT
But
10
at the
finishes
same
मारा है
time,
इस मैच में
pretty aggro at the end game, which has been
Nice.
what has spelled a
देखो
lot
सारे
of
comeback
doom
कर रहे
here
हैं
for
एक-एक
D+.
करके।
You sort of understand that that's one of their only options there. I feel like Chips should have been holding better on that back line, though. It wasn't really helping all that much over
अगला
towards the
circle नहीं
fight
रहेगा
between,
INF पे।
the Vicious and Osal.
तो
So
उधर थोड़ा
what
beat हो
was he
सकता है
really
बाकी
doing
INF
in
is
that
looking
scenario?
solid
But the Thunder Talks, 10 eliminations. Good game from them.
ओए
Get some points on the
खत्म
board finally. Definitely a chance to
गलत
convert.
खेल लिए
The
you do
influence rage definitely in the driver's seat at this. They
Out.
have the long house high
You do
ground,
बाहर
and you can just see there's no cover.
INF
right?
easy
It's-
chicken dinner
It's basically done and dusted here. It's only Thunder Talk to try and have a go at it. There's only 2 of them, and Influence Rage have a shooting gallery ahead of them. There is no way that Thunder Talk make this one work.
अंकित वर्मा थैंक यू
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है
AI You mean machine learning, right?
Influence Rage's position.
AI
is
मतलब वो अलग से नहीं होता. I
way
think
too
it is all about
strong.
machine learning.
They go
right?
for the flex out. They
And
understand
also
the time
supply
to go
chain
for it. So
management,
both players, I
along
think,
with
are going to
this-
go for a quick
with this 3 jobs,
reset,
1
deny as many
part-time and
points
2
as
mini
possible.
jobs,
And
and
Influence
spare
Rage
time
off the
play
back of a
PUBG and
singular
watch you
compound
live.
will take themselves
Berlin
a
is the
win.
capital
A
of Germany.
second of the day here, John. Getting further up.
Nice,
into
bro.
the
You're a very
tables.
hardworking
The first
guy.
one was a little bit quieter.
You
This
do
one, they
3
still
jobs,
held
1
the central
part-time and 2
compound
mini
and
jobs.
off the back of it. A brilliant
Respect,
hold
bro.
towards the north
Respect.
side. Nobody really crashed them, contested them from that south edge, and they were allowed to step on into that top spot. A really nice close down.
Like, how
And
do you
that
manage
may
your
put them
time,
ahead
like,
of 4MV
with 3
on this
jobs?
game and maybe in competition with
Time
the top
management would be,
spots
like,
as
very
well,
hard.
as we head on over back to the desk.
चलो भाई थोड़ा redemption for
Tables.
TT इस मैच में अब
Thank
तो
you so much,
बॉटम पे तो
John
नहीं
and
रहेगा
Blank. Jason Kaplan here, joined by Hot Jukes and Max. Men to
लिक्विड
break
भी
down the
थोड़ा
last
किल्स
match.
निकाला ना इस मैच में
You know, Hot Jukes, I think we're gonna have to throw it to Max off the bat here because he was a little bit enraged by the fact that Influence Rage gets
अभी
themselves
Influence
zoned.
Rage hashtag
And
2
it's
रहेगा,
tough to
right?
sit up inside of
4MV
it.
नीचे
And
जाएगा,
another
I
win. That's 2 chicken dinners now for Influence off the game, off the
I don't
bat.
know if I'm enraged. I'm like,
It all comes down to the final
He kind
match.
of shits their name though.
I mean, right.
हम क्या डिस्कस कर रहे थे चैट? हम डिस्कस कर रहे थे कितने पॉइंट्स निकालेगा by the end of the day for him.
Two really good games.
Chat was saying 100. एक बंदा बोला था 117.
Pretty much had nothing. I mean, you can even see right.
मैं तो भाई
elimination
थोड़ा बहुत
alone,
ठीक-ठाक
only 4 before
सोच
taking
के
the fight
80 बोल
towards
दिया था
Thunder Talk
मैंने.
Gaming. They weren't really doing
और
much.
अभी
this
क्या
game,
चल
but,
रहा है
hey,
4MV का?
if you have to give them anything, Jason, of a positive, they went for a
50 भी cross नहीं हुआ ना?
really quick Eastern
अभी एक ही
rotation
मैच बचा है.
around D plus Kia, and then they had a really
Have
Eastern
you
circle
watched
on stage 2, and
Snowfall?
they're like, oh, we got a great position, we're just going to play it out. I can't
Snowfall.
fault them for that. But for me, I'm still waiting to see
No,
their
I
big
don't
games.
think
Like, oh, okay, they deserve to be at the top.
I don't
As of right
think I
now,
did.
I have not really seen that happen.
What is Snowfall?
Oh, it's your
It's a
hot
drama,
jokes. 4
6
eliminations
seasons.
for this win. I mean, we were thinking in the airing that they won, would they potentially pull off a chicken dinner with 0 eliminations? But this is pretty close to it. But it still is a win at the end of the day.
Yeah, win's a win. You got to take it. I mean, they landed all the way on that coastline, just right above D plus
8.4
Kia
is
here.
rating.
But they moved very, very quickly. So they had a good, solid step ahead of D plus Kia. And I think
Look
that's what
at
really
the
kind of
early
rocket
days of
launched
the
them to the
crack
victory here.
cocaine
So, I mean, a
epidemic
beautiful
in
game
Los
from Influence
Angeles
Rage.
during
Yeah,
the
they were
beginning of
gifted those zones.
1980s.
But like I said, a win is a win is a win. So when you get these opportunities, you gotta take them, especially in day one. Hopefully, we'll see some more of those like crazy earn games.
Spike your prediction for
Actually, it's
top 3.
interesting. So they only had 4 eliminations,
What do
2
you mean
on the
बताया
game
मैंने
on the
तो?
win. So the
Predictions
2
क्या है?
possible points of Thunder Talk Gaming were denied. They went both out to the blue zone. I thought they got 1, but no, they
Snowfall
got
is
none
actually
of
a good
them. So only 4
suggestion,
points
bro.
on this one. And you even saw
अगर
the
आप
damage stats.
Snowfall
Foxtrot.
suggest कर रहा है तो
2
मैं भी
players
आपको suggestion दूंगा.
took 0 damage. 2 of them
The
got
wire.
around 50 damage.
The
Like,
wire.
yeah, we're just chilling in this
The
compound.
wire.
And, but to be, I mean, to echo your point, yeah, the rotate was on
The
point,
wire.
Duke. So
Watch that.
again, you can't
You'll
fault
enjoy
them.
it.
The rotate was quick, snappy, for a really good position, and the circle just ended up centering on top of them, and they made use of it in that
छोटे
sense.
स्पाइक
So,
को लेके आओ. मैंने
yeah,
बोला
in that
5000
sense,
लाइक
then
करो,
I
मैं
would
लेके
do
आ
the same
जाऊंगा
thing.
उसको.
And I don't know about you, Hot Jukes, but I would
5000 लाइक के लिए
do
अपने
the
को चाहिए
exact same thing as
1000
Influence Rage in
more.
this game.
Yep, same. I mean, what more?
Manga and anime. Hajime no Ippo. मैंने
I didn't see that.
मैंने
What?
already-
Let's go! Oh my
Sleepy.
god,
Yeah,
I'm marking down my bingo card right now. I saw bolt action headshot.
INF is a
in
good
the
team.
globals.
Yeah,
I'm
INF is a
happy.
And it's
great
Sleepy,
team.
Jason. We know what this guy
I think
can
he had
do.
2 of those. I think I had one earlier as well in the highlight reel. But yeah, we know Sleepy, especially with the mini, given AWM, he's gonna be more than happy. But one team that might not be
Game
too
sound
happy,
is
they
so
might have to be a
higher
little
than
bit
yours.
critical of,
अरे जब
was
गेम
actually
चलता है ना
D+.
उस टाइम पे मैं ज्यादा कर
And
देता
the
हूँ.
choice for them to go
बाद में कम
south,
करना
try to
भूल
sweep
गया.
in towards Team Secret, will they inevitably pay the price?
Do you want to go into
This
it, Jukes? I
is-
could have a whole 30-minute segment there.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, I'll go into it. You know,
One
it's so
last
crazy
match
because
to
I
go.
mentioned a little earlier. You know, they landed very close to Influence Rage, just a little bit north of Impala.
Doc
And,
day
you know,
3,
they
4
had
में
that
मचाएगा.
entire eastern side to themselves. But it just goes to show you that, hey, sometimes that center play is a little bit more advantageous. Influence Rage, where, like I said, we're a step ahead. They got to that center
TD 17
position.
points this
But
match. Nice.
D plus Kia, yeah, D plus Kia. In a circle like this, we should have seen a lot more success. And in this game, in my opinion,
Rookie of the year है ना ये लेफ्ट से
and I wanted to know what your thoughts on that.
अजियो उसका नाम ऐसा कुछ
When
नाम
you're
है
really
ऐसा.
feeling yourself,
King के लेफ्ट साइड में जो है.
you know,
Okay,
you go
well-
a little bit crazy, you know, and
My keypad is
sometimes it
effed
doesn't
up.
work out.
I don't think
Okay.
they're pulling a Doc right now. Okay, we'll get around to Doc. Okay, he's gonna be.
तुम लोग में से
he's gonna
कोई
have his
गोवा
own
से है क्या?
He's gonna have his own segment.
Is any
on
of
this
you from
right
Goa?
now, Jukes, but going to D plus K about how they're playing this game, to go more into the actual way they play this match, Jukes, they had a really
Is
good
any of you from
3-1 split.
Goa?
They were sending players south of the road, looking to maybe engage onto the Team Secret fight. You had Team Secret fight.
Ajay. अरे
a
वही
non-squad company, but
AJIE.
there was a big
वही.
fight happening over there, and
Ajay.
the circle goes back north. So at that point, you have a decision: or you fully commit to that third party and you clear it, or
I'm
what I
from
think is
Goa.
the better option is to go
RSS.
back north onto
अबे
Chicks, which at
इतने
that
सारे
point,
लोग
still
तो नहीं हो
at the
सकते
point, you were
गोवा
still
से.
north of the road.
Recently I heard कि भाई उधर बहुत ज़्यादा हो गया.
Of the river, and you can sweep your Team Vicious, you can sweep your Void Donkeys, you can sweep
Cost
your
of living,
Rengan Karabra, and
people
get
who are
50% of the
preferring
circle
to go
owned by
visit
you alone. And
Goa
unfortunately,
is actually
I think there
preferring
was a
to
big
go
overstep in that position
outside
that
India
resulted in
somewhere.
them losing
उतना
3
expensive
players
हो गया गोवा, क्या scene है?
almost instantly at that point.
Yeah.
Locals भी उतना पसंद नहीं कर रहे. Tourists से क्या चल रहा है?
Trying to push squads as a 3-man. That's when you know that you're feeling confident, you know, and it's so wild.
Spike भाई कैसे हो आप बताओ. मैं बढ़िया हो रहा हिमांशु आप बताओ. How are you doing? And the overall standings are here. D plus किया 71, 4MV 46, INF 45. भाई 4MV को step up करना पड़ेगा आखिरी मैच में. If not,
you know, yeah, when you're that high,
if not, you know,
you can take those risks, I guess. You know, they have plenty of buffer.
They'll be in trouble.
Yeah, you can afford to make those mistakes. You can afford to kind of feel out the lobby. I think while we were watching that, I remember hearing Max say like, "Oh,
TT hashtag 7 आ गया.
third party, the stalwart versus
What a
the
comeback,
super
bro.
fight." But the rotation just came in
What
too
a comeback.
slow, so definitely would have been
Spike भाई ये
better
liquid
if
वही
he
loops
obviously
है ना?
looked back
Yes
on
bro.
the
पुरानी loops वाली
same
वही
for
team
the
है.
north side, as Max finished off saying. But
It's
either way,
not like that,
71
Spike
points.
भाई.
They're so far ahead of so many
चूना
teams right now.
लगाने वाले ज़्यादा हो गए हैं.
I kind of worry about them though,
Yeah.
because obviously
बात तो सही बोल रहे हो आप.
having a good start is
I recently
great,
visited
but having
Goa.
a better finish is going to be ideally what they're going to be going for here to try to maintain.
मेरे को भी
top
kind of
three.
लगा.
Skip survival stage, to skip last chance, you get
But
the extra, you know,
recently
practice and really,
तत्वा ने एक
things
पोस्ट
out,
डाला
get
था
sorted,
मैंने
get
वहाँ
set up
देखा
for
मैंने
London.
कि टूरिज्म बहुत कम हो
You
गया
really
गोवा
can't
में
afford to take your foot off the gas right now. You're
compared to
afford to
previous
have some
times.
bad matches here or there,
अभी दिसंबर में तो बहुत लोग
but
आएंगे ना.
the pace in this lobby.
मैं भी सोच रहा हूँ आने का.
You gotta watch out because Thunder Talk's coming. I mean, we just saw them start pushing.
Chill करने.
Leaderboards. They were what?
Carnival
14th place, now they're on the first page.
रो मस्ट वॉच.
And we saw
कार्निवल
it
रो
happen
क्या है वो
in the
सीरीज है
last
क्या?
Group Red with
पे इंडिया में और कौन सी जगह है पे जहाँ जाके चिल कर सकते हैं?
last day, and then they had a monster performance that, you know, pushed
Kerala,
them all the way to the
people
top.
say
And they did
Kerala.
the same thing in PL where they won
कार्निवल रो
700
क्या?
grand.
7-7.
So, it's gonna
Television
be a close one
series.
here. I just think that when you have these great days, Max, man, you can't let off the gas pedal. So I want to see D plus Q in this last match. You know, maybe play this a little bit more conservative.
Spike भाई आपको पाइथन जावा लैंग्वेज आते हैं?
Average typically is
Yes, bro.
around 10 points per game. They're already over that, so I think at this point it's just an extra little bonus.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल.
Survival and when life kick the ass, then time is just a part of.
Sure, you might still be playing your same game and doing
Yes, bro.
fine, but other teams
I
are
agree
gonna
with
try
you.
and catch up. They're going to try and ruin the way you're playing your matches. And
I also had
then, unfortunately, your play
whatever
style
you're
might
doing now. I
not
have also
be
done it when I
as
was in my
once was,
college.
and then you might just
I
fold a
also
bit
used to
more
do
and start
part-time,
slipping out. And it's top three.
manage
You
my
can
work.
very easily be in first place at the start of
Study.
your group and you just fall out of
Yeah.
contention for a spot for the grand final. So sure, they
वही
are
times best
currently
होते हैं
in the
पता?
lead. You can't take
As
the foot off the
once
gas.
you grow up,
Keep going.
when you look back, those are the
Possible
moments
while
you'll think
this
like,
strat is still working,
अरे मैं कुछ तो
you
किया
just
है.
don't know how long
वो
it
वाला
is
फील
gonna
देगा तुम्हें.
Well, one thing that is worrying me is Team Liquid.
Good times bro, बस
Team that I kind of expected.
बस सही कर रहे हो आप, बस
better
करते
of
रहो
when it came
जो
to
भी कर
day
रहे हो.
one. I'm not going to count them out just yet. I'm not going to count out any team just yet.
पाकिस्तान आ जा. पाकिस्तान में क्या क्या करना है bro?
I feel like it's just
कहाँ
it's
घूमना
so
है
different
पाकिस्तान
than
में?
Team Liquid are used to.
Yeah, I mean, something's definitely off with the squad. And you know,
शिमला.
sometimes, you know,
ये टाइम पे शिमला जाते हैं क्या? ये टाइम पे शिमला जाते हैं क्या?
bad start,
दिसंबर
and
टाइम पे.
snowball, that's what I was kind of mentioning a little bit earlier. I think that's what's happening to these guys. Like,
भाई भाई आपने हैंगओवर
they
देखी
don't
है?
have enough
Yes bro.
time to play. You know, they're getting taken
देखा
out
है.
so early that their fingers aren't warm. They're getting a little bit inside of their own heads. And you can just tell in their play style here because
Bro वो जरा
I mean,
रेफरल
United and Hacienda del Patron,
लग
they
जाता
had
तो
center zone in circle 1. Yeah,
Okay.
we saw them go on over to the side, but
no
I
bro.
mean, this
You
still
have to
should have been a
impress me
solid
first. Then
team
only
play.
I might think
they're
about
not winning
referring. You know.
fights here, Max. That's the problem.
Too many white hair buffs, maybe it turns into a debuff when you have too many on the same team.
Mangalore आ जाओ.
Maybe that's it. Maybe someone's just dye his hair.
Recently I visited Kerala. NIT Calicut गया था मैंने. भाई उधर का मंडी क्या है भाई? बहुत प्यारा था खाना उधर.
I don't know if you guys would even maybe.
I enjoyed.
But it seems like a team that's already.
Polichet
kind of
मंडी
just
ऐसा
trying to
कुछ
get
था.
enough points to make
Chicken
it
का.
survival. And it's day one.
It was really good.
Get a few placement points here and there. They're not taking big fights. Literally, I'm sorry if you're Team Liquid.
सिर्फ वो खाना के लिए आऊँगा मैं आऊँगा तो केरला.
Into that like dip across the.
देखो I'm a very foodie guy. मेरे को जहाँ खाना अच्छा रहता है वहाँ जाने में मजा आता है
You go
मुझे.
for the crash because you're in that spot. Your cars are going to get wrecked. You're going to lose possible.
आप जब नाम बता रहे हो इधर विजिट करो स्पाइक भाई तो उधर खाना सोच के बताओ मुझे.
To have a good game.
I am from Calicut.
Seen that Brazilian
Akshay
fight
bro.
that we see at a Brazilian
I'll tell you that
we see
place
all the
name
time,
also.
right?
Wait.
Like just
I have
they'll
noted
fight
down
and fight all day long.
so that when I visit
aggressive.
Kerala again I'm going to
We've seen,
go there and eat it
Drake,
again.
obviously,
I'll tell you that
they-
place.
they are the special
If
case
you are
here,
from
having
Calicut,
very
if
good
you are around there,
positioning
then
inside of these
you can
zones. No need to like leave
give it a
your
try.
compound, look for eliminations.
Where did I
But
write?
we're not seeing like Team Liquid look for fights, not being aggressive, and we know they're a team that can easily combat with any of the teams in this lobby.
Yeah, I think D plus Kia need to play more conservative and more tight here in this last match. And I think that Team Liquid need to play
It's,
more reckless. I think they need to just kind of go see some crazy
It's the
pushes.
Bros.
I mean, you're
Brost.
gonna have a bad day.
The
either
restaurant
make
name
up
is the
for it or
Brost.
Make it up for it tomorrow. Might as well do it right here, right now, man.
And
Yeah,
the
they-
item which I had is Polichet Mandi.
Well, we're gonna be heading into our
BROST.
final match here on our first
The
day of
Brost.
Group Green. I can't believe we're already through the first day. Of course, back on Miramar once again. Maybe we'll see a different victory. We've only had 3 teams take a chicken dinner on day 1. Will it be a 4th?
बिहार आ जा. बिहार में खाना अच्छा है क्या?
Well, there is only one.
The final match has
way,
begun.
and of course, that's by letting the match unfold. Match 6,
Let's
the last
go.
Miramar of the day. We're in the plane. We're going from El Pozo down to Puerto Paraíso, and we're cutting straight through the.
What rank do you expect if India team was in PMGC 2024? What rank do you expect if Indian team is? Why spam कर रहे हो क्या?
Not expecting that to change.
I already answered this. League stage में top 8 में I would place India. 8 or top 10 only.
That we will.
Survival stage तो खेलेगा India.
Plane path heading down towards, honestly, every time towards Puerto Paraíso so far.
नेपाल आ जाओ भाई, नेपाल का गाना मेरे को पसंद है to be honest. When I was in US, at one time, I used to have a roommate.
Really well done.
He's a Nepali guy.
Though, still be able to put up a fair few points, get up to 70
क्या
points
खाना
now.
बनाता है भाई वो?
Just 10 more points.
क्या खाना बनाता है वो?
80 on one day, which is
I used to enjoy
phenomenal result for D+.
His food. The first time I had a momo
teams have started to break out in terms of performance.
was
Rage so far
was
really strong.
There only. उसने बनाया था momos.
Profit off those shifts.
I never had momo in my life. That was the first time I had and I really enjoyed it.
Need to close out their day.
फिर अभी आज का बाहर का मोमो खाते हो ना, वो फील ही नहीं आता. घर का मोमो अलग है ब्रो. जो नेपाल में लोग बनाते हैं ना, वो खाना अलग है. उसने कितना टाइम लिया पता? मस्त टाइम लगा के उसने किया था. The more time you put into food making, the more tasty it will become. उसने इतना precisely सब seasoning किया, उसने बहुत प्यारा था. Yeah, I like Nepali food also.
It's just been really volatile, right? But now we've got almost a 10-point gap between third and fourth, which is the longest
For current weather,
we've seen it for a long time.
Gangtok
But
is
that's definitely achievable. We saw
must
it with
visit
Thundertalk
place.
getting 17 points that
Gangtok,
last match,
एक second, कहाँ है ये?
and we can potentially see it again to jump up and contest for those top 3.
और तेरा खाना कैसा है वो बताओ मुझे.
Aerial maneuvers being enacted right now by the lobby, but they'll be touching down fairly soon, getting those rotates on board and grabbing the loot
Wow.
where they need to.
पहाड़ी, Sikkim.
And a lovely touchdown going through there.
I'm gonna save this. मैं research
Very
करूँगा
good
थोड़ा.
stuff.
क्या है?
And just kill it off. Yeah, it's served him well up until it hadn't.
Thanks for the session, bro.
Over towards that eastern side again, favoring towards Influence Rage and Puerto Paraíso, as well as
The green group is not giving the hype what red gave. अरे red ने एकदम गरम करके छोड़ दिया तुम लोग को, इसलिए तुम लोग को ऐसा लग रहा है. But ये group भी उतना भी नहीं है भाई. अच्छा है ये group की. I'm pretty sure तुम लोग ये सब बोलोगे ग्रुप जब चालू करूंगा मैं ग्रुप ग्रीन. But ये भी अच्छा ही है ग्रुप. అన్న తెలుగులో కాంపీ వీడియోస్ చేస్తున్నా, నీడ్ సపోర్ట్, టీమ్ ఓజీ, మిస్టర్ ఐజిఎల్ చెక్అవుట్. Bro, don't give up bro, keep doing it. With or without anyone's support, you have to believe in yourself, keep doing it, you will shine bro. Love from Mizoram, thank you bro Izo.
Finish in the first place, not today but in the next days.
All right, well hey, that's
I am from Bihar, visit Bihar. I don't have any friends in Bihar bro. Like I don't know where to roam in Bihar, which place to visit, where to eat, what special in Bihar. मतलब क्या खाना स्पेशल है उधर, कुछ आइडिया नहीं है मुझे बिहार का. कभी सोचा तक नहीं था मैंने. हर जगह के फ्रेंड्स है, बिहार के फ्रेंड है एक भी.
There needs to be. I think at the moment
Orissa, Gujarat, Mumbai,
I think most people
Arunachal Pradesh,
who were fans of PUBG Mobile did not expect Team
हर
Liquid
जगह
to
कोई ना
be
कोई
able
दोस्त है
to
मेरा.
16 plays. Feels like such an
Why not using car skin bro? ये सारे एडमिन अकाउंट है, इसमें समझ रहे हो skins वगैरह नहीं रहते हैं, अलग अकाउंट बना के देते हैं. Bangalore, I lived in Bangalore for 2 years.
Before they rocketed up the tables.
I'm from Kashmir, love you. Thank you.
It's going to be slightly
Stockfish.
more
क्या नाम लगाया? Chess
Chess
player हो क्या?
off the back of that, but
Beef delicious
it will be
food, bro.
much
I
easier
don't
because
eat
of
beef.
that point
Please.
sponge at the top.
Don't
and
say.
deep
I'm a
was
foodie,
here
but I don't
to
eat
fly up the rankings. I mean, even
that.
if Team Liquid get one good game here, that can set them towards the middle of the pack because of the way the point
from
orientation
Jamshedpur.
has set up here. So we'll see what they can get done. Hopefully it hasn't got to them. Again, they can go home tonight and have a full refresh.
Bangalore के
I
run
think
now.
that's what's needed. But if they go home tonight after a decent game, middle of the pack orientation on the leaderboard, they will feel a lot better coming.
Bro,
into
can you
tomorrow.
speak American accent? No, I can only speak English. I don't have an accent.
For Thunder Talk last match.
मेरे को accent कुछ नहीं आता. कभी-कभी imitate करता हूँ मैं थोड़ा.
They're in 7th, right? And that's
But
exactly what you're talking about.
I don't have an accent.
For Team Liquid.
जो भी मेरा English है वैसा ही है. मेरा हिंदी जैसा ही है मेरा English में. Actually, my English is better than my Hindi.
I know Knight said, you know,
my Hindi is not that good.
Place, maybe not today, but there's still a pretty big gap to try and.
In Hindi, I only know a limited number of words.
I feel like their opportunities will.
And मैं उसी से काम चलाने का कोशिश करता हूँ. समझ रहे हो? I have not learned Hindi. I just picked up words from people. And I searched online. इसका मतलब क्या है? And I adjusted my Hindi according to it.
Yeah, they need to cut it out right now.
I have not learned
and get themselves into a position where they can start to play out tomorrow. I think it's less of, it would be nice to get a big game here on match 6, and more of a necessity at the moment for Team Liquid if they want to have a chance coming in tomorrow, because the pressure will be so high if they go out early here with a sub 10-point day. But they end up fairly central, a decent rotate off from that northern side. They're just to the south of Truck Stop right now. And this will encompass them very nicely into the next circles in this game.
मजे करेंगे. सर्वाइवल में कितनी टीम्स एलिमिनेट होंगे? सर्वाइवल टोटल 24 टीम्स खेलेंगे. बॉटम 8 टीम्स बाहर हो जाएंगे.
Which is interesting. It's all that ground out to the northeast side of the El Azhar, the main feature
कभी
of it.
पंजाब आओ. मैंने I've visited Punjab.
Definitely not favoring that.
I lived there for 2 years.
To goes towards Minas
I
Gerais.
lived there for 2 years बोल रहा हूँ. 2 days. 2 दिन था मैं पंजाब में. उधर का लस्सी बेस्ट है.
Left pushed up to the north, unless there's a north shift.
मजा आ गया मुझे.
We'll probably have a difficult time to move on.
Almost 3-4 बार पीता था मैं. दिन का 3-4 बार.
एंट्री अच्छी है, लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल.
Manageable because everyone is so punctual.
Not too far behind them on that northwest side, followed up by Brute Force, and then further out is Voin Donkey.
You don't cook.
I think
you
you
don't
look
cook,
at
bro.
CAG, their performance today has not been bad, but it still sits them in 9th place
If you
with some
can't cook
awkward
and the
games
food
coming through
sucks
here
around
and
you,
there.
It's hell.
Very central though is the lobby right now. Not been the most difficult of circles to approach. I think the only team who is really going to be struggling to get into this next circle promptly is 77.
Why isn't a single
all
drop
the way over
clash
towards Ruins and
in
Trailer
PMGC?
Park?
Bro, इस level में
No,
drop
I
clash
know
prefer
so.
नहीं करते.
Literally on the western side of the
drop
map.
clash
It's
हुए
a
थे.
tough time for them going
पहले वाले
forward.
groups में हुए थे.
They got to get a move on. One of their players already down to 20% HP after spending quite a long time out in the blue.
I mean, it is stage 1, so it's obviously survivable. They have this as a game plan, obviously. So if they don't have the meds,
तोड़ दिया लस्सी को.
that's
क्या
just
तोड़ दिया
very,
भाई?
very silly,
बहुत
and I do expect them to be able to survive.
बहुत
the
अच्छा है.
game.
मेरे
So
को बहुत
the question
पसंद
is
आया.
where, and the question is when.
I really enjoyed
CG Osaka, you're right.
As
they
a
have
foodie,
had
learning
a little
how
bit of a
to
messy
cook
time,
is
and
the best thing
it's
you
kind
could
of
do.
the flip side
Bro,
to
मैंने-
what happened to 4MV.
when I was in US,
CG Osaka, they've
I
had
cooked
this
almost
feud
every
with 4MV for a
type
while
of
now,
food.
over certainly over
कुछ
the
नहीं,
year,
YouTube
a
मारो,
little bit,
search करो,
reaching
experiment
over to
करो.
the Miramar as
बस
well.
as long as
But
you get the
in
seasoning
general,
right.
They've also suffered because
You
of
cannot
it.
go
They've
wrong
been stopping
in cooking,
4MV in their tracks.
That's the secret
But
of cooking.
it's just
But
not gone so
seasoning,
well
get your seasoning
for
right.
them
That's it.
either. This shift blank. I said the only way that it could sort of change
You
up is if
cannot
it
go
went back up
wrong
north, and guess what's happened?
you get
We're
the
going
seasoning right.
northeast up towards El Azhar.
कभी-कभी थोड़ा overcook हो जाएगा, चलेगा भाई, खा लेंगे अपन.
Force big opportunity.
But
Team
if you
Liquid
go wrong
as
with
well.
seasoning, you
now
cannot-
is their
you
chance to
cannot
put up big numbers, to put up a big game, and try and find a little bit of a comeback, or certainly start to enact it as they try and rotate close by to Thunder Talk as well. Danger from Kagosaka on the west of them as
TT
on
mood
this
में आ गया लग रहा
rotate
है.
down in the ditch towards the truck stop. It looks like Thunder Talk want to try and take on CAG
लग गई,
Osaka
इसकी लग
instead.
गई.
Now it's in a horrible scenario here.
TT aggro
Get
mode.
taken down.
डब्बा डाल गया
There's
एक
Team
का.
Liquid though, Chief lighting things up with the first elimination, first
एक-एक करके सारे
blood
comeback कर
for
रहे हैं.
Chief. In fact, very nicely done. Massively influential position currently.
Gag
all
3
three of
man,
these teams
TT
are in.
3 man.
For the Thunder Talks as well as CAG Osaka, at least they have buildings to occupy. For Team Liquid, they're slightly more out in the open. That worries me going into
Bhai,
the future,
Johnny bhi
because
aa
you know a
raha.
ton of teams are going to start to localize themselves around this area of the map.
I'm from
and
Odisha. Come
pen
visit
Team
Odisha
Liquid
and
in.
test
They've got to be
Rasgulla.
careful.
Rasgulla I tasted here only, bro. In Hyderabad only I tasted a lot of times. My wife loves
have
rasgulla.
lost 2 of their players on their rotate so far. Those go down to RRQ, I believe, on the spray down south side. Very treacherous for them, and RRQ putting pressure on them from that south edge.
आपने वज़ाई मूवी देखा है?
Self-Digi Alliance further down south may look to push in behind that. Meanwhile, on the north edge, you've got
final match of the day है.
Let's
focus on this match.
DRS was there as well. Brute Force.
बहुत general topics बातें कर रहे हैं अपन.
2-2 split.
Have you seen Dark Series? Yes,
come
bro,
back to bite them over in the Saverni game where they tried to flex out. Let's see if they can hold their ground now on the north side of this circle, the central cluster of it anyway.
मेरे को लग रहा है ये मैच में ना कोई नया टीम मारेगा. कोई नया टीम मारेगा चिकन.
That reward that they were looking for from that first game that we saw from them.
Any team who got 30 plus points is a decent start यार. ठीक है.
Digi Alliance.
सिर्फ टीम लिक्विड का एकदम गंदा चौक हुआ आज.
Very dangerous situation for him to be in as that vanguard for the rest of the
बाकी
squad.
कोई भी comeback कर सकते हैं.
Just roll up towards Team Secret. They don't take shots over towards him. Perhaps allowing him to get in as that anchor point and ushering the rest of the squad before they do fully engage. But it feels like Team Secret a little bit more preoccupied with what's going on over towards the eastern side of RCB around that area too.
Chand SBD.
Little bit tough, and Digi Alliance in fact completely take a 180. We'll move over towards the Vicious instead.
Also test Chennapuda. It's so famous in
again.
Odisha.
Team Liquid in with their opportunity. This really is their chance.
I will.
A great result for them on the circle shifts here. They've got 1 point already, and they're looking for more as the shots start to pummel their way into the Thunder Talk team. They also want to just try and confirm their ascendancy on the tables as well. They pushed up from 10 points in the last match.
Bro, what do you call a guy?
Well. But they're on 3 players now. Down in the ditch. Very difficult.
But he flexes online that he's like filthy rich.
Limited ammo count though for Team Liquid. I think that's a struggle for them.
What do you call that guy?
Not really anywhere around them to pick up more ammo other than to make a full-on crash over towards the Thunder Talks, as well as CAG, who could get involved on that third party. So a tough decision ahead for Team Liquid. How they're going to pull this one off.
जो मेरे को वो करते भाई से
Point Donkey
ट्रबल कर रहे मेरे को काफी टाइम से
on that north side in another half.
But online में वो लोग समझ
Liquid, this is what I was expecting over towards Thunder Talks. They had to make something happen.
What do you call
with a big task ahead of them has to be that front line. Molotov goes in, it's decent, will force them into an odd situation for themselves. And now a nade, they're isolating the angles, causing problems. This one has to be big, but one heads out at the side, will take down one of the players. Chiefs down, Ayala makes the first move, but will fall off the back of it. This is terrible news for Team Liquid.
And in they go with Mythic, looking for that flush.
बिना गाली से
pick it up,
बिना
maybe
गाली
look for a
से
res.
बिना
The
गाली
player
से
on the forward being protected by Cardozo. There's a crash on the other side of the road in the meantime, Blank. You can see that on picture-in-picture. RRQ trying to push in. That gives this fight a little bit more breathing room. The both sides will focus on themselves, but if one concludes first, that's dangerous. A big pickup, and King gets the flush as well. 2 players for Thunder Talk to try and pick up Mythic, and Team Liquid desperately want to cling on to this one, but it is just Xing now around the corner. The bouncer on the nade, he steps into it, but the cook isn't quite fast enough. Team Liquid still have 3. They're looking for the res on the backline and the DPS to hold. Xing with an aid, wants to find Ayala on the corner, spots him, but bounces it into the room. In the meantime, RRQ have been taken down on the far side, and now a third party can come through. You've also got RCB looking to move in on the high ground, and immediately shut that door right in his face.
Well played,
Trying to
Team
keep
Liquid.
himself
Well
safe. The
played.
hop up needs to come through. The heal, not quite actually fully gone for there. And into the door frame once more. Steps wide, but the third party is starting to come and into a factor.
Yeah, there's fear coming from Team Liquid. They understand that there's third parties around this area. They don't want to get too aggressive onto this one. Might be able to get this nade through the window. They're going to go in from both sides. That was very well played from Team Liquid. Quickly setting that one up, forcing on the outside. I don't think there's anywhere Xing could have gone. But losing one player, not ideal for Team Liquid. Still fantastic.
Looks can be deceiving, guys. Looks
First
can be
fight that
very
we
deceiving.
see come through from Team Liquid. There is
ये
a
बंदा ऐसा नहीं कर
confirmed
सकता
and
है. बिल्कुल कर
confident win
सकता
on
है.
it.
बिल्कुल कर सकता है. बता रहा हूँ मैं.
But now they are down underneath their high ground position. Sure, they get that ammo refresh, but it's still a little bit tricky. Fortunately, the circle keeps them cut in there. 77 on the northwest side. They are finally emerging from their bath a blue zone that they've been in for a long time now. And on the northwest side, they'll have DRS to compete with. On the south side, you've got Team Secret trying to stretch their legs against Cellcom Digi Alliance, as well as the Vicious across the way on the east. They managed to drag one of Cellcom Digi Alliance down with them. It's very unlikely that there's a turnaround to get that one picked back up. 2 players for them will continue. And 77 continue to put pressure on.
Nice knock over towards Neos. Might provide an opening for 77 to get in towards Olio.
By petition to change RCB to Bra Esports.
Towards RCB.
भाई पहले Bra Esports था भाई, अभी RCB करने के बाद समझ रहे हो?
Through. Trying to find another, but down to 2 players now.
Bangalore पे जा रहा है पूरा.
Not the greatest of starts to their stage 4.
Maturity is when you realize never go
to get tough. You have to play towards the circle now. You can't really afford to be stuck out on the edge, as a lot of our teams currently are. The D plus still playing on the outer side of the east. Have to push through Influence Rage, who's constantly been a roadblock for them today. A hurdle to be leaped over the top of, but they keep tripping over their own feet.
To make a couple of bugs.
Neos.
उसमें आधे scammer ही होते हैं.
Magnum on the open, on the slope.
और वो scammer पता?
Brings him tumbling down. 3 players now for 77.
Disguise मतलब उसको देख कर आ गया भाई, ये तो भाई पूरा एकदम big shot है भाई. ऐसे थोड़ी करेगा.
Crunch out to the west in the high ground position here. If they can get control of this ridge to the northwest side,
there is nothing worse than a disguised
onto the rest of the circle. And a very strong chance of leaping on up in towards the top 3 here. With 1 elimination so far, they can get rid of 77, add 4 to their tally. That would be brilliant, but it's easier said than done.
Brute force.
How much they
Still
owe you in
total?
total?
Furious slightly low, but good high ground control from them on this north side. So
it
was nice to be able to play along this ridge side.
अगर emote बोल दूंगा तो भाई कोई record करके उसको भेज देंगे तो भाई अच्छा नहीं लगेगा ना?
Towards the northern edge in Al-Azhar.
So मैं exact emote नहीं बोल सकता, but a lot.
DRS and 77 on that western edge too. So yeah, for brute force,
मतलब I can't even do anything. I can't. It's like the only thing I can do is wait.
Not looking too
shabby
at all.
मैं गाली भी नहीं देता
taking the fight with D plus here. They've been a
the
little
only
bit
option
quiet in their chicken dinner so
left
far.
with
So they
is
thought,
wait.
you know what?
That's it.
Time
That's
to take
the
on the
worst
best
part.
right now. D plus Kier with 2 remaining, a really swift flush coming on through, and really nothing that D plus Kier could do. They kind of just got rattled on that one. Unfortunate
Your
stuff.
favorite team in PMGC? अरे my chat knows यार my favorite team.
2 players playing beneath
दिन में
Influence Range
10 बार पूछते ये
down the
question.
ridge.
Yeah, D plus K actually rocked up on Influence Rage and lost the fight off the back of it. I think that was
not even a single technical issue in any match possible in BGMI tournament. Yes, definitely possible.
The fact that they moved out from
the budget भी तो देखो ये tournament कितना बड़ा tournament है, $3 million का prize pool है.
Smart decision coming through from Influence Rage, and I think he just caught D plus off guard. Again, down to 2 players. Didn't go too badly last game. Let's see what they can get done here again on our last match of Miramar. Already putting up 71 points. I think they'll be very pleased with how
my chat already started spamming.
Stalwart looking to roll down towards DRS on the sweep from the west side. They regroup.
वो सीधा भी finals में दिखेंगे.
To the back of the queue on the northwest edge, but unfortunately the circle doesn't help them out on that. Nades over the top, and DRS taking so much damage. Stalwart doing work. And should be DRS going down and out. 77 ahead of them still. Brute Force also still on their ridgeline. Again, in such a pivotal oversight position, but the truck stop still remains in too.
INF 4MV
playing on as 2
इन दोनों
right
में
now,
एक
3
chicken निकाल सकता है ये
I
match.
think again a lot of eyes
जो
are
भी
on
अच्छा करेगा
Team
वो
Liquid
hashtag
as
2
this
करेगा.
moves down towards the south side. They're desperate for a good game. They
Spike by
have a strong
Falcons को last
position to
में choke
play,
नहीं करना
but it
था.
is
Please bro,
around
मत
about
याद
4
दिलाओ
teams
मुझे.
on the south that they'll have to deal with in the coming future.
Ooh, Brute Force leaving a window open.
बहुत खराब
From the
बहुत
north
खराब
side, Void
moment था
Donkey
भाई.
put pressure on.
गोल ही
More
खत्म होना.
Brute Force back in, meaning they can't third party the
Seriously?
west side. Stalwart is now a big threat.
How
And
much does
the
Gordon
opening
owe you?
knocks
Gordon
towards
does not
Brute
owe me
Force are
anything.
strong for Void
I was
Donkey
not talking
ID.
about God like.
And they take that position, that ridge line that I was talking about being so powerful. All of a sudden, they're getting pushed off of it.
I mean, they've had to deal
The
with
most consistent
Stalwart,
team
to deal
in
with
global,
77,
one
and then
and
Brute
only
Force have had a
Alpha
big
7.
task ahead of them
No, all
to deal
big
with.
teams,
And it's just good timing from Void Donkey to be able to
4MB
get
is also
in
very
towards this
consistent.
northern side. Now they take control of the ridge. Fantastic stuff. And they can keep moving
Falcons are also
forward
very
into this
consistent,
one.
but
I mean, VD, they've done really good amount of work today. Some interesting rotates have been coming through. Not quite displayed in the rankings currently on the leaderboards. Currently 13th place with only 20 points. But I do think they've been making some good rotates. It's just unfortunate that their team fight potential has been somewhat lacking.
Voin Donkey pushing on.
INF versus 4MV. Let's go.
4MV. Looking for their repeat performance against Influence Rage now. The nades are going back on 4.
बाकी दो बंदे का है INF के. Reverse knock from Secret.
Team Secret actually chiming in from the off angle out to the west, making life hard for 4MV.
Look who's
Why not?
here.
You know, they're a real strong team, slowing them down. Only a benefit.
What a
We're able to
time.
do the roll up, the send out, goes 1 for 1 on the spray down, and need to be careful. That should be a little easy pickup there on the flush, and Law will be able to find the point. That is a big opener on the fight. No helmet for Doc makes this all the harder.
It's an unreasonable amount of damage, but in the meantime, it has been Team Secret rocked up behind them. Apex has got to find the knock off the back of this. In comes the crash in the vehicle. Reefus and Apex up front. Doc yet to join the party just yet, and Reefus gets taken down on the side. All down to Doc now.
1v2.
Water on there.
Needs to come on in. 2 knocks sent already back over towards Team Secret. Nades layering in from the foreground here as Doc lines up for the roadside ridgeline. Knows this one back to front, has just spent the last 2 minutes there, so knows what he's looking at, knows what he's prepared, needs to be prepared for. Spray down through the smoke though. It's not going to catch it immediately. A step out wide from Soaz, and that is handled nicely by Team Spirit.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
Hilarious to be the his own teammate who's catching strays from
Ankit Verma, I'll give you a pro tip. What I used to do.
Someone's got to take a punishment from him, I guess. Circle moves up
I used to
towards
cook for the whole day,
center
early
of
morning
this
only.
circle. Then Team Liquid still out on
Cook for the
that
whole day,
western edge,
early
alongside
morning
with their
only.
Brazilian
That's the best.
brethren, Influence Rage over on the east.
Try that, bro.
D Plus opted to go for a northern hold with a 1-1
And
split.
the best
to play off back
food
of
to
one
cook
another once
when you don't
again.
have energy is
Inside
fried
this
rice.
lobby, similar to how they played out that last game.
फट हो जाएगा, एकदम फट. 5-10 मिनट में हो जाएगा
and
fried
a
rice.
flush on brute force.
And if you are non-vegetarian, just crack an egg in there.
Whilst
You
it
are
had so
done.
much oversight before, is now
Tummy
a little
full,
bit of a two.
nutritious,
Teams up
protein,
top.
everything.
A lot of players still littering the hillside there. Voin Donkey trying to
Survival
establish more
tips चाहिए ले
control
लो
so
मेरे
they
से बता
can
रहा हूँ.
go
मैंने
for this
जिया वो
forward
जिंदगी इसलिए
rollout.
बता रहा हूँ.
But it's really, really tricky. And they need to find the optimal path to make it work. It
By the
seems
way,
like they're
just now I
gearing up to
realized
go for it, blank the blue
कि
zone,
4MV सही में बाहर हो
pushing
गया.
in from the north side of this one. With brute force going down, that removes a little
BGMI
bit of the
roadmap.
stalemate that was happening over on this
Come
northwest
after
side, and Stalwart seemed to try and
1-2
break it
months.
even further.
तब बात करेंगे. अभी के लिए नहीं है.
Razor taking some shots downwards. They need to break open something here.
Bro, अगर VC
Osal finds potato.
अगर VC और 10 पॉइंट निकालेगी तो भाई 4MV will not be in top 3.
I
I'm
think
just saying.
the Osal teammate is down. Fabian yet did not make it.
Whoa!
Another good shot from him though. 2 more players. Can he make it happen? Has to get the quick reload.
प्यारा
AKM,
बे, प्यारा
nothing
dressing
better with
रे.
the damage coming through. A 1v4.
क्या बात कर रहा है?
Another player falls and it's just
1v3
Osal.
from
It
Osal.
was
Last man
1v1
standing
now.
है.
Voin Donkey laid low by the best.
Vexy with the nade over the top, but the reposition out
1v1.
wide read perfectly by Osal. He knows that it's
Vexy
very
versus
likely
Osal.
you're eating a
Osal
nade
को heal
here.
कर रहा है.
Another one though
Heal
to
push
cook.
करेगा.
Gonna come on through. The pin is pulled, and then it goes
Go!
to third parties, taking the time to heal, and he
Beautiful,
steps out.
babe,
Osal
beautiful.
1v4 on the
तो 1v3
descent.
किया
Voin
उसने, not
Donkey
1v4.
dethroned a D+ Kia.
But
What
पूरी
a
टीम
top
मरी
spot.
थी. एक को किसी और ने नॉक दिया शायद.
Dear
या
me.
किल चोरी किया.
What
बहुत
just
प्यारा भाई.
happened?
Osal 1v4 ही है.
Put
Not
some
1v3. I think
to
1v4 एक किल
shame
चोरी हुआ
there.
शायद.
Wow.
क्या
okay.
मारा बे.
Great stuff.
मजा आ गया.
D+ Kia get 4 eliminations on the
D
game.
plus Kia
and
is the
live to
most
tell the tale
consistent
another
team
day.
in this lobby, hands down.
That is
The most
insane.
consistent.
They are on track now.
Team
Blank,
Secret भी
to try and
comeback कर
break
ली क्या?
that 80-point barrier.
7
Trying to
finishes.
keep those averages up and put themselves
4-man
safely
strong.
over the line with breathing room to spare. Influence Rage. They've managed to push 4MV out a second. Very unlikely now with that
What an
result.
on-point
But they're going to be
raid.
able to jump up to first at the end
INF,
of the day, but they can
4
close it
finishes,
out
4-man
strong.
strong.
3 players
Sorry, not
alive,
4-man, 3-man.
4 eliminations already, and they will push in the main
Hashtag to
threat
INF ही
on
रहेगा.
the eastern side right now. Team Secret, though, we've seen their roll-ups, and it seems like they're starting to gather some pace here.
77 make it in on the western edge versus CAG Osaka. Zadira and Shifu 1 dream duo.
4MV और Liquid disappoint.
But Apollo has been pretty mint with the nades
एक
all
मैच
day
में boom bam
today.
करके फिर एक मैच में सबको गरम करके छोड़ दिया.
CG Osaka. Apollo's got 4 eliminations of his own.
Osal को मार दिया, and with
See how many
that
more he can get. Osal.
D plus Kia is out. Day 1 75 points for D
Going
plus
down
Kia.
9th place, 4
75.
elims. A decent game.
Great start
Won't
for
break
them.
that
Great
80-point barrier. Unfortunately, still a massively successful day for South Korea towards the top of the table.
chicken कौन
How much
निकालेगा?
further can Influence Rage go on this one? That's the question. 77 with just Sadira.
Secret
Fend off the approaching forces of CG Osaka.
VC
Definitely a
INF.
tall order, but keeping them penned in with the fire.
Beautiful knock base Adira.
Good shots from
गया,
Zadira. Who
गया,
better
गया,
to
गया.
do it a lot
खुद का मौली से गया
Molotovs for the entire hallway. I don't really think there's anywhere else he could have gone. Sad, to say the least. But a really
He
good
threw that
read.
Molotov. That was him.
Spike भाई
I think he
इसमें
threw
तो
smokes.
नाम में
He
ही
threw smokes out.
RCB ये तो
No, that
choke
was a
करेगा
Molotov.
ही.
He went down to his own Molotov.
अरे भाई
there.
ऐसा मत बोलो.
Did he?
Yeah. That was... He literally
कल
threw
करेंगे
the
comeback
Molotov
वो.
down and then ran straight on
Day one
through
was
it.
bad
He knew
for
it was
them.
there. I don't know. Question mark on that one.
बच जाएगा,
threw a
बच जाएगा,
smoke,
बच
but
जाएगा, बच
yeah.
जाएगा.
Definitely wrong in this case, though.
That's...
I can understand why it's a question mark for him, though, because it was on wooden flooring, so it spreaded. To be
How can I
fair,
impress
it
you?
spread
Tell me I'll
so
do it.
far.
Beyond infinity.
It
क्यों भाई
spread
शादी करना है क्या
so
मेरे से?
far.
मुझे क्यों impress करना है
Yeah,
तुम्हें?
maybe you think you can get through it. You have enough HP to get to the other side, but the zone's just too big on it. And does go down. But either way, 77 end their match. They will draw to a close here. It's currently in the middle of the tables, but the teams behind him very close to jumping on up as well, up on over. Depending on how far the lone player from RCB can get as well, maybe even a chance that they get pushed out of this survival bracket too. Volatility towards the bottom of the tables as the point sponges continue to soak at the top.
अरे referral के लिए bro. अच्छा वैसा क्या?
Influence Rage on an island of their own over towards the eastern side. Team Liquid, though, bearing the brunt of several teams attempted to make their way through.
Junior Spike and highlights. बोलता
Make
मैं
their way through. Work mouth, god damn it! On the southwest
Any
side.
bad experience with editors? No.
But yeah, it's an important time for Team Liquid
अगर
going
होगा तो भी
forward.
मैं नहीं बोलूँगा.
Finding a shutdown there across the way. Last player for RCB to stand, but the blue zone's pushing. It is going to draw to a
Team
close. just
Secret,
briefly. I
9
wonder if there's a
finishes,
first
4-man
aid.
strong.
Seems like there is. Maybe that's just a bandage.
Is the
as it will be 40
No,
seconds
not
to
the
the
only
next
team.
one.
गया,
Team Secret
RCB
on the
गया
south
अब.
side.
Spot हो गया,
I
spot हो
feel
गया.
like this could be
उसका
their
पैर
game.
दिख रहा है बे.
A fight for Team Liquid to try and jump up as well. But the high ground control is there for Team Secret, and Influence Rage, again, fairly timid for breaking out of their position into these late game circles.
Stage 8, dude. Stage 8 and 16
बोल भी दो bro क्या
14
करना पड़ेगा?
players. Keem.
मुझे एक एप्लीकेशन बिल्ड करके दिखाना पड़ेगा तुम्हें.
KY.
उसी लेवल का डील करता हूँ यार मैं.
Guys.
एकदम छोटा मोटा नहीं करता हूँ मैं.
Kindly,
गया RCB बाहर.
Yeah, I'm glad he's down.
एक एप्लीकेशन बिल्ड करके दिखाओ मुझे.
Get away with those fouls.
Spell
VC बाहर.
something.
Yeah, come on. Be reasonable.
Be reasonable. Give me
What am
something
I supposed
can
to say when I see those letters in that order? Come on. That's ridiculous. Goodness me. A shot from the high ground, and again, Team Secret exacting their toll. If Team Liquid go down here, it's not going to be the best game. Certainly not the one they were hoping for, but a little bit of a confidence boost, certainly. Last stage is going to close now as Influence Rage try to keep their eastern side under control. Law with the spray down towards Fearless, but the P90 PM4 swap not going to work out either way. Law holds it.
2v4v3.
For the moment, 2 players left standing.
Team Secret.
Team Secret का chicken दिख रहा है मुझे clearly.
Up to 10 now.
अबे Team Secret वियतनाम फ्लैग से क्यों खेल रहा है?
Here for Influence
Team
Rage.
Secret
They did a great job on this
तो
eastern
मलेशिया
side.
का है ना?
Actually, Influence Rage have done a fantastic job all day today.
Chat?
It started a little bit rough, but
Team Secret
quickly they turned
मलेशिया
that
का है ना?
around here.
वियतनाम का है.
Game sort of overshadowed by
Bro,
Osel's
cutie का नाम क्या
1v4
है?
versus
Kian.
Voin Donkey.
Kian
Secret
Adira.
spray down there, trying to get rid of Team Liquid
App
here,
for
but
what purpose
3
specifications
players
बोलो
now
बना
still
दूंगा.
going on into the fight.
Though
They
I
lost that
mostly
one
work
player earlier on the roll
in
down
machine learning and
to
DS. अरे
4MV.
then you are.
How leave?
मेरा छोटा भाई is into machine learning.
How do you leave?
Python.
That is a good question. The nades up high. I mean, they have good team fire angles onto this
How-
one. The fact that Team
how
Secret
strong
can't
is
step
your
forward
machine
is
learning
mainly due
knowledge?
to the off angles that are held by Influence Rage. And Team Liquid are allowed to get up to the ridgeline. This is now dangerous for Team Secret.
ILS has just kept going, dude. I don't know why he stopped short. I understand he's low HP, but I think the best position to be outside of nade range.
Team
is
Liquid on a
closer,
scale of 1 to 10.
honestly.
How dead are they?
Why has Influence Rage done nothing? Come on, please.
They win by default.
I would say
this is what's happening.
7.
It's a default win.
Ah,
Another one.
nice one, little boy.
2 players there, and they are starting
भाई
to
Secret
chime
अब
in.
दो
This
बंदे
gives
knock.
a little bit of an opening. Team Secret getting caught in the crossfire. Law is there, Lil Boy
तीन
too,
बंदे knock
and
Team
Team
Secret
Liquid
के.
can start to move around the edge. A Brazil 1-2 placement might be the
अबे,
last thing we see today.
beautiful
But finally a
opportunity
step
for
up.
Team
Law is there.
Liquid.
Team Liquid try and break through, but
1v2
Law
situation
lays
है.
down. And it hits the deck after spraying Cardozen out. Yala goes down all the way. Cardozen needs to heal. Chief is there behind the rock, but Law knows it. And the nade
Why
over to
Team
him doesn't
Liquid has
quite
to
reach
just
the
push?
distance. Lil Boy is down. It's a
कर दो, push हो
1v2.
जाएगा.
As Law can deny Team Liquid the final chicken dinner of the
Still
day
going for
to
the
mount
ref.
their comeback, to gain momentum. 9
एंट्री
eliminations.
अच्छी है
for
लेकिन बैठने का
Influence Rage
तरीका
to
अभी
maybe
बड़ा
get a third
कैजुअल
chicken dinner today. Or can Team Liquid find the comeback? It's Brazil either way, and Law flanks around the edge. Chief trying to hold his nerve.
बहुत
And
time
there's
waste
the
कर
res
लिया
over
अबे Law
Ayala
ने.
could be pivotal. A third barrel pointed their way, and the high ground's going to run out. Influence Rage go for the challenge.
Nice
to
try,
step
man.
up,
Nice try,
straight down,
nice
but it's
try.
not
And with
enough.
that, bottom team
Liquid,
का भी comeback हो
they
गया
surge
Team
back
Liquid
into
का.
it, and that is
Let's
going to be a
go.
relief.
चलो
What they needed. Like I said,
एक-एक करके सारे ने comeback कर दिया.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन
Real
बैठने का
competition
तरीका
begins
अभी बड़ा
tomorrow.
कैजुअल
necessary. It was
Bro,
bloody necessary at this
I
point
am
for
cooking
Team
from
Liquid to get themselves a
2013, but
chicken
now
dinner
my
to stay
situation
in this
is
one.
that
Take
I
the
cook
pressure off
pulao
tomorrow
or dal
because,
rice because
man,
I
it
am
was
occupied
mounting,
from
and
7
it was
a.m. to 11
becoming
p.m.
a case of
Some
being
time more.
crushed underneath that
Pulao is
pressure
also
going
very
into
good.
tomorrow. So
बस उसके अंदर
fantastic
डाल
job,
दो.
the Team Liquid to
Protein
take the
source का डाल दो
final
उसके
chicken
अंदर.
dinner of the day
बस हो
versus
जाएगा.
Influence Rage.
बाजू
We're
में
not
ऑमलेट डाल
happy.
दो, बस हो गया काम. हाँ
What's for dinner,
भाई.
baby? Tacos!
Overall challenge क्या होगा?
Chicken tacos. Let's go.
Thank you, bro, Ankit,
Team
for explaining so
Liquid.
detailedly.
Hey, we heard Knight
You don't have to,
earlier,
but you're
right?
explaining.
Talk about damage
अच्छा
control.
लग रहा है.
That is
This is-
how you do it right
This
there.
explanation
Let's
is
go.
reminding me
That's
of
some
my
good damage
early
control.
stages.
Oh yeah.
Winner,
Very
winner,
good.
taco
समझ लो.
dinner right now, going the way
I have
of
mid-project
Team
on
Liquid.
DL
Hey,
as
to be completely
well, I
fair,
have
sure, they were struggling to
got my
leave the
basics
city,
down,
but
so
they
I'll
saw the
say
final circle, right? They're like,
novice
oh, it's going
level.
to center up. And that means they could force Team Secret to fight Influence Rage, and we can just play
It's,
this.
but yeah,
range
like you got
and
into
just
the
keep
right
our 3
technology.
players
bro.
alive and just wrap it
ML
up
is
with a
ML
win.
is the
Like, that
future.
was the only option,
you are-
Hot
if
Juice,
you
where
get
they
really
come
good
out
at it,
alive, come out on top with the chicken dinner.
It would be
and
very
they
very
pulled it
strong
off
on your resume.
amazingly well. Like, that
Work
was
on
such
it.
a good game for Team
Novice.
Liquid. So again, do some damage control. Really good.
Hey,
कुछ
dude, just like we have
resume में
the
ऐसा
crazy
दिखाना
night, bro.
चाहिए जो
Team
समझ
Liquid,
जो stand
they
out
didn't
करता है,
leave
समझ
that
रहे हो?
taco shop until the last
Do
second,
something
you know what
which-
I'm saying? It was
which
real
attracts-
comfortable there. And
attracts
they said,
the
you know what,
companies,
it's time to
attracts
get this
people.
chicken dinner. Let's go and get it. And it was perfectly timed too, because we were watching that fight happen while they're on that while on the
बाकी मेरा
bottom
तो
of
पूरा
that
database का
hillside,
side है.
and-
मेरा
and
छोटा भाई
that
का
gives
ML के
them
side
so
है.
much protection when it comes to nades, because
He's
it's
currently
so
working in
difficult to
PayPal.
land utility on such
Full time.
such increased elevation. But they
Texas
just
में रहता है
waited
वो.
for that fight to happen. We saw, and then they got that third party and were able to get a chicken dinner. Beautifully done there from Team Liquid.
कितने 9
I like
19
the way
points
Chief
मिल
played
गए
at the
क्या?
end as well. 'Cause
ले
he
हो
kind of
गया
like
इनका भी
distracted
comeback.
a little bit, but more importantly, he mostly
Now it's
played
time
safe.
for the
He didn't
overall
actually, like, peek
standings.
too high to actually give an angle to be shot at, and by doing that, it allowed the res to come through to have a 3-player squad to pull off.
Spike भाई वो
3v1.
weekend ही conqueror
And
push.
obviously, if you're Influence Rage, then you know that's happened. You maybe look for that initial 1v1 against Chief and then turn it
Good
into
times,
a
bro. Those are good
potential
times.
1v2 or even another 1v1.
Thanks,
But
bro. I'll work
either
on
way,
it.
the fact
Just
that he
working
plays
on
it so
something which
reserved,
will make my
I really
resume
respect
stand
that
out.
of him and Team
But
Liquid
still
to
in
not get
progress.
over aggressive,
Take time,
get caught
brother.
up, and
Take
lose a
time.
match
Good
that you
things
should be
always
winning.
take time. Remember that.
Perfect wording. He was playing it super safe there, Jason. I think he understood. Oh, maybe overstepped a little bit. Let's go back into
TL
that
कल
range a little
comeback
bit deeper
करेगा
and
और
maybe
DPS
just
का
go
downfall
get
होगा.
picked up.
अरे
Because really,
मत
the thing
बोलो
is
यार,
also
last
the
time
two
ऐसा
players
नहीं होना
obviously
चाहिए. इस बार
were
D-Plus
alive
किया
next to
कैसा?
Chief.
D-Plus किया
They
is
were kind of
looking very
clustered
strong.
up in like a small
I mean,
area.
last
That
time भी
one
strong ही
big
दिखा था.
spray
Day
transfer,
2
and
three
do
throw
get a
को होगा
1v2 pretty quickly. So
इस बार नहीं
Chief,
होगा
I think that him playing
इस
a
बार नहीं
passive
होगा
there was definitely the nail in the
అన్న నేను
coffin to
ప్రెసెంట్
make
వెబ్
sure
డెవలపర్
they
లో
secure
ఉన్నాను
the angle to
యాంగులర్
then secure the
టెక్నాలజీ
win.
అండ్
Yeah. And you know what? Speaking of 1v2, we gotta talk about that 1v3 we saw earlier.
CP
from
చేస్తున్న
Oso.
ప్రోడక్ట్
That
బేస్డ్
was-
కి
that
ఏం
was
చేయాలి అన్న
beautiful.
బ్రో
Oh my
ఫ్రంట్
God.
ఎండ్
And
అంతా
I gotta say, we saw
అంత నాకు
some
తెలియదు బ్రో
mistakes
ఐ యామ్ నాట్
happen
గుడ్
because,
ఎనఫ్
you know, Potato
to
decided
guide
to
you
go
in
drive
front
right
end.
behind him and try to get it off
All I
end.
know is Angular,
Now, Oso catches him out,
Angular
right?
is a
then
must
catches
in
another
front end.
1v1 while
Not
that
sure.
his second teammate
Not-
was trying to
not much
drive
of a
on over
front
to the
end
other teammate, and he just ended up doing just 1v1 after
Talk to
1v1
people who
after
are really
1v1. And that is something you
In the
can't
top of
do,
the chain.
especially
In your
against a D
field.
plus Kia player.
Only
Come
take
on.
advice from
Yeah,
them.
I mean, little
Don't
mistakes
take
like that are
advice
going to get
from
punished by a
anyone.
team. Getting punished by a solo player.
You used to
What
play with
the
Midas.
hell? Like,
I used
sound
to-
crazy
I
stuff.
used to
Switches
roll
it
with
from the
Midas.
AUG over to the AKM, by the way, just rocking the dual AR loadout, and he's just like, I'm ready to clutch it up. You know how it's going to go well. Here you
Look
go.
at that.
Peeks around the side of that shed, clears up the final player, gets the 3-piece onto Voin Donkey ID. Absolute madness. So yeah, great game overall. Some
Meaning
stuff
of
happening in
roadmap,
Taco,
please.
Sharp,
बता दो
happening for
meaning
the
of
for
roadmap,
Sal
please बता
especially,
दो.
like
Roadmap का
really
मतलब
good showcase of
पूरा
individual
साल
players, I
में
would say, outside
कब
of
कब
top
क्या
four.
क्या होने वाला है.
Also nice to see
कौन
Team
सा
Secret.
tournament होने वाला
Like,
है.
I feel like they've
भाई
been
साहब,
kind of quiet
that is
today, and you were
roadmap.
talking about them as being one of the teams that potentially could actually win this match, having
भाई,
4 players
Telugu
coming from
channel
the
लो
south side.
videos.
As you can see here, influence
Bro, I am
rates
on a
is
break
not
from
letting
the
them
channel,
any
bro.
ground, but at least a good amount of eliminations coming their way for
कल
Secret.
TD का
Again,
comeback,
that kind of
we'll
gives
see,
me
bro.
hope going into the next 3 days. We'll take a look here at
19
the points
points.
accumulated for these teams. Giving 19 for
बस
Team
overall
Liquid
standings देखना
for
है
team
मुझे.
who was
And आज का
dead
MVP
last.
कौन
We're gonna
रहेगा?
see how far up the leaderboards this is going to push
I think
them.
Nolbu रहेगा.
Must win right there. Knight said it. Knight said that, you know what, we
Doc,
had a
not
really
possible
rough
because
day.
consistency नहीं
Honestly,
होता.
it was so funny just watching Seven. Kevin was like, man, I've known you for a long time, man. Y'all guys have been sucking. What's going on? He's like, yeah, no big deal. You know, we're just trying to do some damage control, hopefully finish off strong. And he still expected his
I
team to
hope
be
you guys
first place,
remember
not
Team
top 3,
Queso आया
first
था.
place. And that mentality is
Everyone
something that
does,
I
bro.
love, Max, man, because you know that these guys are going to
Team
give it
Queso.
all they got. They win the last match of the day. I think that
OG, one of
officially
the
kind of
OG
stopped
teams
that
है वो.
snowball effect I was talking about
एकदम
earlier.
पुराना back in
I
the
mean,
days.
especially because
time
Jason
से वो
mentioned it
exist
earlier,
करता
right?
है.
They
वो
doesn't
आयला
seem like they are
उसी time से
aggressive like
खेल
you
रहा
would
है.
expect from a Brazilian team. I think this game alone is going to be like, okay, no, we can frag
Mama
out.
Ella,
Even
no,
though they
Masuna
didn't
bro,
have
Raja,
really
middle no.
the terrain advantage
Niku
in these fights, but
esports
now Taco
గురించి
shot away from truck stop
అంత-
and then trying to play the ridge. They did not have the advantage, but
Bro,
they
నాకు
played it
తెలుగు
smart.
చదవడం
And
అంత
it took fights
fluent
that
కాదు
made
bro,
sense
మీరు తెలుగులో ఇంత
to
native
then
ఉంటారు
result
ఏంటి?
in a chicken dinner. So for me,
Bro,
Team
आप
Liquid,
हैदराबाद से हो
like,
तो
night and day
तेलुगु
compared to
कैसे
the
आती
first
है?
5 matches
अरे
today,
हैदराबाद
for
में
sure.
तेलुगु
And
तेलुगु
I
majority है
hope
bro.
that they can continue that tomorrow because
Ayala, the
tomorrow
MVP of this
it's-
match.
I was a bit scared if they ended badly how
कितना
they're going
grow
to
हो गया
approach
भाई
tomorrow,
ये?
but ending it up with a chicken dinner, you're going to have a good moral boost heading into your second day here. for
DRS,
Group Green.
yeah, not a good
I
day.
mean,
Not
speaking
a
of
good day
night
for
and day,
DRS.
4MB 1 point that last match.
Oh,
other than the one win they had today, I feel like they've been really non-existent, which is a very worrying sign for me.
I don't like this night day comparison anymore.
Yeah, I don't like this at all, dude. Like, what happened?
Now it's time for the
4MB,
overall
like,
standings.
we
D
just
plus
saw
Kia
them, you know,
75,
do, like, a ridiculous
INF
match
60,
here,
4MB.
And all of a
Bro,
sudden, just off the map.
क्या है
47
एक मैच में
points total.
32
I thought that
points,
they were gonna be in kind of
बाकी
like
5 मैच में
Kia's
कितने पॉइंट
position
निकाले? ये
with,
15
by the way,
पॉइंट्स निकाले.
75 points. That is a ridiculous average. I mean, TG
4MB hashtag
had a
3,
crazy,
VC 42
crazy
hashtag 4.
That's still over 10
Secret
points
hashtag
a game.
5.
Influence Rage
Points
hit,
बहुत
10
close
point
चल रहा है
mark.
इसमें भी.
For
42,
4MB
35,
to have
34,
30
31,
points
30.
plus in one game, Max, man, and end up with 47.
Decent group है ये
that's
भी.
tough.
Decent group है.
Not great
Competition
averages
धीरे-धीरे
outside of that chicken dinner
बढ़ेगा.
for sure.
कल परसों में
It's
बढ़ेगा.
interesting because you got D plus Kian Influence Rage. They're both already creating a little bit of a
But
gap.
dominating
First
lead
and
है.
second place.
D
and
plus
like,
Kia के
just
पास
they won.
75.
There's already gap forming towards the top.
मेरे
What's
हिसाब से
happening?
D
We
plus
have
किया तो
75 points and 60
qualify
points
हो
on
ही
the
जाएगा जिस
opening
तरीके
day
से
for
चल
Group
रहा है.
Green.
But
Definitely
we'll see
making
tomorrow
a
क्या होगा.
statement.
By the way, कल
40
stream नहीं
still,
होगा
as you
guys.
said,
कल
outside of that chicken dinner, not many
मैं
points on board, but
Comic-Con
I
में
think
जा रहा
that
हूँ.
they're going to go back to the
वापस
hotel
अपन
tonight,
मिलेंगे
talk to Doc and just say,
Day
Doc,
3 पे या
someone-
Day 4 पे.
no, one of those hovercrafts, don't get in
TD
it.
का भी comeback हुआ.
Don't
Hashtag
stop fighting
929
CH
points.
Osaka,
7-7
please.
to 29.
It's not
Gag
anything.
Osaka
One
28.
thing we do have to talk about slightly here is the
Team
Vicious.
Liquid
I mean, it kind of came in as
in danger, RCB in danger,
coming in 8th
RRQ in danger,
PMGC
DRS
America.
bottom
They're
में
currently sitting in 4th place. Like they are 5
DRS
points away
hashtag
from being in
16.
top 3.
Watch out, कल comeback
I'm
करेगा
not going to
DRS.
mince my words here.
देखना.
I didn't expect them to perform as well as they're doing so far today.
And आज का MVP कौन बनेगा?
Sneaky. Those are the teams you really have to worry about.
I
you know,
think
because
Nolbu बनेगा.
we talked about this
बाकी we will
tournament
see.
being the tournament of surprises, right, Jason?
Spike
We
by
saw some
4MB
surprises in Group
के
Yellow,
mood
Group
swings
Red,
क्यों हो रहे
and
हैं?
the Vicious are being that consistent squad. And
I think they are
in
just
my
fooling
opinion, They're in
around.
the perfect position, right? Because they
And
haven't
the
brought
MVP of the day is
too much
Osal.
attention to themselves, where teams are going to be studying their rotations like
2.3 average eliminations
from Deep Laskia and 4MB. But you know what?
भाई तो फाड़ा है भाई last match में जो 1v4 किया ना बहुत
right
बुरी था.
Yeah, so I mean, it's going to be really interesting to see how they continue to play it, especially tomorrow, because after
With
tomorrow,
that, Group Green Day 1 has come to an end.
That's where
I
you see
hope
the
you
big
guys enjoyed the
adaptations
video.
coming through. And
अगर तुम लोग
our
को
MVP
थोड़ा
of
भी
the
मजा आया
day,
ना
I
भाई,
mean, Max,
लाइक
it's
करना
gotta
मत
be
भूलना,
Osad.
सब्सक्राइब
Just
करना
giving
मत
that
भूलना.
couple load on
And
Miramar
I'll see you
in the
guys
last
again
match, and
on
he did
day
that
3.
from that pretty
We're not
much.
even
Comic Con
giving
जल्दी
him
हो
the
गया
MVP
तो
because of the stats. It's just
Day
that
4
shit goes, but
100%.
yeah, you're
Yep.
MVP. Deserved.
चलो guys,
At that
मिलते हैं
point.
अपने stream handle
I think that when you look at the stats, I'm pretty sure I'll have
अभी
to
तक
check
stream
before
देख
the
रहा
pre-show
है.
tomorrow. But I
You
think
guys know
all the
what to do.
players of
Stay
Team Sky
hydrated.
have really high numbers because it is a pretty big team effort when they have been getting those big
Bye guys,
fights,
take
those
care
chicken
and
dinners specifically.
good night.
But also that
किसी का कुछ मिस तो नहीं किया मैंने, किसी ने कुछ सुपर चैट किया एंड मैंने पढ़ना भूल गया, नहीं ना? नहीं, डेस्टिनी मुझे थैंक यू फॉर द 50 ब्रो. टीएल चिकन मैंने ये पढ़ा शायद, आई थिंक मन में पढ़ा होगा. अंकित वर्मा ब्रो, वंस अगेन थैंक यू फॉर ऑल द सुपर चैट. मज़ा आया आपका जो जर्नी है वो सुन के, एंड अप्रिशिएट द सपोर्ट ब्रो. मिलते हैं अगेन वेरी सून. अंटिल देन बाय बाय, टेक